Hello everyone, good morning. If I could kindly ask you to take your seats as soon as possible. We want to start on time because we have a very busy schedule and we have people who need to leave to do other meetings. So thank you so much. There are plenty of spaces. Some of you who are speaking will find your place named close to the front. And we want you to have an interactive experience again today. So please take a seat as soon as possible and we'll start in just a moment. Thank you. So welcome everybody, welcome here in this wonderful setting of EDHEC. We're going to hear a bit more about EDHEC in just a moment. And of course, this event is the second time we've had Adaptation Days co-hosted by the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. And we're delighted to be with you here in the setting of Nice. It's by no accident, of course, that we're in Nice. Many of you will be staying through the course of the weekend into next week when the UN has its ocean conference. For the duration of next week. We heard yesterday a lot of technical details about how to use the data, how granular is the data, what is the longevity of various things happening, and how best to implement that. In the room, we have policymakers, we have people who can truly implement change, we have people who can make the decisions financially, and we have plenty of scientific researchers as well. So we have a melange, and it requires that interdisciplinary thinking in order to affect the change. And I'm not just talking to all of you in the room, I know that online we have many people watching, about 100 averaging yesterday, and we welcome you. And as with yesterday, when we have the panel discussions and the keynote presentations, you will also be able to send in your questions, just say your name, where you're from, same of course to the people in the room, and we'll be delighted to take as many questions from the room as possible. However, it is a great honor to introduce to you our first speaker, and he is our host, of course. It is the Dean of EDHEC, it is Emmanuel Metais. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to EDHEC Business School. It's a privilege to see so many distinguished guests. I mean, decision makers, researchers, professors, alumni, maybe students, I hope. And before starting officially opening the conference, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank our esteemed guests. Mr. Antony Derjacques, so Minister of Transport of Seychelles, Mrs. Mirela Kumbaro Furxhi, Minister of Tourism and Environment of Albania, and Mr. Josu Bilbao, Vice Minister for the Environment, Basque Country Government of Spain. We are deeply honored by your presence today. Of course, Monsieur le Maire, cher Christian Estrosi, Mayor of Nice, President of the Nice Côte d'Azur Metropolis, and Delegate, President of the Regional Council of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. I mean, your presence here reflects the strong relationships between, this city, your community, and the EDHEC Business School, and also a warm thank you for having made this happen in the city of Nice, so this beautiful conference of the United Nations on the ocean. Thank you very much. Mr. Ambroise Fayolle, so Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and Mr. Kurt Vandenberghe, so Director General for Climate Action at the European Commission. Thank you for having chosen Nice, our campus, to host this very important event, which is organized in partnership with our research center, EDHEC Climate Institute. And I also would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mrs. Fatimetou Abdelmalik, President of the Nouakchott region in Mauritania, Dr. Ajib Sabin bin Samita, Mayor of Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, Mr., and I think my pronunciation will be okay this time, Hervé Paul, Mayor of Saint-Martin-du-Var, and Mr. Jacques Richier, Municipal and Metropolitan Councillor for Economic Development of the city of Nice. And of course, all of the elected officials, councillors, researchers, alumni, colleagues, and friends who are here today from all around the world, on campus or at a distance. Thank you very much for being with us today. So it's with a great pride and also with utmost pleasure that I welcome you to the EC-EIB Adaptation Days here at EDHEC Business School. So EDHEC is a non-for-profit. It was created in 1906, so in the north of France, in Lille. Now we have 5 campuses, so in Lille, in Nice, obviously, in Paris, in London, in Singapore. We welcome 100,000 students a year from more than 100 countries. According to the Financial Times, we belong to the top 10 business schools in Europe. And our mission is very simple. It's to put business and the economy at the service of common good. So our mission is not only business, it's the common good, as we were talking about a few minutes ago. And I think that this mission is even more critical for a leading European business school, since, as you know, we are in a world where the leading countries, and one of the leading countries, has decided to downgrade science and sustainability. As an academic institution, EDHEC Business School has decided to invest heavily, 57 million euros, on climate change, and more precisely on the valuation of climate risk at the intersection of climate science and management. So basically, what we want to do is to evaluate climate risk. And first, in order to do so, we have to precisely understand how climate is changing. And second, to quantify the economic consequences in a scientific and indisputable way. So eventually, our aim is to provide companies and the society at large with very concrete and actionable solutions. So within this framework, EDHEC Climate Institute, which with the EIB and the European Commission are the initiators of this conference, has undertaken 3 concrete initiatives. Firstly, the creation of a public taxonomy on alignment and resilience technologies that is effective for every industry and is complementary to the European Green Taxonomy. Second initiative, the provision of climate scenario probability tools. So it means that we have assigned probabilities to the IPCC scenarios. And unfortunately, the bad news is that we've shown that we have a 35 to 40% likelihood that temperatures will rise beyond 3 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. And finally, third initiative, a very major one, which I'm very proud of, the creation of the first European climate ratings agency that is entirely dedicated to a financial valuation of the consequences of climate risk. We will launch it in the very next day, and very concretely from next week, we will be making the climate exposure ratings of more than 6,000 infrastructure projects freely available, and not only to investors, but also to government authorities. So in 2026, in the same way, we will be rating the leading 5,000 companies in the world. Climate change is a reality. It will affect our lives, it will affect oceans, it will affect companies, the economy, and the life of our students and future students. And as a school that is dedicated to future generations, with all the strengths of our community, professors, researchers, students, alumni, we really want to be committed to creating knowledge and to fostering actions that will contribute to cope with climate change. So I wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference on adaptation at EDHEC Business School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And I think that line that this EDHEC school has, the motto, business and economy at the service of the common good, is a very good theme for us to think about through the course of today and all of next week. Now it's my honour. You did my job. You mentioned all the very difficult names and the titles. Thank you so much. But I think everybody in this region and well beyond knows you. It is, of course, the Mayor of Nice and so much more. It's Christian Estrosi.
Good morning to everybody, and I'm very happy and I'm very proud to tell to you that it's amazing to have all these climate people, scientifics, delegation of governments, and about 300 mayors from all the continents of the planet coming in Nice, and to be this morning here in EDHEC Business School. It's a very nice opportunity to show that we have in Nice one of the best schools identified in the Financial Times, as you said a few minutes ago. But what is very important that business school is coming more and more in the direction of EDHEC Climate Institute, because you understood that at the moment it's so important for our students to have this notion in the business of the climate and all the problems we have to manage for the future. You see, you are in a city. I know that everybody is not thinking about that, who is starting from 3,200 meters in the Alps to going until the Mediterranean Sea. So we have to manage the earth and the sea and all the system with energy, with water, with the climate, attractivity, economic attractivity. And we have to find the good place between all that, and that's why to be for 6 days the capital of the world for speaking about all that is so important, and that's really amazing for the mayor of a city like that. We are managing 7 ports and 3 ski stations. Who can tell something like that in the world? So that's easier for us to speak about islands, to speak about coasts and resilient coasts all around the world. When you manage territory like our territory. First of all, that's what I want to say to you. Now, I'm sorry, but I will speak to you in French, because I think to tell exactly what I want to tell you in the finance, about the finance of infrastructure and all our development, and the place you can take, every one of you, about development. It's better like that, and I'm sorry about that. And I want to say, first of all, cher Emmanuel Metais, que c'est toujours un plaisir de venir ici, pour moi, dans ce qui est, je crois, sans nul doute, l'un des plus beaux campus de la planète. Et ce matin, sans doute encore plus que chaque jour de l'année, pour recevoir ici, je ne sais pas, dans mes rêves les plus fous, je n'aurais jamais imaginé qu'après New York en 2017 et Lisbonne en 2022, Nice soit choisi par les Nations Unies et par la France et le Costa Rica pour accueillir le 3e sommet de l'océan. Mais je pense, cher Emmanuel Metais, que dans vos rêves les plus fous, vous ne le pensiez pas non plus de recevoir toutes ces personnalités si importantes dans leur diversité ici à l'EDHEC, et j'en suis très heureux, et je suis très heureux que nous ayons partagé ce choix ce matin. Je dis souvent que l'EDHEC est pour moi un symbole du réveil de notre enseignement supérieur. Après des années à n'être pas tout à fait à la hauteur de la grande métropole méditerranéenne qu'est Nice. Heureusement qu'il y a eu au fond des précurseurs comme l'EDHEC, symbole aussi d'une certaine idée de l'attractivité internationale que je m'efforce de défendre comme maire de Nice. Difficile de faire plus concret et plus au cœur de mes préoccupations que le sujet qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Je ne m'en suis jamais caché, j'ai toujours eu conscience que le devoir d'une collectivité comme la nôtre était d'investir sur les infrastructures, celles qui sont susceptibles de fonder la croissance de demain. Un tramway, une station de traitement des eaux usées ne rapportent pas comme un produit financier. Ce sont des investissements dont la rentabilité s'inscrit sur le moyen et le long terme et se mesure en résilience, en attractivité, en qualité de vie. C'est ce que je fais ici à Nice en développant notre territoire pour lui permettre de s'adapter à la nouvelle donne climatique et de gagner encore, en même temps, en attractivité pour d'autres grandes écoles, pour naturellement de l'hébergement touristique de haut de gamme, mais aussi de grandes industries, PME, qui, dans la tech, dans le numérique, dans l'intelligence artificielle, dans la santé, ont fait le choix de notre technopôle. Et c'est ce que fait aussi monsieur le directeur général en charge au sein de la Commission européenne des problèmes environnementaux, c'est aussi ce que fait l'Union européenne. Quand je lis les rapports de Mario Draghi ou d'Enrico Letta, l'ancien ministre de l'Industrie que je suis est forcément heureux de constater que l'Union européenne prend désormais le tournant de l'investissement massif sur notre transition écologique et sur notre industrie. Il n'y a selon moi pas d'alternative. C'est où nous parvenons à investir massivement et intelligemment, où nous sommes condamnés au déclin. L'avenir se prépare. On ne subit pas l'avenir. On doit le choisir et le décider. Et je veux remercier ici Madame Florica Fink-Heuger, la directrice générale environnement, aussi qui naturellement y contribue très largement. C'est un signe de plus que l'Union européenne veut se donner les moyens de devenir désormais une puissance maritime, voire une puissance océanique, peut-être la première du monde. Le pacte bleu que devrait annoncer la présidente Ursula von der Leyen est une excellente nouvelle pour l'Europe, mais aussi pour nous, les maires des villes littorales européennes, car c'est la promesse que nous serons aidés, appuyés dans nos initiatives et dans nos investissements pour notre territoire. Là où il y a de la volonté politique, il y aura des résultats et c'est une bonne nouvelle pour tout le monde. Mais toute la volonté et la détermination du monde ne suffisent pas. Ces infrastructures, cette transition coûte très cher. Rien qu'à Nice, ici, ce sont plus de 3 milliards d'euros que nous avons déjà investis sur les grandes infrastructures, comme sur la végétalisation, puisque nous avons reconquis et renaturé 70 hectares d'espace qui avaient été artificialisés. C'est le prix pour que Nice reste vivable, attractive, accueillante même avec 3 ou 4 degrés de plus. Et si vous voulez mon avis, cela reste peu de choses par rapport au désastre de l'inaction. Un maire seul ne peut pas débloquer de telles sommes sans la confiance et l'appui des financeurs. Prenez notre station de traitement des eaux usées dont le chantier a démarré il y a un an, en face de l'EDHEC, pour près de 26 communes de la métropole de Nice, la plus moderne d'Europe de nos stations, et c'est Olivier Seychelles, désormais directeur général de la Caisse des dépôts et consignations et ancien directeur de la Banque des territoires, qui disait dans une revue française qui s'appelle L'Industrie Nouvelle que nous étions un des plus beaux investissements industriels d'avenir dans notre pays. Nous sommes capables de filtrer 98% des microplastiques, de recycler l'eau pour arroser nos écoles, nos parcs, la propreté de nos espaces publics, de produire du biométhane pour nos bus, de chauffer tout un quartier, celui-là notamment, le Grand Arenas, et même de contribuer à la décarbonation de l'aéroport pour près de 30% avec le réseau de chaleur. Une usine que l'on prend déjà pour modèle est l'un des 10 plus gros projets industriels de France. C'est exactement le genre d'infrastructure très lourde qui mobilise aussi des sommes très lourdes, près de 700 millions d'euros, des sommes que nous ne pourrions réunir sans l'aide de nos partenaires. Je pense à, bien sûr, la Banque des territoires qui ont accepté de déplafonner ce qu'on appelle les aquaprêts pour nous permettre de nous accompagner à une hauteur extrêmement conséquente et qui était en principe le maximum que nous pouvions espérer, c'est-à-dire l'aquaprêt, c'est 50 millions d'euros et la Banque européenne, la Banque des territoires est allée bien au-delà. Et je veux remercier naturellement, puisque nous avons signé à l'étage supérieur avec vous, monsieur le vice-président de la Banque européenne d'investissement, cher Ambroise Fayolle, votre contribution aussi au financement de cette station qui y aura contribué. Vous avez été déterminant pour nos 3 grandes lignes de tramway, déjà en apportant 300 millions d'euros sur les 1,5 milliard de ces 3 lignes, ligne 1, ligne 2, ligne 3, qui ont été livrées en 2019. Et aujourd'hui, et je veux le dire, lorsque, avec le président et le vice-président de la Banque européenne d'investissement, nous signions notre contrat, nous étions en 2011 ou 12 pour une livraison en 2019, qui imaginait que ce tramway qui allait de l'aéroport international jusqu'au port de Nice nous permettrait, pour près de 2/3 des délégués qui arrivent à l'aéroport de Nice, de se rendre un jour au 3e sommet de l'océan sur le port de Nice. C'est dire combien, quelque part, nous avions vu une vision qui, en même temps, a amené les Nations Unies à se tourner vers nous pour organiser un sommet au bord de la Méditerranée, parce que nous incarnions tous ces volets de la transition. Alors voilà, aujourd'hui, vous l'êtes encore pour cette usine de retraitement, puisque nous avons signé ce contrat pour près de 170 millions d'euros dans un plan global qui pourra atteindre 250 millions. Et je sais que vous n'investissez pas qu'à Nice, mais aussi à Nouakchott, à Venise, partout en Europe. Merci également à Meridiam et à Suez, sans qui ce projet ne pourrait pas non plus voir le jour. De grands industriels français qui nous permettent de montrer qu'à un moment où il faut retrouver en Europe et en France une souveraineté industrielle sur laquelle nous avons ces dernières années perdu des parts de marché, nous avons aujourd'hui, en nous tournant vers de grandes politiques environnementales au plan industriel, une capacité à retrouver une place forte en matière de souveraineté dans un monde dont le multilatéralisme s'est fragilisé ces derniers mois et ces dernières années considérablement. Reste que pour les collectivités, se dresse toujours menaçant ce mur de l'investissement, ce finance gap dont il sera question dans vos débats aujourd'hui. Ce mur doit être mis à terre, car il nous empêchera de nous adapter, nous, les collectivités, nous, la France, nous, l'Europe. Il y a quelques semaines, au Printemps des territoires, organisé par la Banque des territoires, j'ai échangé avec la directrice réseau, qui estime que les besoins d'investissement pour l'adaptation des territoires, notamment côtiers, seraient de l'ordre de 5 à 6 milliards d'euros par an pendant les 10 à 20 prochaines années. Rien qu'en France. Alors imaginez à l'échelle du monde. On est loin du compte. En 2024, on n'en est qu'à 500 millions d'euros investis pour les collectivités locales françaises. Le 10e de ce qui serait nécessaire. Si nous n'investissons pas aujourd'hui pour protéger et rendre nos territoires résilients, nous aurons une dette écologique en plus d'une dette financière. À nous tous, décideurs locaux, acteurs de la finance, acteurs institutionnels, banques multilatérales, d'inventer les outils de la finance de demain, et notamment de la finance bleue. Alors je veux en profiter pour proposer une idée. Pourquoi ne pas créer une notation publique qui permettrait d'accorder de meilleurs taux aux collectivités les plus exemplaires? Cela pourrait être porté par la Banque européenne d'investissement, par la Commission, par des market makers. Nous avons besoin de tels outils. Nous avons aussi besoin de connaissances, de diagnostics précis sur nos vulnérabilités. Où sont les risques? Où sont les fragilités? C'est pourquoi la recherche, notamment ici à l'EDHEC, est devenue un élément essentiel pour chacun d'entre nous. Elle peut nous guider dans nos choix d'investissement. L'enjeu est immense ici au bord de la Méditerranée qui se réchauffe plus vite qu'ailleurs, avec des conséquences tragiques, comme la tempête Alex dans notre arrière-pays, la tempête Aline, mais dans le département voisin du Var, où il y a eu 3 morts il y a 15 jours de cela, ou encore Valence, où il y a eu près de 200 morts il y a maintenant 2 mois et demi en Espagne. Nous voyons combien le réchauffement de la Méditerranée n'est pas sans conséquences. C'est la mer et la nature qui se vengent de l'homme et de son inaction au cours des dernières décennies. Alors ce soir, j'aurai l'honneur de recevoir à Nice des maires, des gouverneurs, des chefs d'État, parce que ce combat est mondial. Dans 25 ans, 2000 villes seront situées à moins de 5 mètres d'altitude. Et aujourd'hui, 1,4 milliard habitants, 400 millions d'habitants, habitent à moins de 10 km d'un trait de côte et à moins de 10 mètres d'altitude. C'est dire combien ce défi est immense. C'est pourquoi demain, nous lancerons officiellement la coalition Ocean Rise and Coastal Resilience pour partager, s'entraider, inventer ensemble des réponses, parce que l'adaptation est un défi global et que l'océan, lui, ne connaît pas les frontières. Ladies and gentlemen, the third UN Ocean Conference must be a turning point. 10 years after the Paris Agreement, we need the same ambition for the ocean. Let's make it happen here in Nice with a strong ocean action plan. Public and private actors must step up. Finance must be part of the solution because there is no future without funding. That's why we need you. We need your support, your ideas, your energy. And I look forward to working with you all, with this global coalition of mayors and governors, united for coastal resilience. I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you so much to Mayor Estrosi, and we wish you luck with everything that will happen here in Nice next week. I know the security is high because when I left the reception last night, I was followed by about 15 trucks of police. So they've got high security going around Nice, that's for sure. And as was heavily mentioned, the need for financing what will be, according to the research of EDHEC, 35% to 40% likelihood of a 3-degree rise by the end of the century. It needs to be thought about. This is why we have Adaptation Days. And to talk more about the financing, we have the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Ambroise Fayolle.
It's always great to see so old friends in the room. I will be brief because we are already a bit behind schedule. But I would like certainly to welcome you all to this Adaptation Days. This is the second time we do this exercise. We do that with the European Commission, which is of course our key partner in Europe, key partner to finance projects that have an adaptation content and that contribute to the objective of the European Union to be the first continent to be climate neutral by 2050. The Mayor of Nice reminded us this morning about the impact of such projects, and we are very proud to be a big contributor to the wastewater project that is just on the other side of this street going to take place. That's going to be very innovative, much bigger, contributing to not only independence of the territory, but also to innovation and to a better life of the citizens. And I have to say that we at the European Investment Bank, we see this in conjunction. We think that climate change is the chance for competitiveness. And that the projects we finance, we try to make them really linking how to make sure that we live in a livable planet, but at the same time that we contribute to the competitiveness of Europe. We have achieved a fantastic success in the roadmap that our board has given to us for climate action. We had a target of 50% of our action. We land more or less every year between 80 and 90 billion euros. We were at least targeting 50% of that for climate and environment, and we are at closer to 60%. So every year we finance around 50 billion euros, close to, in projects that have a climate content, and that's something that we are very proud of because it contributes to a better living in Europe, but also because we think it contributes also to competitiveness of Europe. Now, today this is about adaptation. There was already yesterday quite interesting examples that were discussed. We are also going to have testimonies that are very interesting this morning. And it is about coastal and coastal resilience. And so we are more talking about, indeed, adaptation. By the way, the content of the wastewater project that we are financing across the street here in Nice is 28%. So it's really a fantastic project. But in general, what we as a bank are trying to do is to step in before and not after the disaster has strikes. And that's what we try to do with measures that are both quantitative and qualitative. Quantitatively, including what we have as a key target for climate, we have a target on adaptation in our bank that is quite ambitious. We had decided in Glasgow and COP26 to triple the commitment for adaptation. And we are going to meet the tripling at least in nominal terms. And actually we will be above that. Now, the general action of EIB in terms of climate, also for reasons linked to independence of Europe, has been growing a lot, with a lot of projects in the initiative by the European Commission called REPowerEU, that has increased the number of projects that we do for renewable energy in particular. So we will see in terms of percentages there is a tripling, but in terms of volume it will be more than a tripling. That being said, adaptation in many countries, especially outside Europe, rely a lot on ODA. And to be frank, one of my concerns is that with volumes of ODA being down in many geographies, this will have an impact on the capacities of especially public institutions like multilateral development banks to act on adaptation in the field where it is probably the most needed. I hope to be proven wrong. We also have, in terms of quantitative action, announced this week the new water program, completely linked with the program of the European Commission, of course, that has also been announced but I leave that to Côte to say a few words on it. On our side, we have announced an objective of financing 15 billion euros over the next 3 years in water projects. EIB is one of the big water investors in the world, and we have an adaptation content of this water project that is close to 50%. And finally, when you look at, in terms of quantitative, when you look at the mayor actually made a reference to this kind of projects, adaptation, you also want to try to deal with questions like the plastic in the oceans. And there is a big initiative that was launched in Bali at the time of the IMF and World Bank annual meetings. I think it was in 2018. With, at the time, AFD and KfW, called the Clean Ocean Initiative, that wanted to remove the plastic from the sea, the idea being, if we don't do that quickly, there will be more plastic than fishes in the sea by 2050. And actually, this has been a great success. We all know now that we have to do that much closer to the coast, because once the plastic is in the sea, it's already too late. And that's one of the objectives of the project that we are financing here, the new wastewater project. This is also to deal with removing the microplastics. So that's something that is really important. We are going to announce on Monday the renewal of the commitment with more actually institutions that are involved in this. The EBRD had already joined, the Asian Development Bank is joining the Clean Ocean Initiative, and GDP has also joined this initiative. So we are really pleased with the prospect to have more financial ambition to coastal resilience. In terms of non-financial measures that we can help to, I would just mention two of them. One is if we want to ramp up investment in climate adaptation, we need to do better in terms of strengthening early warning systems, in terms of basically dealing with data, with preparedness, with investing in tools needed to make informed decisions. And that's what we try to contribute to. As well, we must embed climate risk into all coastal development planning, from tourism to transport, so that resilience becomes a default and not just an afterthought. So from that standpoint, I'm very, very interested to listen today to the examples that we are going to be presented, because it's also a question that we see in many instances. There was a discussion on impact measurement last week at the EIB between many institutions, knowledge sharing, best practices, examples of what has not worked, and how to improve the way we work on projects that are dealing with adaptation, and in particular in coastal resilience, are absolutely essential if we want to improve the life of citizens in the world. And I am very, very pleased to be joining you today, Many thanks to the organizers. Many thanks, Dean, to EDHEC to welcome us here. Many thanks to the team at EIB and at the European Commission who have worked on this event. And I wish you all a very, very good day.
Thank you so much, Ambroise. And next we have the DG CLIMA Director General, who is Gert Vandenberghe.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to welcome everyone to this second edition of the Adaptation Days in one of the most beautiful coasts of Europe, if not the world, in Nice. Second only to the Belgian coast. I'm a native from Ostend, so I feel very attached to the Belgian coast. Although I have to say that the color of the water is nicer here than in Belgium. And it's true that Nice is a bit warmer, but I can tell you, with climate change, the Belgian coast is catching up. So we are here to discuss adaptation, climate adaptation. I really would like to thank our co-organizers, the EDHEC, which is doing fantastic work in the area of climate action and climate adaptation, working on data, for example. The EIB, the Europe's Climate Bank, and I really want to state that we enjoy a fantastic relationship with Mr. Fayolle and his team, and really thank you for the pleasant and productive cooperation. I also would like to thank the mayor of Nice and the city of Nice, of course, for having us today, and thank you to all attending here physically or online. We will be discussing adaptation, but let me also say that there is no adaptation policy without mitigation policy. We also have to reduce emissions. The more and better we reduce emissions, the less pressure or adaptive capacities we'll have, and the more resilience we will have. And that's where I really want to state that the European Commission and the European Union will stay the course on climate action. Not only to save the planet, but really because it is existential for our prosperity, our competitiveness, and our security in the future. Exactly like Mayor Estrosi has said. And for us, the whole climate action, the Green Deal, is an agenda of modernizing our economy, of boosting investment and innovation so that we make it fit for a future that will be different, harsher, warmer, less secure, less certain, probably globally more competitive. And the good news, ladies and gentlemen, and I consider you partners in the journey to climate neutrality and climate resilience, the good news is that we are on track to achieve our targets. Last week we published an assessment of all the national energy and climate plans. We are very, very close to achieving the 55% emission reduction targets in 2030. We see investments picking up big time. In the years 2022 to 2024, we have seen 800 billion euros of investment that is aligned with the EU taxonomy. A little slowdown of investment in 2024, probably because of global economic dynamics and also some doubt sound about the future of the European Green Deal and our climate action. We will come on the 2nd of July with our proposal for the 2040 target, which will be a 90% emission reduction target, which for us is not so much a climate target. It is, as Mr. Estrosi said, it's an investment target. It's really all about giving predictability to investors, to economic operators, to businesses, that we stay the course, and that is a modernization agenda. But obviously, on climate adaptation, we also have to step up our game. Last year, as you know, we published the first ever European climate risk assessment, from which it clearly shows that Europe is warming at double the global rate. It means, ladies and gentlemen, that the extreme weather events that we are currently experiencing will become the new normal at some point in the future, probably closer than we imagine. So the way you have to picture it is that we will probably be the last generation that knows what climate stability means and is. And of course, coastal communities are very much exposed to this risk. And that's why it's good that we focus on coastal communities. Also for the EU. The EU has 70,000 kilometers of coastline, and 40% of the EU population lives within 50 kilometers of the coast. And this is, of course, even more striking for island nations, where 70% of population lives in coastal areas. So it's very fitting that we have this day today back to back with the UN Oceans Conference, which will see many important people coming to Nice. It's on that occasion that our President, Mrs. von der Leyen, will also present the EU Ocean Pact, which the Commission presented earlier this week, which will pay special attention to the resilience of coastal areas. And in the same week, as Mr. Estrosi said, we have also presented the water resilience strategy, which also devotes a lot of attention to vulnerability of coastal areas. And I warmly welcome the EIB's announcement of this 15 billion investment for water resilience. Thank you very much for this. We really need to see all these efforts, initiatives, investments for climate resilience not as a cost or as a burden, but really as opportunities. And I hear myself saying the same thing as Mr. Estrosi. I had not expected this, but it's fantastic. I really think we need to consider this as opportunities to contribute to our competitiveness in the future, to our prosperity, and also our security. It's in that vein and spirit that we will also preparing our European Climate Adaptation Plan, which we will present at the end of next year. And I'll briefly say what in our mind at this point in time will be the 5 goals of this European Climate Adaptation Plan. And obviously, ladies and gentlemen, we will be listening a lot today to your input, which will also inform that adaptation plan. The first goal will be to provide a legal framework in the European Union so that there is a shared assessment and management of climate risks. What we really need to do is to make sure that we not only identify the risks, but that we also make sure there is risk ownership, that we know who owns the risk and who has to do something about these risks, which is still a big lack today. And we will be working on proposing a common temperature reference scenario, which will then be the same one for everyone in Europe. And there I believe France has already done very good work with the 4 degrees reference temperature scenario. Second is that we will embed resilience by design as a principle in all policies and budgets. When the EU, together with the Climate Bank, the EIB, is investing, we should ensure that resilience by design is there so that we avoid disaster by default. The investments we do must be designed to withstand current and future climate risks. It makes no sense to put money now in investments that will not be able to withstand future climate risks. As was said before, we want to invest, I think it was Mr. Fayolle who said it, we want to invest to avoid that we have to invest a lot in reconstruction after disasters happen. Third, we want to empower citizens, authorities at all levels, and businesses with the tools they need to do this risk assessment and risk management. That means access to information on climate hazards. That's where the work of EDHEC, among others, is so vitally important, but also access to the portfolio of resilient solutions that will increasingly come to the market. And we will be looking at how we can develop a single platform for all the operators in the public and private sector to have access to data, to model scenarios and resilience solutions. Fourth, very important, we will see how we can create a true market for climate resilient products and services. It's a bit sad to say, but this will be an area of business opportunity because the whole world will be faced with the need for climate adaptation solutions, products, technologies. And we already see from reports that this market is set to boom in the future. So we will also make sure that, for example, for early warning systems, flood defense solutions, water retention, sponge functions, etc., that we develop a market that sees these solutions come to fruition, to deployment as quickly as possible. And last, fifthly, mobilizing finance for climate resilience, including working with the insurance sector, which is really sounding the alarm bell, because they say they can't do it on their own anymore with all the risks they see coming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to say that all this work is inspired and informed by work on the ground. Climate change is global, and climate adaptation is almost always local, adapted to local, regional specificities. That's why we are so happy to have more than 300 European and non-European regions coming together in the EU mission on climate adaptation, with the ambition of becoming climate neutral by 2030. It's a place where we help and support regions, local authorities to experiment with solutions, and which can then be replicated and scaled up across Europe and across the world. I will not go into details because there will be a session later today moderated by my colleague Vanessa Bruinoge, where you will learn more about this EU mission on climate adaptation. We also have many international partners here today, and I really would like to welcome all the excellencies and partners from across the world that join us today for these adaptation days. International public adaptation finance is fortunately on the rise. There is increasing interest for public finance and private finance for adaptation, especially in the most vulnerable countries. I'm proud to say that the European Union is by far the biggest donor of climate finance. In 2023, we were at 28.6 billion euros, much more than our fair share, but we are proud of it. And we will do what we can, Mr. Fayolle. It's not an easy thing, but we will try to do what we can to make sure that we stick to that commitment. I'm also happy to say that 40% of that climate finance from Europe is on adaptation or on a combination of mitigation and adaptation. It's good, it's not enough. We need to do more, and to mobilize finance at scale, we see a growing need for advisory services. And that's also where we work so well together with the EIB, and thank you again for the fantastic work you're doing in that space. Just a few examples of our action. We have teamed up with European Investment Bank to support partner countries in translating national adaptation plans into investment plans and bankable projects. Hard work, but necessary work, and I believe the EIB is really by excellence, a knowledge partner in doing this. We are working with countries like the Seychelles to develop projects, and I believe the Minister of Transport will tell us how in the Seychelles coastal erosion is being tackled. We have our global covenant of mayors, which also supports coastal cities, and I believe the mayor of Kota Kinabalu of Malaysia will also tell us about coastal management infrastructure. We are embedding preparedness and resilience in our external investment instruments. The Global Gateway, which is the big package of investments that is Europe's offer to the world to co-invest in prosperity and climate neutrality and resilience. But we are interested to see more innovative and transformational initiatives that mobilize climate finance. For example, debt for climate operations that were piloted in Barbados recently, the issuance of green bonds through the Global Green Bonds Initiative, but also how we can leverage funding better from the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, dear partners in all this, I trust that the European Commission EIB Adaptation Days will inform you, will inspire you, and above all, will incite you to action. Action for investing in coastal resilience and climate resilience overall. If this is well done, it will bring many benefits. Let me close with a last illustration of my native hometown, Ostend, and the Belgian coast. The Belgian coast knows that it will be hit by rising sea levels. For 2 years, there was a very in-depth study how to protect the Belgian coast against rising seas. And the result of the analysis was that it was much more cost-effective to restore natural dunes than building or heightening dikes. And that is exactly how we have to look at it. And restoring these natural dunes will be good for nature, it will be good for tourism, and it will be good, for example, for mental well-being, because people feel better if there is more nature. And that's what we want to do. We want to feel better about today and tomorrow and the future. Climate action is not to save the planet, it's to save our prosperity and our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kurt, and thank you to all of the speakers this morning. As has been alluded to, now we're going to move to testimonials from two ministers. They've already been mentioned by name, and we're going to hear from Their Excellencies Minister Antony Derjacques from the Seychelles and also Minister Mirela Kumbaro Furxhi from Albania. They're going to show us pictures and videos from what is happening right now where they live in their countries. And we had some very strong testimonies as well from the percentages of people who live close to the 40%, I think it was. 40% of people in Europe live within 50 kilometers of the coastline in Europe as well. So this really affects a huge part of the population of not just Europe, but of course we're going to hear from the low-lying islands as well, and what happens to them, the coastal roads, from the Minister from the Seychelles, for instance. And thank you for making such a long journey here. Do join us on stage, because we're running 30 minutes late, which seems to be an analogy to the whole climate issue. Everything is running too late, and this gets my temperature rising, actually. So we're going to have to, please take a seat. We're going to have to try to recoup this somehow. I can't adapt time, but I can talk at 1.5 speed. So here we go. I'm just waiting for the all-important sting. we like to have a little bit of music. It kind of revs up the energy a bit. But I can see you over there as well. I don't know, thank you Gareth for the wave. I don't know if we'll have time for questions in this session because we are running 30 minutes late. However, the most important thing is that both of you give your testimonials. I know I've had a chance to speak with you, Minister, and you've shown me so many photos, and you've told me really from the heart what is happening. I've seen the pictures from Albania as well. But let's start with the Seychelles. And actually, when I was speaking to you, in my ignorance, I didn't realize the land, the mass that the Seychelles is spread out. Most of it is ocean, but you have so many islands that I was not aware of. So getting from one side of the Seychelles to the other takes quite a lot of time, and you have a lot of low-lying states. So over to you, Antony.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning. Our host, the Dean of the school, Monsieur le Vice-Président de EIB, Director General, Deputy Ministers, good morning, and to all our guests and those attending. Seychelles is where heaven and earth meets. Traditionally, that's the way we think. But because of climate change, it's being devastated. We are a small archipelago of 115 islands spread over 1.39 million square kilometers. Our EEZ is twice the size of France's EEZ and much larger than the UK's EEZ. Our population is only 100,000 and we have to manage so much oceanic territory. To travel from one island to the other would take, for example, 1 hour, 20 minutes in a beechcraft. Our islands are spread, like one island would be around 680 square kilometers from the mainland. Our islands are unique in a sense that the mainlands are granitic. They were at the center of Gondwana land before it spread out. And then our outer islands are coral islands, just like the Maldives and the small Pacific coral island states. We share a common threat, an existential threat from climate change. In respect of this conference, I'm here to show and to give a testimonial on how climate change is devastating our coastal areas, where 90% of the population actually reside, and most of the infrastructure, the development is on the coast. All our roads are built on the coastal areas and they are under serious threat. So I'm very pleased that the European Commission and the Investment Bank and Lisa, through all our correspondence, this stage allows me to bring forward the extreme national emergency which faces the small island states like the Seychelles, the Pacific Islands, the Caribbean islands. And the menace is not potential, it's not in the future, it's actual. And through our photographs and our testimony, I will try and seek to show how it's affecting us. I believe the photograph above me is on Seychelles, which you will see, which actually we host in pro rata most of your tourism visitors to the islands. We are a major contributor to your food in that we are the largest exporter of canned tuna to the European Union and UK. And one of your major fleets for tuna harvesting is actually in the Southwest Indian Ocean, and it's re-exported through our port. About 240,000 tons of tuna exported around the world from your fishing fleets. So we are there, we partner closely with the EIB. You have major projects in Seychelles, like the Newport Victoria project, the PUC, which is utilities funding from the European Union and European Commission. So I'm much pleased to be here with you, Lisa.
Well, thank you so much for laying out that picture, because it really was, when we were speaking, the story of what you have to manage and how you even visit the different islands. And I know you have some wonderful pictures that I think Nathaniel is going to show us. You can play them behind us, because I think they speak so much more than actually what we say. The pictures say everything. This, for example, is one of the pictures you showed me before. As you mentioned, the granitic islands are the ones we might be more used to knowing about, and most of your roads are coastal, and this is happening right now.
Yes, that picture, for example, is an example, and it illustrates the destruction to our coastal roads. This is on the north part of the mainland. So because of the strong storm surges, those strong waves that surge in, the erosion which is constant undermining the roads, this effectively erodes and removes the sand, the gravel, beneath the roads, and we have roads collapsing. We've identified at this point 27 critical sites to do with the coast and mostly with the roads at this point, which need serious funding. At this point, our estimate is 32 million euros. We've provided and we've come with at least a few pen drives and more materials, which Lisa, if anyone is interested, we can leave behind, which will actually show the projects and will give much more information. In terms of this photograph, that is just an example of what's happening on the East Coast. when you have the waves, and this is common throughout the seasons, the waves now are going direct onto the roads. And one of the small mitigation measures is that little seawall which curves backward, which tries and takes the waves back into the sea. But they're becoming larger, the sea is rising, and these are roads where you see that the traffic now has to go and manage and traverse through seawater. And you know the effects of seawater. And the seawater is moving on the other side where the houses, the residences are. And now we also have to build walls to protect and try and preserve this low-lying area where the infrastructure is, which is being invaded by the sea.
Yeah,
and a lot of the sand moving from the beach onto the roads.
So it's effectively very clear that the beach is moving inland and that you're losing land mass.
Yes, Lisa, it's unfortunate. And this is what we are faced with every morning going to work. We have to traverse and go through seawater on our roads.
And you also mentioned when it came to the erosion that there's two steps. Obviously, there's the actually, let's just move on to this picture. Well, I was going to just mention the fact that you need to research very quickly how best to combat and adapt. So you have to research. That requires investment. And then you need the infrastructure investment. So there's two layers of investing as well.
Yes, certainly. We have to understand what we are facing, and for that we need research. It has to be then, we have to identify which are our national emergencies, and at this point we are data-driven and site-specific. Then we have to have the planning to understand, based on the research, what is required, what are the mitigating and adaptation tools that we need. And then, of course, comes the implementation, and then the constant and permanent monitoring of if these measures, if the adaptation chosen is sufficient. What you're looking at is one of our outlying islands. This is a coral atoll. The hotel over there is brand new. It was finished in 1 year back, and it's managed by the Waldorf Astoria. It's a 7-star resort. This is the beach now, before and now.
And I just want to interrupt you for this 7-star hotel. When they invested, and you've mentioned about 60% of your economy is based on tourism, they thought it would be okay for 10 years. And the investment was something like $150 million.
Yes, dollars. Yes. Most of us live in a world where climate change seems theoretical. But for us, it's real, it's happening. Even the investors placed this is a $150 million project, which was ended, which the hotel opened last year. And even at that point, before, the beach was being eroded. It's a narrow beach with a sand dune. But the second photo is 2 days back. I flew over in a beechcraft, and I stood there next to the bags, the sandbags that had been placed there 1 year back. I'm 6 feet tall, and this is to show you how much of the beach has been eroded in 1 year. 6 feet and 25 meters into the sea.
And I know that you made that journey with your team specifically to show us the most up-to-date photos of what is happening.
We spoke, Lisa, and I went there again in order that the testimonial is fresh, real, and I'm trying to show what is actually happening to these small coral islands. This is not only happening in Seychelles, it's happening in the Pacific Ocean, in the Caribbean Ocean. This is common to all the coral atolls and islands in the world, including our granitic islands. This shows you the recent this is the reception area, and you're seeing where the boats come in, and the beach is eating into the resort complex. It's moved 25 meters in 1 year. In another 6 months to 1 year, it will reach the reception area of that Waldorf Astoria hotel. This is what we are faced with. It's now, it's urgent, it's actually happening to us. And Lisa, yes, tourism is 57% of our economy. The remainder is fishing, as I've stated, 27%, and the last 1/3, not even 1/3, the small amount, 18%, is financial services and the offshore. So with a loss of the coastal areas, the beach being eroded, the roads, this directly affects our tourism industry, which is the mainstay of Seychelles' economy. It means that what we are faced with is not only social, cultural, but serious economic harm to our island's economy and the mainstay of our economy.
We have a beautiful picture here of the coral reefs, the atolls. You mentioned all of the Shoreline islands. Many people will be going there for the diving. We know about the coral bleaching, the ocean acidification, and how that's changing. And you mentioned that 27% of your economy is also based on fishing. But the roots of that is also changing.
Yes. When you look at the white coral, it seems more beautiful, but that's dead coral. It's bleached. That's why bleaching. The brown, they're still alive, but they're transforming to white, they're becoming bleached. With global warming, the sea is also warming, and that affects the coral. And we know that, for example, in Astoria, the Great Barrier Reef is seriously threatened. And as I've stated, because of the rise in sea level and the warming of the seas, the tuna stay further underneath. And in the, at least 5 years prior, the tuna export to Europe via the Southwest Indian Ocean was threatened. So now we have moratoriums, we have rations of how much can be extracted. Even us partnering with the European Commission and Union, we are trying to manage the tuna fish stocks because of the growing the temperature rise in our oceans. This lizard is one of the artificial, let's call it reefs or balls. They are gray, they're made of concrete that we are using on an outer island to try and manage the storm surges, the waves, the rise in sea level, and to protect the hotel that you see there where the people are standing. A few years back, that beach spread 50 to 100 kilometers into the sea. Now see how narrow it is. And when you're in the resort, you look outside on the beach towards the sea, you don't want to see these gray balls. You want to see an uninterrupted beach merging into the sea. After all, you come to Seychelles for the sand, the sea, the mountains, the greenery, but also mostly for the beaches. Island states that depend on tourism depend on the beaches. Without the beaches, if they are eroded and leave, you only have the granite underneath or the rocks underneath the beaches. Beaches, if they vanish, tourism is drastically affected. So you'll only have the mountains, the forests, and the seas left behind. So this is just to show on another island, this is Derjacques Island, what we have to try to do to try and cope with and manage what is actually happening to us today.
Thank you so much, Antony. Now we have to, for time reasons, move to Albania. And again, I've seen the photos that you've sent. And again, the story is different but similar.
Very different. Thank you very much. Monsieur le Directeur de l'EDHEC, Mesdames et Messieurs, I have been taught to speak in English, so I will switch, Monsieur le Vice-Président, Mr. Director General, I will switch into English. Yeah, this is a photo from Albania. It's not exactly the same story. I'm Mirela Kumbaro, the Minister of Tourism and the Environment of Albania, a small country nestled between Greece and Italy, with breathtaking mountains and forests, 9 big rivers, and 450 kilometers of coastline in the 2 seas, Adriatic and Ionian Sea. What you are seeing in the photos, in fact, is not the sea, is a river. And I will explain you why. First of all, starting by my two cascades. In the same portfolio, Albania has made a political choice to have tourism and the environment, which is not at all usual, at least in the European countries. But it was a political choice, as I said, putting like a check and balance for the sustainable development of tourism and protection of environment. You know, in the imagination collective, we think and we have act also that tourism and environment are hostile. But more we are considering that the both of the sectors are hostile, more they will become hostile. So the idea is how to keep them together, because as in Seychelles, even in Albania, we have two main sectors of the economy, agriculture and tourism. It's a country with zero fossil energy, 100% renewable, from hydro plant, less and less from hydro plant now, more and more from the solar energy. And on the other side, tourism is the only industry that we are starting to build. I'm saying we are starting because tourism, as maybe you have already heard, is the new trend, and Albania is becoming the new destination of tourism in the Mediterranean area. But if I want, yes, I want to be honest, and maybe I will be too honest, and forgive me for this. Often I have the occasion to be invited and to be present, to assist in big meetings, conferences, summits like this, talking about climate change, about environment. And small countries like ours are often or always asked to keep commitments. And we are a country that we are not polluting anything at the global level, or with little or zero impact. And we are asked to make commitments that even the biggest country are struggling to keep. But I believe that small countries like ours, if we are not changing the whole world, and we have not impact in the climate change in the global level, but at least we can give a model, we can create a model. And here we are in the photos and the videos that you are watching now. Here is the last wide river of Europe, because when we are talking about ocean, where we are talking about seas, we are talking about water, which is coming also from the rivers. And in Albania, we have the last wide river of Europe. I'm not asking now to our European Union friends and colleagues, why is the last one? What you have done to other rivers in Europe? And why the last one remains in Albania, the small country? But at least altogether, we have decided to protect it. The 480 kilometers of rivers, the main rivers plus 3 tributaries, which means at least the third of Albania. In the south of Albania is the Vjosa River, which is now very well known, that was declared national park in 2023. It is not easy for a small country like Albania to protect areas. We have 21.5% of the territory protected areas, here we are. It was 70% of the territory 4 years ago, and now we have increased. Because we understand and we are conscious that between making money today, but with a big risk for the next generation, and saving the nature and developing another type of tourism, another type of economy, like ecotourism, like agritourism, tourism of nature, by protecting the forest and promoting these assets, it's another way to make money. Because I think that if we are asking to the enterprises, you have not to make money because we have to protect the nature, no one is listening to us. The idea is how to convince people, the small community or the enterprises, that we can make money in another way. And this is the big challenge that we have. it is not easy because the model is not like this everywhere. Albania is a country where only the tourism can be developed and the agriculture in order to protect the small communities. And then with Vjosa River, we have the model how the small economy can be saved by a local product, by keeping the employment there where they are. And this is why recently we have worked with UNESCO experts in order to register the river of Vjosa in a new category of UNESCO, Man and Biosphere. Because I strongly believe that the men, the people, the women and the men who are working, living there since centuries, it's not a desert, it's a part of Albania, it's a part of the Balkans, it's a part of Mediterranean area with people who are living there. You cannot say to them, leave this because we have to protect. Leave them and protect them. So this is why by registering Vjosa in the UNESCO category Man and Biosphere is creating an ecosystem when the human being is part of the ecosystem.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to open the floor for some questions because I think it's always lovely to hear from you and your thoughts. Have we any questions online or in the room for our ministers? We have it central. So, quick, we need the microphone for those online to hear you.
Yes, thank you for the super interesting information. So my question is actually for the Minister of the Seychelles, because I can relate to a lot of what you were saying. I'm from the Caribbean, and one of the biggest struggles I see there as well is how to balance tourism and investment of huge hotels with the responsibility of maintaining, for example, where in your example, the coastal erosion. Who bears the main responsibility? Do you include the investments and the hotels to bear some of the cost of what is happening and for them to maintain this as well, or how do you balance it?
That's an excellent question.
Thank you very much. It's a bold and beautiful question. In Seychelles, firstly, on a national level, we have a national strategic plan on coastal management. So government forms the policy. And secondly, we have policies to try and protect our land. For example, we just passed a law to preserve 32% of our EEZ, which comes to over 300,000 square kilometers, as a marine special area. Our land area, we've declared as national parks and protected land areas, 52% of our territory. When we have hotels and resorts, which we need for our economy, we always do an EIA, that is an environment impact assessment, like we do for all the major projects like the ports and all infrastructure. The cost is borne almost always by the state. And Seychelles is a high income small island state with a concentrated economy that is only threefold: fishing, tourism, fishing, and financial services. Because of our status as a high-income state, we do not have access to concessionary funding as we would if we were not in a high-income status. In fact, they looked at Seychelles and thought we should be categorized in another way, out of high income and below developed world as highest income. We said, no, no, no. We don't want to be there. We'll be isolated, we'll be alone, and we'll have absolutely no financing at all. So the state has to manage what it can. So we have data-driven, site-specific projects, which we've identified 27 for this year. The resorts do not have access. The private investors cannot protect the coastal area and the beaches, for example, of Platte Island and Derjacques. These are interventions by the state. So for us as a population of 100,000, a small economy relative to the huge area that we have to manage and all our costs, we need for research and understanding finance. we need to fund these projects, which we've assessed, the ones that we are trying to do this year and next year at 32 million euro. So it's all financed at this point by the state. Some international partners intervene and give us small amounts. We're trying to have activists to work through COP for loss and damage and access to climate financing, but as you know, it's very, very slow in coming. We work through the IMO for specific, like on fuel, even for aviation, green fuel. All that comes under my ministry, but it takes a long time. And the thinking around the world is, yes, climate change is here, but especially when you listen even to the speeches made here, with all due respect, it's as if it is what we can do tomorrow. But for us, it's already happening. It's a national emergency now. And if we cannot mitigate, if we cannot restore, if we cannot protect the beaches, if we cannot have the seawalls, the rock hammering, the groins, the replenishment of the beaches, replenishment and coral reef growth, then it all goes. And once it goes, it never comes back. Seychelles, we are a small Creole state. Our people come from the 5 corners of the world. We were a French colony, a British colony. Our people were slaves from Africa who were transferred to these islands. We've had Indian and Chinese migrants. So we are a blend, we are a Creole people. But we are in danger because of climate change of becoming climate refugees. So are we came from the 5 corners of the world. Are we destined to migrate back or to be exiled back to the 5 corners of the world? This is what we are facing, an existential threat to an island nation.
Minister, you've put it so beautifully there. I could almost end on that, but I want to give you a few more minutes because that's landed very heavily, I think, with everybody here in the audience. 2 things. Firstly, I want to go back to the hotel that you showed us on the low-lying island. I think it's called Île Plate, in fact, for obvious reasons. When it comes to the insurance of that hotel, how does that work?
It's viewed in insurance as an act of God, and it's not an insurable risk. And even in the planning, even with the EIA, it was forecasted that it would take 10 years minimum and above for the weather, the climate change, the sea to erode to the hotel and start undermining the hotel. So it's accelerated. The thinking, as I've stated, is that it's gradual, it's slow, it is happening, and we have targets like 2030, 2050, but it's not 2030 for Seychelles, it's now.
Well, that links to what our opening keynote speech yesterday with Nicholas Schneider from EDHEC mentioned, which he believes that many things will become uninsurable in the future. Secondly, you were talking about the research. Obviously, it's happening now. Research takes time. We had fabulous researchers give testimony yesterday. So how do you balance the need for clear and deep research with the action that is also needed simultaneously?
We try to do what we can, and I'm very pleased with the Dean for telling us that this school will be one of the foremost areas, centers for research, and that the EIB is actually financing to the tune of 50 billion euro per year projects. Without the research, we are in the dark. We would not understand. And each of the islands are special in terms of the wave patterns, the currents, the beach, how they're situated. So the research has also to be based in Seychelles. So it's extremely urgent. At the same time that we can implement what we believe with our limited resources are the mitigation measures, we need profound research, especially on the outer islands, so that it becomes effective. A beach with a mitigation measure, which you spend $200,000 in a month, is not eroded. So it has to be effective and has to be implemented. So what I'm really asking, requesting, and really asking for our population is that We do fund the 27 projects, and that comes to 30 million euro. But at the same time, in order that we understand what we're doing and it's not lost, or that we can introduce better methods, that we have immediate research in the Seychelles, both for the granitic islands and also for the outlying islands. And this research perhaps can be utilized or adapted for all the other small island states in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, and everywhere. So we could use Seychelles as a test case. We are prepared. We've done what we can. We've given territory. We've protected our landmass. We are doing what we can, but we need help.
We have a question from Gareth Phillips from the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much indeed. DG CLIMA, Kurt, said that you can't separate adaptation from mitigation, and we can't avoid the fact that tourism is a source of greenhouse gas emissions. So, there's a conflict there that we need to address. But I'd like to ask you whether you think tourism can be a source of revenues to help you tackle the costs of adapting to climate change, and are you taking steps to raise resources from tourism towards those needs? Thank you.
The question is for me?
For either, but yes, we'd very much like to hear from you.
It's very linked to what you were saying about
Yes, of course, because protecting and coastal resilience, but protecting the environment costs a lot of money. As I can share with you the fact that Albania now is in a very important process with the negotiation in the EU, in the European Union. And one of the chapters of the negotiation, which is the chapter 27, is the chapter about environment, and not only air quality, is the longest, the hardest, and the most costly in terms of finances. So in order to finance and to have the money needed for facing all these challenges, we need the money. And if we are not using the fossil energy, if you are not using the rivers for hydro energy, if we are not using the forest because it's needed, somewhere we have to use one of the assets that we have for the economy. This is why I try to explain that we are limited only in agriculture and tourism. But even agriculture is important, even from the social point of view, because the labor market is free, so everyone can go to work everywhere. And people like Albanian young people who are attempted to go and to work in Germany, in France, everywhere, which is human, it's normal. In order to attract them, what we are doing now, by promoting Albania, by promoting how to use the territory, the land of the fathers, of the grandfathers, to attract them to come back, which is happening now. We are facilitating the legal framework and the financial incentives in order to attract them to come back and to invest in their ground. Even because the combination of agriculture and tourism is making Albania a real unique country. So not just to copy the other countries that we are by what we are surrounded of, because of course talking about tourism, we are surrounded by Croatia, by Greece, by Italy, which are giant in the tourism in our region. The idea is to propose a small model but a unique model of hospitality. And by the way, we have also created a new word which is now known as Albanity, which is the joint between hospitality and Albania. It's our religion. So come and visit us and you can have the evidence of this.
Thank you for the invitation.
Just a small quiz test. How many from you have been already in Albania? Okay, no one is perfect. But you have the chance this summer to correct yourself.
And how many have come to Seychelles? Oh, a lot less, only 6.
We would all like to go.
In Seychelles, we believe deeply in sustainable development. So every project has to go through an EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment. We all know every development offends against nature. The best way to keep nature is not to develop, but that is not possible, even in Europe, even in the rest of the world. You need economic growth to sustain society, so it has to be sustainable. So we promote on the outer island solar energy. Every hotel is powered by solar energy, so are these two hotels. We promote rainwater harvesting, and we promote replenishing the beaches, replenishing and growing the corals around these islands. We also have directly taxes. We've just introduced an environmental levy, which is about €3 per person per day when you travel, and this is for environmental purposes. So we try and do the best that we can with the very, very limited resources we have. You have to understand the population is almost like a small village or a small town in Albania. That's only 100,000. So the tax base is very, very narrow. And protection requires vast amounts. For me, 32 million euro is a vast amount because that's pro rata for 100,000 population. For us, it's a lot. And it's unaffordable when you look at it in this way. So with the budget, we try and do what we can, but we are being overwhelmed. Nature or climate change is attacking every day. And if we lose, for example, the Platte Island Resort, because now the last obstacle is the sand dunes at the top of the beach, because the lower beach has gone, and the sea comes in, and no one will invest again in these coral islands. It's gone, because the capital that you invest is not coming back. They projected 10 years, and they believed they would have a return on their capital within 10 years and some dividends. If that disappears in 1 year and in the next 6 months to 1 year, who will invest again? And this is common not only to Seychelles, but I emphasize to all the small island developing states, especially the coral islands.
Thank you so much, both ministers. And we know where we can plan a summer holiday. I know it's a 20-hour trip to the Seychelles, and I'm not sure how you can get there being as green as possible. However, we'll do our best to kind of buy it back in another green fashion. Thank you both very, very much indeed.
Thank you, Lisa.
Well, it was emphasized and re-emphasized so many times that the financing of this is very, very difficult indeed. And that is what the next session is going to be on, bridging the coastal resilience. Oh, you've got your small coffee break now. Oh, so you're allowed to move. But very small because we're running late. So we're going to have a 10-minute. 10 minutes, that means you can go out and come back in again. And that's all, okay? 10 minutes. Thank you. you're Christoph. I'm Christoph. Nice to meet you,
Pleasure
Christoph.
to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. Please come and sit down quickly. And for those who are not here, well, they'll miss out because I want to keep going. I want to keep to time as much as possible. So please take a seat. Yes, Diana, do join us. Join us on stage, Diana. You're next. Waiting for your fellow panelists.
Hi, Raffaele. Nice to meet you.
Raffaele della Croce, based in London.
Hi. Ciao, Raffaele. Hello, I'm Christoph.
Hi, Christoph. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
And I'm Catherine Diana.
Hi, Lisa.
Nice to meet you. Hi. I wanted to make a suggestion.
So thank you so much for being back in the room. We're going to start. By the way, you will see there are some reserved seats here. Ignore that because some of them have left now. So you can really flow into the center because it's really nice for our panel to see people in the middle. So this says reserved, but that's not really the case anymore. So please take seats in the middle, plenty of space here, and don't hide over in the corners. We like to see you centrally. Thank you, Simona. We really like this. We like to see faces in the front. It's very, otherwise we feel like we're speaking to nobody. So the next panel discussion is going to be led by Catherine Gamper, who is the adaptation lead at the OECD, and she's going to give us her expert insights. And then also we have a panel, and of course the title, as you can see, is Understanding the Challenge, What is at Stake? And the discussion is about bridging the coastal resilience finance gap. So Catherine Gamper from the OECD. We also have Diana Acconcia, Director for International Affairs and Climate Finance at the European Commission, DG CLIMA. And in fact, Diana and I just met 5 minutes ago in the ladies. And it turns out that Diana worked with the Seychelles, so perhaps you have a note to speak on that later. We have Raffaele della Croce, who is based in London at Imperial College Business School. And we have Christoph Kuhn, Deputy Director General at the EIB. And so with that, Catherine, I hand to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I hope everybody had a nice coffee break, a pre-coffee break. In the interest of time, I'm being told not to present all the slides. The nice slides I had prepared for you on the good work we have done at the OECD on coastal resilience, and I believe this is what brought me here today in the first place. But in the interest of time, I'm not going to show you all of these slides and just give you a very, very quick recap of why the OECD is here and what we do in this landscape and in this discussion and where we hope to be adding value through our work. So for those who do not know, the OECD brings together 36 of some of the most developed countries that adhere to the principles of the OECD's sort of general values together, and we work quite a lot with non-OECD members as well as international organizations. And in the space of adaptation, you may or may not know, but this work has existed for quite some time. So the earliest works on adaptation in the OECD, you can find as early as in the beginning of 2000s, where there was a study that estimated the economic costs of the effects of climate change in the European Alps, and it made a big splash in the FT and in the Economist at the time, because it was really a subject that no one else had thought about, least that there was an economic cost and risk to it. So just to let you know that this is a new policy area for the OECD, but really only in the last, I would say, 6-7 years, have we managed to actually make the OECD work for the topic as a priority area. So since 2018, we've actually managed to gather all of these OECD countries together and the non-members that work with us that have these adaptation units in their ministries of environment. And we bring them together every 8 months to think about what are their policy priorities and how can the OECD best support them. We naturally emphasize, because we are an economic development organization, the economic costs as well as the opportunities that come from adaptation. So we look a lot at the trade-offs when we look at adaptation, and all the works that you'll see have this, or try to have this emphasis. We do that over the course of the years. You will see work such as the one on sea level rise and coastal adaptation. We do it with an emphasis on particular risks. We have last year published a big report on wildfires and how to adapt to them in light of climate change. We do the same in 2 weeks' time, where we look specifically at droughts. We do that in particular because we feel that the adaptation community doesn't know enough about how the particular risks are driven by climate change. We know, for example, really well how floods are reacting to warming temperatures and varied rainfall, but we know a lot less on what is actually behind the driving of the frequency and intensity of wildfires, droughts, and so forth. So we try to shed light on that and see sort of how the adaptation community in environment ministries brings that message home to everybody that needs to. And then what we try to do, for those, again, who don't know the OECD well enough, we try to look at what is the policy impact and how can we measure impact. And for adaptation, as you know, this is really quite the stumbling point, and this is what the COP is going to talk about in Brazil this year, is how can we show that we actually have traction. So all these good investments and all these investments that we're trying to mobilize also throughout the day today, how can we actually show that next time round there's a big flood or there's a big storm, we actually have less losses and damages? And the challenge there is that our baseline is constantly shifting, because these these emissions they're locked into the system. And so this changes our baseline. So this is a really challenging task, but at the OECD we're trying to mobilize sort of the data house that we are to shed light on this progress in adaptation. And for those that are interested, please bear with us. We've started with a deep dive in agriculture. Our next one will be on health and infrastructure. And hopefully, little by little, we'll be able to not just make a case for why adaptation is needed, but also be able to demonstrate at a bit more of an aggregate scale. We're not saying country scale, but perhaps sectorally speaking, and managing to bring it down to the territorial level, whether what we're doing is actually helping the cause. And then last but not least, we're trying to help all of you that come from an investment perspective, that come from a research perspective, or that come from the actual project management perspective, to help you think about what we need to do at the central level, the government level, to have the right policy design in place to do adaptation. And we believe that there's still a lot of hurdles that can help you do your job better if we can try to influence what we need to do in terms of policy design. And I'm going to give you 2 examples. We heard earlier this morning from the Commission and also from the Mayor of Nice just how local adaptation is, and indeed it is local. The issue is that if you look at all the good work that our friends at CMCC are doing and a lot of other good research, we see that there's a continued expansion of coastal zones into areas where we have long known now that this is going to be inundated for good in a couple of decades, and in some areas by the end of this century. Why? Is because locally this is the only revenue base that some of the communities have. So there's a strong incentive to continue building, because otherwise they don't have a budget to build a road or a wastewater treatment facility. At the same time, when there is something happening, like if we look at the big Ahr Valley floods in Germany some years ago, there is absolutely little that the German central government can actually do to adapt and help prevent these floods at the local level, because it's essentially a responsibility of the federal government. However, when there is a big catastrophe, the central government, of course, steps in. And in the works that we do in the OECD, we show just how this acts as a disincentive for all other levels and for all other investments, be it private from an enterprise perspective or private from a household perspective, is really disincentivizing adaptation. So just to give you a flavor, we believe that there's a lot of work to be done also on the policy design level to help make and facilitate all this good work that we're discussing here happen on the ground. And so please join me this morning. I hope I try to be a lot shorter than I intended to be initially, but hopefully giving a frame for sort of the contribution the OECD makes and the discussion we'll have today in the morning. I'm joined here by an esteemed set of 3 panelists that Lisa has already introduced. And I'm going to ask questions to each of you, a first round of questions that has a little bit more time for you to answer, a bit more elaborate, and then a second round of questions before opening up the floor to questions as well, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to start with Diana, if that's okay. And with our first question to you, in terms of how the EU is approaching the challenge of giving more investment to adaptation at EU level, but perhaps also globally. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and good morning, everyone. If you allow, I will try first of all to frame the extent of the issue that we're talking about, of how much the needs are, and unfortunately how we are not at all there yet. This morning, Kurt, my Director General, mentioned that the European Union is the first contributor to global climate finance. Within our commitments of climate finance, we also have specific commitments on adaptation finance. One of them being the commitment to double adaptation finance from between 2019 and 2025, from about 20 billion per year to about 40 billion per year. And the latest report of OECD, that, by the way, is providing us with a great service of accounting for climate finance worldwide, for which we are very grateful, show that we are indeed on track, because we were in 2022 more or less at 32.5 billion, which is more than halfway. So we are fine with our commitment, but in fact we are not fine, because there are many estimates of the needs for adaptation, and I'm talking here only about developing countries. The one that I want to quote is the one coming from the COP29 decision on the new collective quantified goal on finance, which is between 215 and 387 billion annually for developing countries until 2030. And we are talking about 32, so it's like we are giving 1/10 of what is needed. And as I think it was VP Fayolle this morning that said that adaptation finance has come mostly until now from ODA, and this is a problem, because ODA, as you all know, is shrinking. Everybody knows about what is happening to USAID, but let's be frank, ODA is shrinking everywhere. It's difficult at the moment. It's competing with a lot of other needs. So we absolutely need to mobilize private finance, and that's where we have to work, and we're working with our partners. Investment in adaptation should be a total no-brainer. Always quoting from a study that I saw in OECD, it's been estimated that for every dollar invested in adaptation, the economic returns vary from $2 and $10. Investment in adaptation is profitable. The problem is that the revenue stream is not evident. It's not like building a solar plant where, you know, then people pay for the electricity, the off-taker pays you, and you recoup your investment very quickly. The revenues are mostly future savings, and they are difficult to monetize. For me, this is at the core of the challenge. I will say a bit on what we can do about it, but I'm counting on the banks to say a bit more. The other big problem is the perceived risk. A lot of internationally, a lot of the countries which are most in need of, that are most exposed to the damages of climate change, are also countries that are fragile for other reasons. Fortunately, this is not the case for our friends from the Seychelles that we were listening to before, but in a lot of the world, let's think of sub-Saharan Africa, or the Sahel, of the Horn of Africa, for example, there are a lot of other problems in addition to climate change. And by the way, climate change is compounding the other problems because it's also exacerbating the conflicts that are already in these regions. And so investors simply do not go there. And there, what we have to look at, of course, is the de-risking. And there as well, I'm not going to dwell very much because I have the banks here and I think they are much better than we are. But the European Union is working a lot together with the EIB and others on de-risking with our guarantee instrument and the EFSD Plus, which is exactly trying to address the risk. And by the way, the risk is very often more perceived than real. This is another of the problem. There is a currency risk that is also very often a problem, and that as well, with our instrument, we are trying to encourage local currency investment. So there is a lot going on that I hope that perhaps the bank can say more about it. But these are not the only barriers. There are also other barriers which are even more, let's say, at the beginning of the process on the policy side. For example, the difficulty in getting the investment to the people that need it most, because they are very often it's at the level of local communities that the action needs to take place. Think of also giving insurance to farmers around the world. Think also of giving early warning to people spread out sometimes in remote areas. And perhaps on this one I can say a little bit more in a moment. Another problem is to have the famous pipeline of bankable projects. And there I think the European Union is working with the European Investment Bank on identifying this pipeline. They are already doing it for 3 countries, one of which is the Seychelles, but we are signing a contract this year of 3 million euros for to identify even more projects. What I want to say is that to each problem there has to be a tailor-made solution. There isn't a one-size-fits-all that can be adapted for all of them. I want to quote a couple of very practical examples of what we are doing to get over these barriers. And I want to speak about the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy that Kurt already mentioned this morning. The GCOM, which is the way we normally call it, is a network of over 13,500 cities and local governments. And the European Union is supporting it at the highest level with the Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera, that is the co-chair together with Mike Bloomberg. And under the GCOM initiative, there are some interesting things happening. For example, the initiative of bankable cities, where we are trying to really put the cities closer to the potential investors. So this is not about putting money in the initiative, but facilitating this contact, because I think that very often one of the barriers is also this putting the money in contact with those that we need. And I understand that later there's going to be the mayor of Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia that can talk about this activity. But under the Global Covenant of Mayors, there is also the business matchmaking, which has resulted in a Dutch company called Blue 21 to finance a study for the feasibility of the floating boardwalk in Belize City. So this is the kind of things that the Global Covenant of Mayor makes. It puts in contact the cities, so the relatively remote communities, or less remote but spread out, with the possible sources of financing. About identification of project, I want to make another example, always that we do with the EIB, the EU-Africa Global Gateway Infrastructure Project Delivery Facility. One of their area of focus is climate adaptation and water, and this is indeed about technical assistance for the identification of projects, because that's one of the problems that we have to address. And my last point is about reaching out to communities. I wanted to mention another initiative of the EU, which is the Team Europe initiative on adaptation and resilience in Africa. That's a big initiative. It started with a contribution of over $1 billion from European Union member states, EIB again. It has gathered much more because it's becoming a catalyst of financing also from other actors. But one of the, it has, for example, helped over 35 African countries to enhance their early warning system and the coverage against disasters. And this is also thanks to the cooperation with the Global Shield, that I know it's also present in the room, and cooperating with the early warning for all of the UN Secretary General. And it has helped 2 million people to get climate insurance. That's also very important. We were saying before, insurance will be no longer affordable. We need to make this insurance affordable, and that's one of the things that the Team Europe initiative is doing. I would like to mention one more activity before passing the floor, which is the fact that this year we are working to organize a dialogue with small island states and least developed countries on climate finance. This came from an initiative of our commissioner, Mr. Hoekstra. Last year at COP29, he felt the disappointment of many of these countries because what was achieved in COP29 was not enough. And he decided to open a dialogue to listen to them more and to understand what we have to do from now on to be closer to their needs. And this dialogue will culminate in a ministerial level meeting at the end of this month in Sevilla at the Financing for Development conference. And I hope that from this dialogue we will hear more possible solutions that then we will discuss together with our partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana, for giving us an overview of all these exciting engagements internationally by DG CLIMA. A nice complement to what we heard this morning, I find. With that, I would like to invite Raffaele, who is currently a co-director of the Sustainable Green Finance Institute in Singapore, as well as a fellow at the Imperial College Business School. And we'd like to hear from you what you think, from a global perspective, are the most important barriers to investment in climate adaptation, and how do you see these barriers differ across regions as well as sectors? Raffaele, over to you.
Thank you, Catherine, and good morning, everyone. So my standpoint we're going to give comments on is a university one, so very much an academic one, focusing its research on the private sector role in finance, in adaptation. And it's difficult to give a global view because we know that it's very much local, the adaptation sort of solution that we need for global issues that we're facing. Well, I'll try to give some example to the main issues that I see in the barriers to financing. 3 dimensions. The first one is risk. The second one is the investment case for investing. And the third one is the implementation. Knowing that my caveat, my premises is that we're not really talking, we're not often talking about a financing gap. What effectively it is a governance gap. And the point about who owns the risk, which was made this morning by Kurt, is the starting point of this discussion, which is missing at the moment. And in terms of risk, what we know is that although the progress has been made, there is NGFS, the central banks doing quite a lot of work, coming up with short-term scenarios, and advances in the quantification of risk. We know we are probably underestimating risk at the moment, climate physical risk. Just yesterday, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund came out with some disclosure about their climate assessment, saying that their listed equity portfolio is probably scoring a risk of 19% under a 3-degree scenario, rather than the 2% of expected loss, the MSCI normal climate VAR sort of evaluation. So clearly there is progress to be made. It's about the connection with nature, it's about the tipping points, the compounding risks, and the complete lack of data in emerging markets. For us, it's a black box at the moment. And the other dimension of risk, which is coming as a political priority, is security. Climate security is energy security, is national security. So the dimension of critical infrastructure, for example, comes from a financing, investment, and political priority as paramount. The second dimension is the investability. We know there is an opportunity, while investors are realizing there is an opportunity in adaptation resilience. They're coming out every week with a different estimation about the market size based on 300 to 500 billion of needs per year across sectors, trying to define what these investment opportunities are. It's complex, but there are taxonomies, frameworks coming out, and work has been done by the investor side. What is more difficult, of course, is coming over the investability gap, which was mentioned, in terms of the economic issue of public good, co-benefits, monetization, upfront investment, and long payback periods, but also the financial dimension of this issue, which is the short-term bias of financial markets and regulations such as solvency or for insurers or Basel for banks, the capital risk weight for this type of investments. The third dimension is on the barriers is the implementation gap, so the capability. And of course here is a very different discourse for developing an emerging market. If you think about Caribbean islands, for example, small islands, ODAs is the main source of finance for them, but still it's very limited. We're talking about 300 million per year, of which less than half is for adaptation, facing challenges of billions in terms of climate actions up to 2030, including coastal protection. But that's also a capability issue from a corporate and private sector perspective. So utilities such as water sector, energy sector, which are protagonists also to the energy transition, they have a major role in adaptation resilience investment. Think about electricity grids, an investment which is needed, which is key for the transition, at the same time has to be resilient for unexpected, for uncertainties in the risk we are predicting for the future, but clearly not the same estimates that we had to work on in the past. To give an example of a good example of actually how this has been taken into consideration is Singapore. Singapore is a small island, nation state. Well, the ownership of the risk is clearly in the Prime Minister's office. So for them, it's not about climate risk, it's about national security. Sea level rise has been modeled with intense rainfall, and they come out with 2,100 estimates of 1 meter increase on the average level of the sea, but potentially 4 to 5 meters if you consider sinking land, if you consider rain, if you consider tide effects. So that type of modeling allowed corporates from ports to airports, to the Changi airport, to develop scenarios from 2030 to 2050 to 2100 to where they should be in terms of protection by those risks. And those scenarios then define the adaptation measures from the increase of the floating drainage area to the protection of the grounding aviation sensors to the elevation of the new terminal 5 of 5 meters to sustain the type of risk. So I think, of course, Singapore is a unique case, but clearly that tells us something about efficient way to tackle from governance to financing the issue we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Raffaele, for this sort of scan a little bit across the globe and from these three different perspectives, which I think add a lot of value to our discussion, even if it sheds light on many of the existing challenges more than the solutions we might have, but we might get to that afterwards as well, to add to the examples that you just mentioned. But before doing so, let me pass the microphone to Christoph Kuhn now from the EIB as well, to give us perhaps a little bit more of a complementary information to what we heard this morning in what role the EIB has in financing projects aimed at adapting coastal resilience, if you want to take it back to the core theme of our discussions here, and how the EIB very much prioritizes coastal resilience projects in its investment portfolio. We look forward to hearing a bit from you.
Thank you, Catherine, and good morning, everybody, also from my side. Indeed, coastal resilience, to bring it back to the core topic, is a main component of our EIB adaptation plan, which we have published in 21 and forms one of the key pillars of our climate bank roadmap. So it is a very important element. And why is it so important? We heard it this morning. I think Côte said it, 40% of the EU's population lives in coastal regions within 50 kilometers of the coast. We know that the coastal regions are economic hubs. We know that they are natural ground jewels of the European Union that need to be preserved. We know that they are very important for make lives livable in Europe, and therefore they need to be protected. And naturally, they are in the core of our activities and our efforts. Now, what do we do? And how do we actually promote adaptation investment, especially in coastal regions? But not only, but especially in coastal regions. I would bring it back to three principles that we heard also this morning and build a bit flavor on color around it. The first one was we need to transform adaptation plans into investment plans. I think is also an important statement that Côte made this morning. And that's really the core of the EIB's role here. The idea is that we as a bank help promoters, partners to transform adaptation into investment cases and thereby make them good bankable or investable business cases so that not only we can finance these projects, but much more importantly, we can crowd in others to finance those projects, so that we can play a catalytic role, which is really what is needed. So that's the first principle of our activity. The second principle is where we, I think, need to get much better collectively, is that this concept of resilience by design, i.e. start from the very first moment when, a city, a commune, thinks about a project, and it doesn't have to start being explicitly an adaptation project. Any project, we need to bring in the resilience dimension from the very, very beginning. It must be sort of one of the key standard mainstream component when it comes to investment. Resilience must be part of it, just like risk and return is part of it. Resilience is part of a risk-return matrix, and therefore it must be part of the project design from the very, very beginning. And that at the moment is not necessarily the case. Often it's still, and we saw this impressively with this hotel project in the Seychelles, it comes as an afterthought, right? And it's not an afterthought. It's actually one of the key ex-ante investment components that need to be considered. So we're trying to help there, and I need to say also that the taxonomy helps us in this because it gives us a common language to actually think about resilience and adaptation. Of course, the taxonomy is a super important component of all of this thinking, and we need to continue to develop it and make it even more mainstream and allow it to be much more easily accessible and approachable. And then let me bring in a third dimension where we are also very active, and it hasn't been mentioned at all this morning. It's the component of technology. We see a lot of very innovative companies in the space, be it both in the blue economy, but also in general, agri-food industry. You know, resilience in general. There's a lot of tech and innovation happening right now. We did one very interesting project with our venture debt product where we financed in Ireland a company that designs unmanned vessels to actually, you know, be permanently out there in the coast to collect data. Super important project, and it's high tech. So I think there's another dimension that we as the EIB need to get better and need to do more, which is really to pick those key technologies and promote them with risk finance. Now, based on these three principles, how do we practically go about this? There are 5 dimensions that we are doing. The first one is what we witnessed today here, is to build partnerships. Partnerships both, of course, with our key partner as an EU institution, which is the European Commission. And that's visible because we collectively organized this event today. And it's very, very important for us. But secondly, also partnerships with cities, regions, but also the national governments, but also other institutions, other, you know, institutions like the OECD, like Copernicus. You know, these partnerships are the foundation of our activity. And then secondly, which also was mentioned this morning, is advisory. I can't mention it enough because advisory is absolutely crucial at various stages of the investment. At the very beginning, when it's about the investment planning of say a city, to bring in this resilience dimension from the very beginning in and share knowledge and data and bring in best practices so that we can make available that expertise for projects to become better. But then also during project implementation, advisory is a very important component. Then the third component is, of course, provide finance, long-term debt finance. That's our expertise, but we are not only doing long-term debt finance, we are also an equity investor in funds as the EIB group, where also adaptation investments take place. But then also we are providing venture debt and other high-risk financing solutions for growth companies. And then last not least, we are, as an EU bank, as a public bank, our main objective is to catalyze private investment. It cannot end with us providing a loan. So it's very important that we provide this quality stamp for any project that we finance so that other investors, other financing partners can come in. And then let me finish by making my last point, where I think we also collectively need to get better. The idea of blended finance, and we heard the examples in the development world, is something that happens. The combination of, you know, concessional finance with, say, commercial or also EIB finance, but it happens sporadically. The landscape of combining different sources of funding is still too complex. We do not have one-stop shops available that make it intuitive for promoters to actually understand what financing is available and get easy access to different sources of funding. And I think here also we in the European Union can do better. We can make it more intuitive, more simple, more easy to actually tap the different sources of support that are already available. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Christoph, for these insights. You're not quite off the hook yet. I want to ask you a follow-up question. And perhaps reflect a little bit on what you said in how you could also help avoid these problems, because you don't often need to go as far as the Seychelles to find a big investment, be it private or be it public-private, in an infrastructure that was well-meaning. I give you the example of a big underground tunnel that was built in the Parisian region not so long ago, trying to enhance traffic between the city and its outskirts. And the company, the promoter that built it, built a tunnel with the best standards that you can have in terms of lights and security and in terms of return on investment and so forth. And what happened is then a couple of years after it has been built, there was again a case of the Seine being flooded and increasing in its levels, and it pushed water into the tunnel. And when you looked, and that means there was a huge retrofitting investment needed to actually, dig an extra an extra kind of space underneath the tunnel to evacuate water more effectively in the future. And when you ask, it wasn't a risk that wasn't on their radar, but they thought that they did perfectly well in terms of the risk level that they presumed, just not presuming that there was going to be an added issue to it when you took climate change into account. And we know that this adds in terms of the risk intensity and frequency that we need to expect. So how can the EIB, can you give us a couple of examples of projects in which you were able to catalyze just some of these good principles that we were alluding to earlier, where perhaps coastal resilience projects financed by the EIB made the case for adaptation successfully, and perhaps also in terms of bringing in different sources of finance that you mentioned before?
Okay. No, it's a pleasure. There are many examples. One example that comes to mind immediately is a project that we financed 2 years ago, the beautiful islands of Ischia in Italy, where after a horrible, devastating landslide, huge destruction came to surface, and massive investment needs had to be financed to rebuild and reconstruct important infrastructure in the region. Now, what we did there is, I think, a blueprint of what can be done in not only in cases of this destruction, but in general. We actually said from the very beginning, we're not going to immediately finance. There was an emergency finance facility too, but we actually start with an advisory study. And we really did a very comprehensive climate risk assessment. And I would mention it again, resilience by design was the name of the game there. We wanted to know exactly what needed to be done, that the resilience of the communities there is so much improved when this is built better, that the climate risks are actually mitigated to a very large extent. So we did this study, it was financed by the European Union, and it was money very well spent, because from that study, not only did we then have the basis for designing the right projects, but we actually developed a long-term investment plan for the region, which then triggered into a number of different projects. By the way, also private sector projects, so not only public sector projects. It was a comprehensive assessment with different project components that then we financed partially, and actually we still finance. So it was a long-term plan. We provided a framework loan for long maturity, and we are still financing that. That's a very good example. We have other examples in the Netherlands where we are financing coastal protection, flood protection projects as PPPs, by the way. That also is possible in adaptation finance, where indeed we team up with private sector companies who actually see the economic benefit of that protection for their businesses and are ready to invest in that. And then indeed complement that with our funding and also advisory support to build, in these cases it was dike projects, strengthening and improving dike protection for communities. One last example that we are also financing in Greece, totally different thing, but we have a massive investment program with Greece, also supported by advisory, to actually strengthen their rescue and emergency facilities against wildfires and emergencies on islands, to actually be able to be much more state-of-the-art when it comes to distinguishing fires at a very early stage, to also prevent then further damage to happen. These are all examples. They all involve private sector. They all involve advisory support. And it's exactly where we as EIB want to go. We want to combine the different sources efficiently and fast so that investment can happen in a much faster way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christoph, to learn about all these interesting projects. I think it's very, very important to shed the light on and important to inspire other such initiatives. So thank you very, very much. Raffaele, back over to you, and going back to the region that you've been focusing on in the last few years. Could you provide us a few examples of such successful initiatives in Southeast Asia that have addressed some of the investment barriers that you mentioned before?
Yeah, so the investment plans, the point just made. So the mainstream of adaptation is key for private sector and for everyone, for public investment as well. And it starts with the narrative. So as I said, there is an element of resilience which should be connected to the energy transition plans. So we're talking about net zero resilient plans, effectively. We cannot do a parallel process. This is not possible. And the nature emergence also as a priority, the connection to that has to be there. Based on this narrative, the targets needs to be set, regional, national level. And this gets also into corporate dimension of the metrics that we need to use. And there's a big discussion there, the systemic metrics, the asset level metrics, the indicators that we need to use, and that is where research needs to support the policy action. IPCC, for example, is working on this. Adaptation finance is for the first time a chapter of the next cycle of reports. There is indicators action happening at COP with the Belém process, and the university and research academia is involved in this discussion. And the third aspect is the evaluation methods, which is the cost-benefit analysis, the triple dividend sort of uncertainty, and the resilience as a premium, which is not value from a financial perspective at the moment. This is the first dimension of mainstreaming adaptation. And for example, to give a concrete example, we're talking about the EU taxonomy, a major role also for Asian actors, although very different. The context that needs to be applied to the context, which is different from political development dimension. The just transition it makes the taxonomy defined in different ways. There are different colors, the traffic light standards. But for example, Standard Chartered, which is one of the major banks in the region, one of the first investment they made into resilience was guarantees to the solar PV sector for extreme events. So here you see that there are potential for connection between the two agendas. The second aspect is financial instruments. And the insurance sector has been mentioned several times. Insurance are opening their office every month, a new one in Singapore, covering the region. And on one side, there is the need to address the insurance protection gap. And that's the same discussion happening also in Europe, by the way. It's not different. On the other side, there is the commercial opportunity to provide guarantees to the transition, to the energy transition. On the third aspect, there is an investment potential of these life insurers, so the one with the long-term liabilities looking into long-term assets such as infrastructure. And the third was this climate analytics, where insurers are very much involved. Two examples. One is from insurance involvement in blended finance sort of structures, plenty there. One is the coastal protection of the Philippines through mangroves, how to get the revenues, how to monetize the co-benefits. On one side is the reduction of risk for insurers in terms of coastal protection. On the other side, there is a component of blue carbon credits. And this is a pilot projects, but there are tests and similar also in other emerging market cases. One important component here of the insurance financial resilience instruments is the incentive to build back better. And here I go back to a European example, the flood instrument in the UK, which is an insurance, is a private sector, private insurer sort of initiative, but very much thinking about how not to build in the same place, how to build with more resilience measures once disaster struck, or before that, of course. That's the pre-arranged instrument nature of parametric and cat bonds that we're talking about. And the last aspect is, since I'm coming from university, is the role of academia research. 3 aspects there. One is the research, so the evidence base, and so how to better support the modeling, the quantification of risk, but also how to connect the discussion with adaptation measures. There is a lot of focus on the impacts, much less on the measures to adapt, to respond to those impacts. Very little literature on that. And how to make decision under uncertainty, all the cost benefit and evaluation is also developing at the moment. The second one is education. Adaptation finance is not a topic in itself. There is no course in my university and for what I know in business schools. Now this is changing. There is a new sensibility about adaptation finance being a topic and deserving a course in itself, but we're not there yet. Normally this is taught as part of climate finance modules, as the last module of the course. And this is completely mismatched what we see happening on the ground, what is happening in the IPCC. This is not translated in the education, and the new climate actor protagonists in the future need to be with the right tools from an information perspective to provide the solutions, which is the last point I made about solutions. You mentioned innovation. Imperial is very much a scientific university. We have a series of incubators about startups, and we those students going through those climate change courses, they do come up with several ideas. A few I've seen in the last months are about real estate and nature. So it's about collection of data using the big data AI analytics, which is coupled though with the data registration sort of governance mechanism, certification system on the real estate, such as the green standards or potentially the Blue Dot initiative. That could be something leveraging those type of innovation, which by themselves will not solve the issue. There is always a governance dimension driving then the financial solutions.
Thank you very much, Raffaele. I think an important few pointers there for us to take away that I will summarize at the end. But perhaps let me give the microphone one last time to Diana here next to me, to perhaps shed the light on some of the future directions the Commission is considering to enhance climate adaptation finance, and how can these policies be aligned with international efforts to maximize their impact?
Thank you very much. So perhaps I will start with the future developments on the international negotiation side. In November at COP30 in Belém, there will be the conclusion of the work on the UAE resilience framework that has the objective of agreeing on a number of indicators that should guide the member countries' domestic policy planning. And I think that beyond the sometimes obscure discussions under the UNFCCC negotiations, these indicators can concretely help countries to build better policy and also to measure the outcomes, and therefore they will create a more attractive environment for more investment in adaptation. And you also know that discussions are ongoing on the roadmap to scale up international climate finance to 1.3 trillion per year from all sources. And here I think we should also make an effort to expand adaptation finance under this discussion beyond the traditional contributors. We are very engaged with China actually, because China is doing a lot of interesting things domestically on resilience finance. We are talking, for example, to the Bank of China, and we hope that finally we can overcome these divisions between developed and developing countries, and we can see other countries also with South-South cooperation helping more. I'm also thinking of the countries where you are placed, Raffaele, because Singapore is not only a vulnerable country, but also a country that can contribute more, and we know that they are open to contribute more to climate finance. But moving more to the European Union field, we are working, as you know, on the next multi-annual financial framework, the MFF, that will start to be implemented in 2028. The Commission will make its proposal in July, and we are working so that climate and particularly adaptation finance, international finance included, will be very prominent. However, as I said at the beginning, no illusion, these MFF are going to be under pressure as probably never before with competing objectives. So we really have to make sure that each euro is as efficient as possible. That, for example, synergies between climate finance and biodiversity finance, the famous co-benefit, are enhanced. That's really very important. But we also have to become much better at leverage and mobilization. Our mobilization rates, particularly in developing countries, are quite disappointing. They can be even like as low as 1 or less, while in Europe and in developed countries in general, they're much higher. We need to become better and mobilizing more euros with the €1 of public finance. On this, of course, we rely on you, and we rely on, as you said, on working better with the private sector. I think one point that we should improve is on the revenue stream. For sure, as I was saying at the beginning, we should develop the solutions like the nature or climate debt swaps, like the one that we did together with Barbados, because there I think it's a way of making the revenue stream more visible, because there the country sees the concrete savings that they have from the swap. And perhaps my last point, we also have to develop the economy of the benefit of adaptation investment better. I'm looking at you because I would like to start and develop a conversation with OECD from this point of view. I think we have to make the maths, the benefits much better. We have to make them also more accessible in our narrative and talk about it more. But for this, we need a good economic and scientific basis. So happy to deepen this conversation, because I think it will help also the financial sector to be more open to invest in resilience, and particularly to integrate the resilience by design in their at the beginning of their investment projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana, and thank you very much for highlighting the importance of underlying the economic benefits of adaptation investments, and happy to continue that dialogue, and also happy to see that you do put some hope into the indicators that they can help us drive investments towards adaptation, and we very much look forward as OECD in demonstrating that at least for the countries that in our membership should in principle have that data ready off the shelf, and hence we can demonstrate their usefulness in making that case pretty soon. From what I take, and I don't know, you can, do we have 5 minutes for questions? No. Sorry. No. So from what I take away from our conversation today is we should all keep an eye on what's happening with ODA. So if ODA flows for adaptation investments go down, how do we compensate, and how can we step in with perhaps some of these innovative ideas that we have been floating around in our discussions. So that's my first takeaway from our discussions. We need to train and teach more is what I take from Raffaele. Climate adaptation finance isn't quite the same as transition finance, and to bring that across, I think we need a future cohort of finance experts that understand that and that can help to think about innovative instruments. And what I take from the fantastic insights from Christoph today is the multiplier effect that institutions like the EIB can have in, providing a perspective for a bigger region and for a bigger, beyond the intervention and the investment you're making yourself, to crowd others in, to go along. And perhaps these first mover effects that you're making to say it's worth it to invest, and this is how you need to invest, gives confidence to others then as well to say, okay, maybe my investment isn't going down the drain with the next landslide. So perhaps we need more of these good examples that you've mentioned this morning. And with that, let me close and thank you all for your patience and for your interest, and sorry that we can't take questions from the floor today.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, panel. Thank you all so much indeed. Do you know, as a moderator, the two things I try to always avoid are, you will notice that I don't ever do closing remarks because I see people are taking very good notes through the course of the conversation, and I never let people give a final word because you're all so professionally brilliant at what you do. A final word will always take more than a minute. But thank you very, very much. Thank you. So now we have a video from Nadia Calviño, and she's going to tell us her views. She couldn't be here in person, but she's given us a wonderful video. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure for the second year running to welcome you to the EIB Adaptation Days, bringing together experts from around the world dedicated to finding solutions and tackling the effects of climate change. This year, as the United Nations Ocean Conference convenes in Nice, our focus is on the very important issue of coastal resilience. Coastal regions and the communities who have built their livelihoods by the sea are particularly vulnerable to climate change. Rising sea levels, coastal erosion, and increasingly intense extreme weather events threaten health and food security, freshwater supplies, and precious biodiversity. Climate adaptation has become an urgent necessity. The European Investment Bank is responding to the needs of coastal communities by financing projects that protect their shorelines, look after the natural habitats, and help make infrastructures stronger and more weather resilient. Protecting ecosystems and the well-being of people all over the world is also an economic imperative. As we know, every €1 spent on climate adaptation is saving 5 to 7 euros on repair and reconstruction further down the line. As the financial arm of the European Union, the EIB's mission is clear: to back the most vulnerable communities and their transition to a net zero economy, and to seize the opportunities that this transition offers. In practice, this means prioritizing support for the territories, sectors, and communities most affected by the impact of climate change within the European Union and outside. It means reinforcing our global partnerships for win-win solutions, and it means staying the course. The European Investment Bank Group is proud to be recognized as the climate bank. Our investments in adaptation, mitigation, the energy transition, as well as in environmental sustainability, represented nearly 60% of our total financing last year. The projects we supported, whether safeguarding communities on the Italian island of Ischia from floods, ensuring a reliable water supply in drought-affected Catalonia, or further afield in Jordan, are essential for advancing the EU goals of strategic autonomy, resilience, and competitiveness. They are also contributing to stability, prosperity, and peace. Climate change is a global challenge that knows no borders, and that is why tackling it within the framework of a rules-based multilateral system is more important than ever. Investments in adaptation require long-term planning, close collaboration between partners. The decisions we make today about which projects to prioritize will have a huge impact on the future livelihoods of people and their communities. By anticipating the effects of climate change and investing in sound adaptation measures, we can minimize damage, save lives, and build more resilient economies. A final thought from my side. Climate action and competitiveness go hand in hand. It's a fact that policymakers and financiers increasingly recognize. We must ensure, though, that our regulations are both effective and straightforward for businesses to follow. Just as importantly, adapting to climate change is inseparable from social justice. Vulnerable communities, often the least responsible for climate change, bear the greatest burden of its impacts, reminding us of our shared responsibility to act. And to do this, we need to harness new ideas and approaches, Here, innovation plays a vital role, for example, by combining scientific research, such as advanced forecasting, with practical strategies. We can help coastal communities adapt and protect the many social and economic activities they support. If we work together, share our expertise, and build strong partnerships, we will find solutions together. In that spirit, I wish you all a very productive discussion ahead. Bye-bye.
So thank you to Nadia Calviño there. Again, just to mention that if you want to sit in the front, there are plenty of unreserved spaces. That was just for this morning, so feel free to migrate across to the middle if you wish. Now, next up, we have a final panel and a keynote speech before lunch, and I'm delighted to welcome again from EDHEC's Climate Institute, Antony Schaffer, who's going to give us a talk entitled Modelling Financial Value of Coastal Infrastructure at Risk, a scientific climate rating approach.
This is for the slide. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here today in front of you. I'm Antony Schaffer, the scientific director of the EDHEC Climate Institute. And I'm also very proud to be part of the Scientific Climate Rating Project, which has been introduced this morning by Emmanuel. And this is at the heart of my presentation today, which is about modeling financial value of coastal infrastructure at risk. First, why climate ratings for infrastructure? Infrastructures are long-term, fixed location assets, and they are difficult to relocate. This is the first point. Second point, climate risks are not always priced by the investors, and this is what makes climate risk invisible. And finally, there are no common framework to compare the risk across the infrastructure assets. So having climate rating over this type of asset, over a certain universe of assets. In our case, we are covering 90% of the investable assets, is a way to provide a comparable and decision-useful metrics. And then this also makes the climate risk visible and quantifiable. Considering our universe of assets, we realize that coastal assets represent 23% of the universe, and that some sectors are more represented compared to the universe of assets. So there are specificities to this coastal asset. In particular, transport assets, which are more represented. This is related to the presence of ports, also to the important presence of cities with so more airports, more roads, and etc. And also of non-renewable power plants. This is related to the presence of water, which allows the cooling of this type of asset. I want to speak a bit of our ratings. So we have two types of ratings. They are complementary. We have a first type of rating, which are the potential climate exposure rating. So basically, we are assessing the exposure of assets to climate risk. By exposure, I mean the exposure in terms of financial materiality. This is very important for us. And we are looking at transition and physical risk. So this allows to provide a rating from A to G. And this is available over more than 6,000 assets. Then we have another type of rating, which is the effective climate risk rating. So in this case, it's not exposure, it's risk. Basically, we use the same financial impact on the assets, but then we connect it with an advanced financial model to obtain the loss of value of these assets in relation to climate risk. So this is a more advanced matrix, and it's available over a smaller scope of assets, and it's more dedicated to do on-demand on a specific asset because it requires more information. Today's presentation is more focusing on the potential exposure, potential climate exposure ratings, and in particular, I will do a focus on the physical risk part, we are considering 4 types of hazard, which are the most impactful hazard and also the hazard which, for which there is a more robust way to quantify their financial impact. We have floods, so coastal, riverine, and pluvial floods. We are also considering storms, so we are considering extratropical cyclone. We are also considering tropical cyclones, such as a hurricane, typhoon, etc. And then we are also considering heat and wildfire. If we look at the ratings, and we look in particular at the physical exposure ratings, so related to physical risk, and if we compare the coastal asset to the universe of assets, we can see that the coastal assets have less A, B, C rating, which are the low risk ratings, and they have more EFG ratings, which are the high risk ratings. This means that coastal assets are more exposed to physical risk. And this is mainly driven by a higher exposure to flood and to storms. Once that is said, I want to make a focus on resilience. In our case, in our approach, resilience counts. It was important for us to integrate the adaptation measures into our rating, because the climate adaptation is essential to manage the physical risk. So to do that, we consider two elements. The first element, it's documented adaptation measures. So we only consider actions if they are well documented and well implemented. So this avoids greenwashing and false claims. And on the other side, we are lucky. We can also rely on the internal research at the EDHEC Climate Institute, and in particular the work of the Climatech team, which is a team of technical experts. And they've been working for more than 2 years on doing an exhaustive review of the resilience and decarbonization measures for all the different sectors of infrastructure. So we are considering both elements. From Climatech, we can get the efficiency and cost of these actions, and this is how we can integrate the resilience and decarbonization measures into our ratings. I took here the example of the Brisbane airport, which is on the Australian coastline. So considering the measure that they implemented, they have a very high flood and storms risk. Considering their measure, we integrate them into the rating, and for example, we have an improvement of their ratings. So their ratings, for example, for floods, it goes from D to E, and for storms from E to D. And this is then impacting the overall physical exposure rating. So it's really important for us to take into account this type of aspects in our rating. Yes.
How do you get to this information?
Yes, for now we were focusing on getting the information from the sustainability report, and now we will, so when we will launch the rating, it's like a classical credit agency rating. We will contact the infrastructure, and then they will have the possibility to give us more information. And then again, if this information is well documented, and we can also check with the Climatech work, then we can integrate it in a quantitative way. So in conclusion, climate risk rating, it's a necessary compass, because this way it makes climate risk visible and measurable. It also allows a comparable view across all infrastructure assets. Then we have also seen that coastal assets, they are more exposed to physical risk compared to the other assets, mainly due to floods and storms. And we've also seen that adaptation measures matters. So it was very important for us to include them to provide a realistic view of the actual exposure of climate risk. And finally, a key takeaway message on this topic. Visibility of resilience is the key. We cannot just assess the exposure, the vulnerability of assets to climate risk, but we also need to reward action. So we need to take into account this type of measure. So those were the key message of this presentation. I don't know if we have time for question or...
Well, you see, the next panel and you are between us and lunch. So I think perhaps what I'll do is I'll invite the next panel on, and at the end of that panel, if Alexandrina would like to invite you back for questions, or perhaps, since we've had one question, I'll allow one or two. I'll be gentle on you. We already have a hand up, so okay, let's have a quick question then.
Hello, Borana Kololi, ArcelorMittal. I'm a civil engineer, and the topic is very relevant also for the experts on the field of the adaptation. To follow up on the first comment that was made, what are the input parameters when you do the assessment for categorizing the infrastructure in different levels? Are they more physical, or there are also parameters?
It's more physical, so we combine both expertise. So maybe to give a brief overview, for the assessment of the physical risk, we consider directly like the intensity and probability of events. And basically, when we implement the adaptation measures, we have to consider, for example, it's protected up to a return period of 100 years, like one event, one in each 100. And then we also provide an efficacy to these actions, because it's like, even if this type of event happens, you always have a possibility that this will still have an impact.
Any other burning questions from the floor? Any online questions? Yes, Esther, representing everybody online.
Yes, thank you very much. Alvaro Fonseca from Bramble, Denmark, he's asking what exactly are these ratings used for, and the rates. What is the purpose of them? He's not sure he understood the use of the ratings. If you could briefly clarify.
Yes. So in the same way, you have this is a bit based on the logic of the credit ratings. So credit ratings, it's a measure to assess the financial risk in a comparable way across assets. And this is the similar things, but for climate. So assessing the climate risk in a comparable way for all assets. So this can then be used by asset owner, by investor, by all the financial system around the infrastructure assets.
And Simone Quartini?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Simone Quattrini from the European Commission Joint Research Center. It is about financial materiality, as you said. When are you talking about that? Are you also considering the concept of double materiality, so the impact that the infrastructure itself might have on the environment?
For now, we are mainly focusing on the climate aspect. This involves a bit the double materiality at some point concerning the transition, because basically transition is the impact of the infrastructure on climate. But for now, we remain on the climate topic, so we are not considering the impact on environment and biodiversity topics.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Antony. Thank you for your talk as well. Thank you. So, we're now going to move on to the next panel, and it's going to be led by the head of the EIB Operations Climate Office, that is Alexandrina Boyanova. And to invite her panel also, we've got Jan Brook. We heard from Jan yesterday asking a few questions. She is looking after the ports and marine infrastructure for the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure. We've got Nicusur Buzgaru representing, hello, the Romanian Coastal Protection Programme. Simon Dent, Managing Director for Outrigger Impact Fund, and Salim Benzmail from Meridium, Head of TURF, which is the Urban Resilience Fund. So welcome to all of you, and Alexandrina, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, partners and colleagues. Thank you very much for attending EIB's Adaptation Days, our second edition. I know we are keeping you from lunch, but we will try to be very efficient, to the point, and concise. And before I give the floor to our very esteemed panel, I just wanted to ask for your very warm applause of the person who organized this conference and whom you have been in touch with. And this is Esther Badiola. I'm sure you had Esther, big thanks. We all here because of you, and this conference for a second year is a success because of you. So thank you very much, Esther, for all your hard work.
And for the panelists for having accepted. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. So the topic of our panel today is overcoming the main obstacles to finance climate adaptation, with a zoom in on the specific case for the coastal zones. We heard this morning from our Vice President, Ambroise Fayolle, also from our President, that climate is about competitiveness and competitiveness is about climate. We also heard from our partners from the European Commission that climate is an investment opportunity. So the objective today of the panel, at least my objective, is to try to reframe a bit the narrative more positively. So I would invite my panelists today to try to pass on the positive message, because what we want out of this conference, as we did last year, 3 things: projects, projects, projects. We want more projects from the promoters. We want to convince you that there is indeed a business case for adaptation investments, and we have the right people on the panel today. So I will start with Jan. I have a set of questions for our panelists. I would also invite them to say a few words about themselves. Jan, I'll start with you. In our year's focus theme of coastal erosion and sea level rise, ports are at the front line of these impacts. At the same time, they are the critical nodes in global trade. Can we say that ports and the navigation sector is sufficiently aware of the climate risks and vulnerabilities? And if so, what are the main current barriers to investment, Jan? Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. So my name's Jan Brook. I wear a lot of different hats, but the hat I'm wearing today, I'm the chair of the Permanent Task Group on Climate Change for the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure. And that is a professional association that is concerned with technical good practice, producing technical good practice for inland waterways, for maritime navigation infrastructure, and also for recreational users. So what I'd like to do first, hopefully this works, is, so just to set the scene. When we're talking about ports, we're talking about infrastructure that has always been at the front line for extreme weather, and has always been subject to disruption because of that. What we're facing at the moment is a situation where more ports are being affected more frequently, and that trend will get worse as climate changes. And these are the kinds of impacts that we're seeing. This was a storm in the UK in December 2024. It closed the port of Holyhead, which is the main link between Wales and Ireland, just before Christmas. And you see the headlines here from some of the press. It's severely affecting logistics, ferry operations, 100,000 people who were planning to travel between Wales and Ireland for Christmas, a critical time of the year. It mentions the additional costs of rerouting goods. It says that there's no support for the wider supply chain in this situation. And here we have around 1,200 lorries and trailers. That's about 50,000 lorries and trailers in the period that the facility was completely closed, impacted. So immediately you see from this that there's not just an impact on the port operator itself, but there's a wider societal and economic interest. And one of the challenges we have is capturing this when we're looking at how we justify investment in port resilience. So in terms of the question about awareness, I would say awareness varies. What we see within the port sector is action in situations where ports have had an extreme event or where they've had to deal with a near miss. And that incentivizes action. For many others, there is a sense, I think, of ports have always been at the front line, so what's new? Not all ports compare the extreme weather data they collect with the data they collect on disruption. So not all ports are aware of some of the consequences of what's actually happening. And I think there is a under-appreciation, under-awareness of the potential impacts in the port sector. That's being changed a little bit with the requirement for the TCFD requirements. But I think if you look internationally, there's a lot of maybe heads in the sand, it won't happen to me kind of view. When PIANC was preparing its initial guidance on adaptation planning for port and waterway infrastructure, it was already clear that there were two main barriers to adaptation action. One of those was how to make the business case. And I just showed the example of Holyhead, and what you see is that there are some impacts that affect the port directly. The port has to repair the damage, and that often involves an insurance claim, and that's the easiest thing to quantify. But there's also a period of cleanup, of additional maintenance activity, and there's also business losses to the port. So what you see here is a figure taken from one of PIANC's publications, technical note number 2, on scoping the business case, which incidentally is also available in French as of 2 days ago. And you see in the green boxes that what the port looks at is the cost of physical damage, the cleanup costs, the additional maintenance. We have to think here about insured and uninsured losses, and the ports don't very often quantify the uninsured losses. We have financial losses associated with the delay or the disruption, and then we have failures, losses associated with failures elsewhere in the system locally. With many port incidents, if you look at the orange box in the bottom left corner, though, there are wider implications. Disruption to the supply chain, disruption to mobility. And quantifying those and including them in a business case is quite tricky. It's easier if the port is a public sector port, where the region or the nation has an interest. It's more difficult when the port is a private sector port. And then you also have, on the right-hand side in the blue boxes, other factors that can influence some ports' decisions on investment in adaptation. Many of these have already been covered this couple of days. We have the cost of access to finance, affordable finance, the cost of insurance, whether insurance is affordable, and the role actually of the insurance industry in incentivizing adaptation action. And then we also have a growing awareness of the penalties associated with failures to meet regulatory requirements or contractual obligations. So for some ports, these things in the blue boxes will be important. And I should say there's no kind of one size fits all, otherwise we would be taking more action than we are at the moment. And then very briefly, the second challenge that we see, the second barrier, is how to deal with uncertainty. And we understood from some of the ports when we were preparing the guidance in 2020 that they were being encouraged, even required by financiers, to select a particular climate change scenario and design for that. But of course, then you have a risk of maladaptation. And what PIANC is promoting is looking at adaptive infrastructure, resilience by design, as we've mentioned this morning. Infrastructure that we have the capacity to modify as conditions change. So where we design the structure to be able to withstand that, so the strength of the foundations or scope to extend, as you see in the example here with the flood defence. We also need to understand how structures will fail so that they fail gracefully and not catastrophically. And that allows us to put measures in place, say flood-proofing measures in place, as an additional resilience measure. We need early warning systems, we need mobile and temporary or demountable structures, we need other forms of redundancy, again, things that have been mentioned today. And then we have to really stress the importance of monitoring and maintenance. There's quite strong evidence that preventative maintenance can deliver benefits to costs in the ratio of about 8 to 1. And these, and maybe I'll get a chance to come back to these later, because these issues, these suggestions actually can provide some real financing challenges, in terms of how you enable this kind of solution. If you recognize this solution is possible and how you design it, how you actually then enable that through financing mechanisms.
Thank you very much, Jan. You mentioned under-awareness and this reactive approach to adaptation, and I think we should jointly really, again, try to reverse the trend, increase awareness. This is what we are doing, increasing awareness and also moving away from this reactive approach to a more proactive of making the infrastructure more resilient, because as it was mentioned a couple of times that insurance may not necessarily be available, or it will be available at a very high cost. So what we need to really do is make the infrastructure more resilient design, and indeed adopt this more dynamic solutions. And this is actually a nice segue to the question that I would like to ask our other panelist, Salim Ben Smail, who is the head of turf at Meridiam. How do the investors look at this dynamic approach, and what's your perspective?
Well, thank you very much. When I heard the term dynamic approach, I just thought this was a positive way of talking about uncertainty and managing uncertainty. And that is obviously going to be a very tricky issue for climate adaptation projects. And you might say that as investors, it's our role to manage uncertainty, manage risks, and that's our business. But as everybody else, I mean, there's only a level of uncertainty and risk that we can handle. So we need to get it right. As investors, we typically come at the end of the process. We come in last, usually in the typical project development process. Investors will come in at the end, when the project has been developed, has been designed, has been structured, and in particular when a commercial model is deemed viable has been defined. And so we come in at that point, and that is actually true of the private sector at large. Usually in typical public infrastructure projects, the public sector will bear the burden of developing and preparing projects, and the private sector will then be asked to bid or to potentially develop and invest in the projects. Now that is an approach that doesn't work so well, in particular for climate adaptation projects. What we do see projects coming to the market and that are investable. Thankfully, there are some projects. But there are also many projects that simply never come to market because the public sector working on its own, and I say this with a lot of sympathy, I was a civil servant for 20 years, so I know the difficulty of the job. But in many cases, the public sector working on its own with advisors simply struggles to get projects prepared and bring them to market. And so these are the projects we never hear about, or the projects that never come to market. And then there's a third category of projects, or projects that have been developed, that come to market, that the public sector and sometimes even its advisors believe are bankable, are commercially viable, but they don't find an investor, they don't find lenders. So you have these zombie projects that have been going around for years where somebody said that this was commercially viable, but it doesn't, but the reality is nobody on the investment side is saying they are commercially viable. So how do we overcome these difficulties? And I think we see four ingredients that need to be put together to do that. The first, obviously, is that we need very strong commitment and a project management determination on the public sector side to get projects going. We also need a lot of concessional of funding. I think previously, I think the gentleman from EIB on the previous panel was mentioning the importance of blended finance. And yes, most traditional infrastructure projects require some level of blended finance, but in the space of climate adaptation, we're going to need a lot of grant funding, guarantees, concessional debt. All of that is going to be required. We also need long-term capital. Long-term patient capital. And the reality is that there is not so much of that. Why do we need long-term capital? Because I think it's been said today, we know that climate adaptation can be economically there's an economic case for climate adaptation, but a lot of the benefits are very much in the long term. So you're never going to get projects to work from a financial and an investability point of view if you don't have long-term patient capital. Now at Meridiam, we're one of the few funds who are genuinely long-terms. Our funds are 20, 25, 30 years long. Those are the type of investors that we bring into our funds. And so when we invest in projects, we stay invested in the projects for 20 years or 30 years for a very long time. But you're going to need patient capital. And another ingredient we need, I believe, are more flexible project development and procurement models. I was mentioning earlier on the fact that the typical procurement model is having the public sector do all the preparation and preparing tenders and designing projects with its advisors on its own, and then having the private sector come in to bid for the projects. That's the typical procurement and delivery model. That does not work for many projects anymore. And we need to think about more flexible procurement models where the private sector can step in at an earlier stage and participate in the design and in the structuring of projects. And we are seeing this is something that we are seeing and we've seen for quite some time in developing countries, because it is in practice the only way to get a number of projects to market. But this is increasingly something we're seeing in for example, in the area of energy transition in mature markets like Europe. We're seeing, I'm overseeing a number of bids that we are participating in places like the UK, where UK cities are procuring development and investment partners to help them bring to market over a period of 5, 8, sometimes 10 years, a series of decarbonization projects. So these are very innovative procurement models. They can be conducted in a fully transparent way, and we're obviously very attentive to that. And so this is what we're trying to do with the Urban Resilience Fund. I can just, if you'll allow me a minute to talk, do a minute of publicity for what we do. The Urban Resilience Fund is a fund and an investment strategy that we developed jointly with the Rockefeller Foundation originally to support cities in developing urban resilience projects. We're actually developing one project currently, one coastline protection project in Mauritania that maybe we can talk about later. And the characteristic of the fund is first that the fund itself is a blended finance instrument. So we've built into the fund different tranches of financing with the objective of crowding in private investment into projects where private commercial investors would probably not be comfortable investing in without such a structure. And the other important aspect is that we have a clear mandate to engage in this early stage development work with cities and with governments, and we have a catalytic capital fund facility that is available to support these efforts from a financial point of view, to pre-finance feasibility studies, project preparation work on behalf and in partnership with governments and cities.
Thank you very much, Salim. You gave us a very concrete and very optimistic roadmap as to actually how to make the projects happen. And I think you also very well outlined the role of each stakeholder in this process. We need a strong commitment to project design and project implementation by the promoters. We also need grant and concessional money, indeed, from foundation, patient investors, also from the European Commission. You need long-term co-financing opportunities. EIB is, of course, an excellent partner on this journey. And what I can also emphasize is the advisory offer of the EIB. As our Deputy Director General of the Projects Directorate mentioned, we do provide a unique advisory offer, both for project design, including procurement, and for project implementation. So we are all the right people here around the table, and thank you very much.
I will turn now to our next panelist, Nikusho. We managed to exchange a bit yesterday at the informal part of this event. Great party, by the way. And again, thank you to the ladies for organizing it. And I was very happy to hear that you have a really positive example to share with us. What's your experience with developing these projects? You mentioned to me that it was a long journey, which started some time ago. The beginning was not so obvious because climate adaptation projects at the time that you started your project was not something that people were generally talking about, and that when you engaged with the European Commission and also with the European Investment Bank advisory and funding teams, there were a lot of complex terms that were used and a lot of requirements coming from the Commission and from the EIB. But you concluded, and again allow me to recount our conversation yesterday, that in the end it was all worth it. It all made sense once you started implementing the project. So I want you to pass on that positive message again to all the promoters to say how you made it and why it all made sense in the end.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, I have a two-part job here today. I'm here to talk to you about having patience. A lot of things were presented yesterday about the challenges of finding both funding and financing. So, as a representative of the beneficiary of one of these projects, I can tell you firsthand exactly how it went. We started about 2005. All this, so it's about 20 years ago it all started. We've had a first phase of putting together a master plan that treated the coastal erosion issue that was recorded by Romania and was being made worse by climate change, although at that point we still had to fight the climate change skeptics who said it's either over-exaggerated or maybe not even existing at all. We overcame that. Come 2007, Romania was accepted into the European Union, and suddenly supplementary funding capabilities became available to us. And we were able in 2010 to go forward with the master plan. Of course, we had all the help from a lot of consultancies, and actually we kind of brought Europe together on this project because we've worked with Italy, France, UK, Denmark, Holland, a lot of expertise that went in. And at every stage we had to adapt and to learn more. At some point it was a war of attrition because the consultants would lead us towards, hey, you need to take into account climate change, this level, you need to make sure that your measures are green, blue, you need blue carbon, you need everything put in together, and we were resisting this initially. Afterwards, when it all came through, now I can tell you that it was all worth it, and the project and what I'm about to show you and tell you about is something that is really comprises pretty much everything that was stated yesterday as being necessary and being essential for a successful climate adaptation and resilience project. So now that the funding had been available at the present day, the coastal erosion project has had a necessary of about €1 billion, which is a large sum even for a state level. So we had to divide it. First, we tried dividing it in smaller stages and find funding a little bit easier. Of course, we found that small stages don't always help, and it's much more efficient to address the big picture, because we've had a difficult scenario. The first sector that we're now finishing, actually, comprises of an area of about 40 kilometers of coastline, and it also integrates two parts of protected UNESCO sites, the Tekirdağ Lake and the Razim-Sinoia Lagoon system, which need protection, and they not helping and not intervening would mean an environmental disaster, basically, leaving aside the obvious and immediate economic issues that would be represented by the destruction of coastal infrastructure, coastal property, loss of territory, of national territory. So I've put here the estimated cost of inaction from the cost-benefit analysis that we went through in 3 different stages. We've had one for the master plan, we've had one for the first phase that we finished in 2015, where we addressed 7.3 kilometers of coastline as a project, as a pilot project. Unfortunately, that first stage did not include a lot of environmental measures, but we learned, and when preparing the second phase in 2016, we brought together all the stakeholders, we brought together custodians of protected areas that were in the project zone or nearby, and they all came and gave their opinions, and we took all that and put it in the project. Of course, being directed by the consultants. I'd like to mention Jaspers here, who've done an incredible effort in helping out with this project. I now see it as help, but before we didn't really see it as help. It's hard to overcome your own limitations. So it's been a learning process for us. Most importantly, a learning process. We're still going on with it. Now we can know what's going to follow up, and we know that all those measures are important, and we know what we need to do. So in 2016, for the environmental permit, we brought together not just the environmental assessment, but also a water body impact assessment, and extended studies by 2 of our main research institutes in Romania, and also the custodians of the protected areas. So they all have their say in how this project works, and now it's not just a coastal resilience project, but also it brings blue carbon, because we're going to implant, we've already pilot implanted Zostera nolte seagrass, our local variety of seagrass, unfortunately, which is a bit weaker than the Zostera marina. So we had to go the extra mile just to accommodate this species and make sure it thrives, because nobody wants to invest, nobody wants to build something that on the long term will be lost. We also have biodiversity aspects in this. We're building artificial reefs, we're bringing back species, endemic species of importance, and making sure the environment overall wins, because we're extending marine habitats in the area. That's how we balance, if you want, the carbon footprint of the tourism that is going on, because the sand nourishment is actually a measure that favorizes tourism. So the beaches will be used. Most of the areas that are being treated by the project are touristic areas with a lot of potential income from tourism. So I'm talking about 40 million euros direct revenues from just the beaches alone by the tourist. This does not include the revenue from taxes and land tax and income tax from all the resorts that are in this area. So it's a lot of potential loss that we managed to avoid by implementing this project. Also, what this money has brought us, it's got us about 30.5 kilometers of protected coastline. And although it is right that it's something that takes time for you to actually notice and to be able to understand if it worked properly and the overall economic impact and development that it draws. But we could see straight away from the first stage in 2015 when we finished sand nourishment in the Constanța area. Already there were new resorts being built at the western border. Already there were more people coming in, more tourists coming in because of the project being advertised. So from that point of view, we did see an immediate impact and an immediate positive impact. We're hoping it'll be the same with the whole rest of the project.
Thank you, Nigusho. You gave a very good example of how the roadmap that Celine drew, the 4 pillars, your 4 points actually works. We clearly see the commitment on your side because you have been on this project from very early on and you still speak very passionately about it. You also have used the expertise and the technical advisory offer of the European Investment Bank. You have used grant financing from the European Commission, and I understand you also had the support of the national authorities and of the Romanian government. So this is really an example of success. You have also evidenced that we can combine adaptation projects with nature-based solutions, and we can make these projects revenue generating. So overall, again, positive framing. So thank you very much for this. I will now pass on the mic to our next panelist, Simon Den, who is the Managing Director of the Outrigger Impact Fund. Simon, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We heard earlier this morning about the huge finance gap for coastal resilience. And let me ask you, Simon, the Outrigger Impact Fund focuses on the blue economy in small island developing states, regions that are both highly vulnerable and also rich in opportunities. As you progress in your fundraising process, how do you perceive the main challenges that to integrate climate risk into investment decisions in these contexts, and how do you approach investors to actually unlock finance for adaptation projects? Thank you, Simon.
Great, so pleasure to be here. So my name is Simon Dans, and we are putting together, with the help of Government of Luxembourg and the EIB, a blended finance fund and even platform that's essentially focused on adaptation in small island developing states. And we take a slightly different view. I think we say that the ocean, we need to look at the ocean as our biggest natural asset. So essentially it's 50% of the oxygen that we breathe. It's our biggest carbon sink. It's basically supporting 3 billion or more people in terms of sustenance and work. And so we can use that as an economic opportunity. And where we have small island developing states stewarding more than 30% of the ocean, that means that the islands are full of basically environmental, social, and economic potential. So that's the background for Outrigger's thesis. So we're a blended finance fund. We're looking to address essentially the adaptation gap. And I think we can say that the adaptation gap in SIDS is something like $5 billion a year, and I think that probably underestimates it. And what we're doing is we're bringing donors and DFIs into our junior tranche of our fund and into the technical assistance facility that we put in place to essentially focus on what we call the missing middle, which is essentially thinking about smaller infrastructure projects, SMEs, and communities that are really at the forefront of climate change in these islands. But this opportunity really makes SIDS really what we call big ocean states. And I think that is where the investment opportunity exists. But of course there are challenges. So when we're looking at adaptation, there are challenges that we have to face. And so essentially we are trying to build physical risks into our investment decisions. So we're essentially looking at that through an EIA process. We're assessing physical risk for climate risk for all of our projects and for our assets. And that's essentially, we're trying to do that, as has been mentioned a number of times this morning, into the business plan. We look at resilience by design. We make sure that the projects and the proposals actually have included a type of climate response and the climate risk into the plans. And essentially, as Salim said, I think we do have to be in that process much earlier. So essentially the way that Outrigger is set up is that we're really trying to lead and structure these types of private interventions on islands. So we see ourselves very much as a public-private partnership. We're looking at a number of areas in adaptation. So essentially we look at the marine area protection, we're looking at the coastal zones. So we're looking at investing into marine protected areas, in designing marine spatial plans. We see a type of multi-revenue approach to look at resilience and infrastructure. So it's not just carbon, it's not just public money, but we're looking at user fee access, various forms of capacity, the tourist tax that was talked about, basically for the Seychelles, et cetera, all of that is a combination of cash flows that can be generated from a project and then can bring in private capital. And I think it's clear that for small island developing states, it cannot just be public capital. It needs to be private capital needs to basically be deployed to help do that. But where are the other areas that we're looking at? Essentially, water security is another key area of adaptation. So looking at protecting aquifers, protecting watercourses, thinking about desalination, thinking a little bit about how we do rainwater harvesting. And if you go to some of the more overseas territories countries, if you go to like Bermuda, essentially every building has rainwater harvesting mechanism, and essentially they have done a very, very good project there. And we need to extend those types of projects to all island states. Disaster recovery, reduction, data management, those types of things are all key investment areas, and we're looking at those as well. But importantly, food and livelihood resilience, so we are investing in the seafood, particularly the whole seafood chain. So essentially it's aquaculture, it's both coastal mariculture, wild-caught fisheries. Again, Kiribati has one of the most valuable fisheries in the world. Seychelles has a very big fishery industry, as mentioned, 30% of its GDP. We're looking at climate-smart aquaculture to essentially basically see diversification from imports, managing type of protection from climate risks. And then finally, I think we have to align with adaptation priorities for the islands. We have to think about how we can bring business planning, both socially as well as type of publicly and privately, into these discussions. And importantly, build a type of capacity, innovation, basically accelerate technology to island states, and then bring this type of public-private partnership that we've been talking about. There's real issues. I mean, if you think about the recent hurricane action that you saw in the Bahamas, Hurricane Dorian in 2019 was essentially a hit to Bahamas of more than 25% of their GDP. It was essentially damaging something like 45% of the housing stock on island. And so this needs to be rebuilt and invested in a more resilient manner. So this is essentially what Outrigger is trying to do. We're trying to deliver a much more focused approach in working with islands and with a private-public blended finance type structure to deliver these practical adaptation investments to basically create resilience, but economically, but also environmentally. And so that basically means that the islands are continuing to benefit from the adaptation that we can do.
Thank you very much, Simon. You're absolutely right that showcasing good projects is extremely important. It's part of the awareness raising. And I think the best recipe for scaling up is the proof of concept. If we show projects which have actually made it, that they are successful, that they are generating projects, this is the best way to attract private capital. As you say, private capital comes very late in the process. We need to try to get you in earlier, but there is a role also for the public institutions to come in first. And as Christoph was mentioning early in the panel, we put as the EIB our stamp of quality, that the project is technically, financially, and environmentally sound. So indeed, a very good way of attracting more private investment. And you also mentioned partnerships. Partnerships are really the solution to everything. Nobody can do that alone, and the more we are, the better is the result and the outcome will be. I think we are approaching the end of our scheduled time. I will be very disciplined. I hope what we discussed was interesting. And I would like to invite you on the note of partnerships to our networking lunch, where we would be very happy to further exchange on the topic. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to our online participants and to you here in the room.
Actually, You're so good on time, but I've just been told by the team that you can have a few minutes of questions, if you wish, or lunch. But
Excellent.
I think I've seen a
If I
hand
have,
go up.
if I have that luxury, if we have that luxury,
I've seen hands go up. Oh, there's lots of hands.
Please.
They're coming up. Okay, I think they want questions. Oh, and online.
Online, okay. Thank you for that additional time.
Good morning. Guylaine Tonnet-Guiron, Rambol. One question for Nikusor. So is he up? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway, thank you for all the panel. It was interesting, inspiring to have examples and feedback. Maybe I missed the point, but you was quite interested by how you assess the wetland environmental benefits, because they are quite huge. Maybe I missed the point, but if you can explain a little more how you assess this. Thank you.
Well, I did briefly mention that. Unfortunately, this project is so complex, I don't have all day to speak about it. So yeah, I might have briefly gone over it. Well, there are two lakes, Lake Tekergyal and Lagunar Complex, Razimtsinoye, which is in the Danube Delta Biosphere Reservation. So they're both Ramsar UNESCO sites. And if I fail to protect them from coastal erosion, eventually the sandbar that separates them from the sea will be breached, and the water body will be modified irreversibly. Okay, it will become saltwater body again, and all the species. There are interest species there, such as the pelican, Brantaruficolis. I know a lot of very important species there. It would create a great loss. So wetlands will be transformed basically, because once the water is from sweet or brackish becomes salty, the whole thing is destroyed. That was pretty much what led to the assessment and the numbers.
Just,
Thank you,
sorry.
Nico.
Sorry.
Yeah?
Yeah, one question. Ricardo Di Meio from the Port of Livorno to Jan Broek of the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure. I was listening to your presentation, so my question is there are any guidance for ensure continuity of crucial operations for seaports like navigation, I mean, because you know when we are managing an old port with old infrastructure over a century ago, we need to redesign, to replace all the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure. So the issue for us is more on ensuring the continuity of operation and then the adaptation investments that do not interrupt current operation activities we have. Otherwise, I feel the risk would be wait and see for a major damage to the infrastructure and then take action. Thank you.
So I think Piank's first guidance document on adaptation planning for ports and waterways is actually looking at existing infrastructure. And I think one of the things that guidance anticipates is that, on the one hand, retrofitting existing infrastructure is expensive. New infrastructure can also be expensive. So it looks at and really focuses on some of the non-structural measures. It looks at operational changes, behavioral changes. It looks at the role of early warning systems and of monitoring, of contingency planning. And it also looks at some of the institutional changes that can be made. So whereas the document for looking at understanding and quantifying the consequences of inaction, well, that primary focus there is on new infrastructure, but actually you can also, the ports sometimes aren't very good at understanding damage and disruption avoided as being a benefit of investment. And so even for your existing infrastructure, if there is a cost of its strengthening resilience, you need to be looking still at the disruption and the damage that you're avoiding in order to be able to justify that investment. So it's not all about new infrastructure. But I think if you take a look at the original guidance, the Working Group 178 guidance, that is very much focused on the issue of current operations and sustaining methods for identifying measures to sustain those current operations. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Jan. Esther.
Thank you very much. This is my question, not online, because we haven't received any. But I wanted to pick on what you have mentioned, Jan, and also Salim, and it's implicit in the 20 years long project of Nicosor, is this idea of flexibility and dynamic adaptation. Do you think that this is compatible with this idea of resilience by design that we heard this morning from the Director General in CLIMA? And it's a question for both of you, Salim, Jan, or Nicosor, if you want to comment.
Okay, yes. So I think resilience by design brings challenges. But I think particularly if we get the investors and if we get everybody together at the beginning of a project, we now have enough experience to be able to look at ways that we can design in flexibility, we can design in adaptability, we can design in redundancy. And then you have the question about how you finance that and whether or not you can include elements of that design, the non-conventional elements of that design in the financing package. Because I think for some organizations that's critical. We know that maintenance, preventative maintenance, is fundamentally important. We need to find designs that minimize the maintenance cost, but at the same time we need to really stress to the recipient of the finance how important that maintenance element is. I think we need to have a shift in mindset. We need engineers, we need civil engineers, we need port operators, we need financiers, all to be looking at this a bit differently. How can we create a package that allows us to respond to climate as it changes, rather than trying to preempt what's going to happen, because we can't preempt it. So I think changing with the supply chain, Olaf Merck from OECD the other day said something really important. He said, we need to think about no longer focusing just in time, but just in case. So I think there are ways now. We have some of these solutions, but what we need to do is to get everybody together to actually make this work. We'll not be looking how we used to do things, but how we need to do things. And there's some real challenges, but some opportunities in terms of changing how we think about things, I think, to capitalize on these opportunities.
May I? So adaptability in the design is what we focused in the coastal erosion project in Romania. So to give you an example, we have a sand nourishment. The sand nourishment is a flexible structure. I've already designed it so that for return periods of once in 100 years for the maximum wave, I've added 20% on top of that as an insurance. And I've added sea level rise with the estimate that was made in 2016. Unfortunately, I've had alarming news from Italy, from the University of Padova, who think that our estimates are pretty low and should be higher. So I still have a final line of defense for that, because as I said, the sand nourishment is a flexible structure and I can always turn it from a flat beach to a dune and still be protected. So I have enough volume of sand to do so. So yeah, we have put everything together that could have been brought to this project. Well, this is the specific for sand nourishment. This is not the universal solution for everywhere and every scenario. But I think the main issue here is that I was enabled to do so because normally taking all these extra steps would mean more financing, would mean higher costs. And that is basically what stops engineers from thinking ahead. Not necessarily the fact that they cannot fathom the fact that the sea levels are indeed rising or they should prepare for the worst case scenario. So I was in a luxuriant position. I was enabled by the European Commission, by the European Union funding and the EIB, and are able to do so and implement this project. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been the case.
Yes, I would put forward two concepts to answer your question. The first is, okay, there's resilience by design is great, but I think it needs to go hand in hand with resilience by process. And the second concept is the concept of an asset, the importance of having an asset owner, a genuine asset owner, and I'll explain what I mean by that. First, the way that we approach the resilience of our assets is that, of course, we try to build in resilience in the initial design, but we also manage dynamically our assets by reassessing on a regular basis their energy, their energy performance, their carbon performance, and also their potential exposure to climate risks, and therefore their resilience. And there we have regular 3-5-year plans to improve our assets as we go along. So it's not a matter of just designing the asset, putting in place an initial contractual structures, signing an EPC construction contract, and a 20-year maintenance contract, and just then laying back and waiting for dividends. That's not the way that we approach the management of our assets. And I think the flexibility is compatible with resilience by design if you have this process for regularly updating and dynamically managing the exposure of your assets. And I think the reason we do that is because I believe we are genuine asset owners. We are, as I said, and it wasn't just a publicity stunt on my part. We do believe that having an owner, an investor, an equity investor in the project that will be on board from day one to the next 30 years is important, because it's only if you have that approach that you behave and act as a genuine asset owner. If your objective is simply to flip the asset in 5 to 7 years or 10 years, you're not going to have the same approach in terms of managing your asset and the resilience aspects of the asset.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Alexandrina. It was a really fascinating panel. Thank you all very much. And now it's time for lunch, and we'll starting at 1:45. Thank you. So, welcome back, everybody. I can see a big gap, but thank you for being here and to honor you being on time, which I'm very appreciative of. I just want to say again, where it says no seating, ignore this. This is not true anymore. And where it says reserved, etc., again, ignore. There's a huge sea of space, which I don't like, in front of me here, and it's definitely not nice for all of our speakers. So, we are going to start, and I'm quite sure as the audience increases, because we've lost them on one floor up to the sunshine. It's always dangerous having lunch in the sunshine. So we're going to have a nice gentle chat. You can almost ask anything you want right now, because this will be the fun part of the conversation. And then we'll get more serious when the audience increases. So do shuffle over to the center. That would be lovely if I can encourage you to shuffle over to the center. And let me introduce you to this wonderful panel I have here. So we're going to talk about ushering adaptation finance into a new era of innovative mechanisms and private sector engagement. And to lead the whole discussion, I am honored to introduce Annette Denkin, who is head of the Global Shield Solutions Platform. And she, well, I normally introduce the panel, but since we have a lot of time, Annette, over to you. Take the floor.
Thank you so much. I know that the sunshine is a bit tempting upstairs, but at least it's nice and cool here. Thank you very much for joining, and I'm very, very happy to have distinguished panelists with me that we will introduce shortly. Yeah, just very briefly setting the stage. We've heard this morning already that adaptation finance is still lacking. We have official data from UNFCCC, also the Climate Policy Initiative, indicating that adaptation finance is actually now slowly picking up, but it's still lagging behind mitigation. The most recent data that we have is that only 7 to 10% of total tracked climate finance is actually dedicated for adaptation. Seeing that climate change is becoming the new normal and is actually happening here and today, it is more than timely to speak about also finding new innovative financing mechanisms and leveraging the private sector coming into the space in adaptation. There are different initiatives starting, and I just briefly wanted to introduce the Global Shield. It has been mentioned here earlier because it's one initiative that can really help to further develop and mainstream these innovative finance instruments and mechanisms, but also leverage the private sector expertise and capital. The Global Shield is an initiative that was established at COP27. It's a joint initiative of the G7 and the vulnerable group of the 20. And the objective is actually to improve and increase the access to prearranged finance for vulnerable countries and populations. For this, the Global Shield helps to develop climate prearranged finance instruments, with this also setting up a financing structure, and the Global Shield Solutions Platform is part of this structure, being a multi-donor trust fund supported by 6 different countries, the EU Commission, it's Germany, France, Ireland, Luxembourg, and Denmark. And we provide grant funds for risk analysis, so understanding the risk at the first place, because in any kind of adaptation or risk reduction measurement, you need to understand the risk in the first place. So it's research and understanding of risk. Furthermore, then development of concepts of these kind of mechanisms and new solutions, and last but not least, then also implementing the climate risk finance instruments like insurance, cat bonds, resilient debt instruments, and we hear more about this later. So this is just one initiative, but I'm very happy to have a distinct panel here with me that will tell you more about examples that already exist and that can further be scaled up in the global north. But I think, and we hear this more and more as well, there is also a learning from these examples for the global north. But with this, let me turn really to our panelists. We have with us Irene Hamskirk. You are head of the Climate Change Center at the European Central Bank. You've set up that center, if I well understood, as, joining this ECB, and you've done a lot of research on the topic, so we're very happy to hear your insight. You have actually assessed the impact of climate change in the European member countries. And looking at what I read and found also in earlier research, World Bank actually estimates that the impact only of flood and earthquake in EU member states can account for up to 7 to 17% of GDP, a massive impact that could be possible. And therefore, it's quite timely that we have a closer look at this, what it actually means for EU member states in the productive sector, in the non-financial sector, but your research also indicates that more and more also risks appear in the financial sector, so happy to hear you. Irina, please.
Thank you so much, Annette, and very nice to be here today and meet with you. I would like to kick off a little bit with like the bigger picture on the macroeconomic side, but maybe also sharing, like, whenever I talk about adaptation, I feel a bit sad because it just proves that we missed the time to appropriately address climate change. And that's, I think, a missed opportunity, but it's a fact, and that's something we have to live with. And we're already experiencing the consequences today. And if you look at the macroeconomic impact, I would like to deviate it between acute impact and chronic. Acute impact is, of course, the natural catastrophes we see, the more wildfires, the more floods, the drought, really the acute things that are happening. And we saw that over the last 20 years, the annual losses of climate catastrophes already doubled to 275 billion annually in 2022. So over the past 20 years, you really see the increase of acute risk, physical risk caused by climate change. If you move to the chronic impact, we've been looking into, I'll give you two examples. We've been looking into what is the impact of food price inflation already happening today. So we looked into the numbers of the droughts in 2022 that were in Europe, really severe droughts, and we found out that in 23 already it impacted food price inflation with 0.8% in the euro area. So already through like the drought, agriculture is affected and it's increased food prices. Another research that we published very recently, 2 weeks ago, it's like the first findings only. We're looking into the ecosystem services where our European economic sectors depend on. And we looked, okay, where is the risk coming from and where is it really materializing? We found that surface water scarcity is the highest risk, and it's already threatening 15% of European economic output. That's putting it at risk. So there you see really that it's already materializing today, and surface water scarcity risk was not the only water-related risk that was there. Of course, also groundwater, the quality of water, but I think also I heard yesterday you talked a bit also on the flood protection. The protection that nature offers us from floods, be it from coastal, be it inland, is also degrading, and it's one of the 4 highest risks that we identified of these ecosystem services. So also looking into, if you think about adaptation, how can you also use these natural resources to capture them and help us shield from floods going forward? I think this is a very important one. If I now move to the macro, if I think about the macroeconomic risks, they're here. But I think 2 more points that I want to highlight. First of all, it's important that it's not isolated to one to one company in one place. If you look into the macroeconomic impact, it's really on the demand and supply side that is impacting as well. So if you're a company, don't only look at your plant, of course, but also look, okay, how is my supply probably or likely affected from climate risk? A simple example, we had the semiconductors produced in Taiwan. They're delivering a lot of these semiconductors to the auto industry, the car industry. There was a drought in Taiwan. This was a hiccup and affected the car industry in other places in the world. If you flip it around from the demand side, if car industry's plants are flooded, there will likely be less demand for these kind of semiconductors. So really like this systemic risk that is happening through climate change and affecting the macroeconomy, it's something to look into. The other point I want to highlight here is the transmission channels to the financial risk. So if you're a bank and you're invested in companies that have higher risk, it could have spillover effects to the financial sector, and it causes financial stability risk. When I mentioned this surface water scarcity risk, the 15% that it's threatening the European economic output, we also looked how are banks invested in those companies that are exposed to these kind of risk. And we found that over 1.3 trillion of bank loans in the euro area are invested in companies that are exposed to water scarcity risk. That is about 34% of all bank loans. So that's a lot, right? And I know that today we're talking about adaptation, but coming like from the risk side and seeing, okay, there's so much that needs to be done, and adaptation just grows more urgent if the risks are increasing. So to sum up, macroeconomic impact is already happening today, and we have to deal with it. And adaptation is, of course, the action that needs to be taken to help us shield from this impact. And I want to thank the EIB and also EDHEC here to organizing this, and really looking forward to the further discussion with the panel and with the group to learn more on from insights from each other and also what actions we can take home. Thank you, Annette.
Yeah, thank you very much, Irene. I think this set very much the urgency that we need to really address adaptation and also find the finance for it. This is why we're having here also Gareth and Karina with us, giving us some examples of how adaptation can be further incentivized and what kind of innovative solutions exist. And taking here now the perspective from Africa, a region where actually the vulnerability is much higher and therefore the need even more urgent. Gareth, I wanted to address my next question to you, just coming back from a mission in Senegal. And Senegal is already suffering today, a population of heat, of really erratic rainfall, and most of all also coastal erosion. We heard about this, we saw the pictures from the Seychelles this morning, and this is exactly also happening now in Senegal, but in other coastal regions in Africa as well. Also here, there is an analysis indicating that alone for Senegal, you have currently an economic cost of up to 3.3% of GDP currently. Without adaptation measures, it'll increase to up to over 9% actually by 2050. So it's really a high risk for countries like Senegal. And Gareth, maybe a question to you. How does adaptation look like in these countries, and what kind of solutions can help countries like Senegal to adapt to coastal erosion?
Yeah, well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to Esther for inviting me. I'm very excited to be here. I'm enjoying the conference so far. So, look, Senegal is no different from many other countries in Africa. You know, and as we saw in the slides and the videos this morning, all these countries are facing significant impacts from rising sea level, from droughts, floods, and so on. So, you know, the physical manifestations are you know, well understood. What's different in Africa is the ability of communities and societies and households to respond to those impacts because we don't have insurance policies. First of all, the instruments don't exist, and where they do, there's a very low uptake because there's a low understanding of the role of insurance. We don't have social safety nets, we don't have access to information and data, and critically, households don't have resources to fall back on. They don't have savings accounts, they don't have a car that they can get into and drive away to go to somewhere else to avoid the flood and so on. They're stuck living there with those circumstances, so the impacts are much greater. This then creates the problem that there's this huge demand for adaptation support, but as we've heard several times this morning, ODA is falling. We can't rely on official development assistance to provide grants, and that's why we need innovative mechanisms and we need private sector engagement to help us address those points. And I think I'm going to stop there, but you'll come back to me in my next question. I'm going to go into the detail about our innovative mechanism, because actually this title of this presentation is made for my intervention. So I'm very excited to get your next question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. Exactly. So, I mean, you already mentioned that you are also active in the area of coastal erosion and coastal protection, and it will be very interesting to see what kind of mechanism are actually already existing to incentivize and enable adaptation finance coming in. And I think you also prepared some slides.
I did, thank you. Yes, so I'm going to tell you about an instrument that we've created called the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism. And I mean, the fundamental problem for adaptation, as we've touched on it several times this morning, is adaptation projects do not deliver cash flows. They deliver public goods. Okay, there are some examples: port infrastructure, potable water in a society where people will pay for water. Some of these kinds of developments can generate cash flows that can pay off the investment, but the vast majority of adaptation projects are unbankable. They don't deliver cash flows. And that's a real problem, because if there's no cash flow, then the private sector isn't interested in investing. And if you don't have a cash flow, then you have no means of paying back debt. So it means that you cannot access the capital markets. So all the instruments that we have, the insurance mechanisms, the green bonds, the concessional debt, the blended finance, all those are unavailable to you because you don't have any cash flow to pay back that money. So that's the fundamental problem with financing adaptation. Now, the adaptation benefits mechanism provides an instrument that helps us define project-specific adaptation benefits and price them at a level that can be sold to close that financial gap, to make the project viable. So it's very similar to what we did with the carbon markets. There's some important differences, but in the same way that certified emission reduction from a carbon project, a CDM project, or a mitigation outcome makes the project viable, the certified adaptation benefit makes an adaptation project financially attractive to a private sector project developer. When you have a registered project and a signed purchase agreement with a credit-worthy buyer, then you have collateral to access the capital markets. You can take those documents to a development finance institution, to a development bank, or even to a commercial bank, and borrow money to invest in the project, and then you build it, you deliver the benefits, and you receive the cash flows, and you pay off your debt. So that's the role of the certified adaptation benefits. Now, there's a couple of very important points that differentiate this from the carbon markets, and that's that because adaptation projects are unique, context-specific, the certified adaptation benefits that they generate are not fungible. And that is a key difference, because it was the fungibility of carbon credits that drove the speculation, that drove private sector investors to seek the cheapest emission reductions that they could buy to maximize their profit. And I know, I used to work for an investment bank, and our goal was to be the Saudi Arabia of the carbon world. We were sourcing emission reductions at $2 and selling them at 30. And that was entirely valid under the Kyoto Protocol. That was the way that instrument worked. In the end, it wasn't what we wanted it to do, and it led to a very uneven playing field. But the non-market approach of the adaptation benefits mechanism under Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement means that that doesn't happen. There is no speculation. There is no reason why you would buy them now and sell them at a higher price, because there's no limit to the number that can be created. There's no deadlines. There's no targets for it. So We think that non-market approaches solve a lot of the problems that are faced in mobilizing finance into adaptation. The problem, and those of you who are paying attention, you will have realized that the problem is that there is no demand for a certified adaptation benefit. No government is requiring anybody to make any form of contribution towards adaptation. And that is what's missing. And it's 50% of the Paris Agreement. We are supposed to be balancing investment in adaptation and mitigation. And yet, when you look at the legislation, it's all focused on mitigation. And any contribution towards adaptation is a voluntary CSR, ESG activity, and nothing is being required for that. So the simplest step that we could take would be for the European Commission to expand the scope of the EU emissions trading scheme and just say to everybody who's captured under the EU ETS, for every ton of CO2 you emit, we want you to spend €5 or €10 on purchasing adaptation benefits. It's not a lot of money, but it would immediately generate a significant flow of adaptation finance from private sector emitters in the EU and more broadly in wealthy countries to private sector project developers in developing countries who would then be able to develop projects and access the capital markets to make those mechanisms work.
Well, thank you very much, Gareth. I think what you are proposing is quite revolutionary, but would definitely leverage private funding. Now, I think what is missing a little bit, and that's, I think, was also very interesting to say, that in countries like Africa, there is a demand for adaptation because people are already so aware of the impact of climate change that there is actually this request to invest into adaptation. But when I understood Irene correctly, is actually we are not really aware of what it means for EU member states, right? With the numbers that you presented are really astonishing. To admit, I was not aware of that either, although it makes sense. But I think that urgency is also a way of now understanding risk in the first place and acknowledging the urgency of adaptation. But yet, even if you invest, that means, and this is something that an investment takes place. We've heard of investment horizons this morning also, right? Several 10, 20 years until you really reap the benefits of adaptation. And this is something that, Irene, also in your papers, you mentioned actually that a transition to a resilient economy will require this time of transition. And in the meantime, there is a gap of protection. And you therefore ask for additional lines of defense, indicating that insurance or insurance-like instruments like cat bonds could come in. And this is something that is already existing. It is implemented, but not at scale. And I would like to invite Karina Welly, you're head of public sector at AXA Climate, to please introduce us to these instruments. And maybe you can start with the cat bond, which might not be so well known here. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll first give some context, even if some of you might know what that is. So a cat bond is not exactly the original term of the bond, as everyone thinks of. It's really a risk transfer instrument. So it's like insurance. So instead of transferring the risk to insurance and reinsurance companies, it's transferring it to the capital markets, which has a much, much, much bigger pool of capital. So there's a big difference in terms of scale. And the investors in the capital markets are investing in these kind of cat bonds because the natural catastrophe risk is completely or one-sided decorrelated from the financial markets. So, a natural catastrophe is not going to cause a financial disaster. They're not linked. So it's perfect for diversification benefits. So you've got a lot of these pension funds, big institutional investors that are getting into nat cat risk, not through insurance and reinsurance companies, but directly through these cat bonds. And the concept would be essentially, you as an investor in a cat bond, you could lose, if there's a nat cat event, a portion or full amount of your principal, and then the insured or the bond issuer will be paying premium through coupon payments. So it's kind of very similar structures. But there are some key differences where a catastrophe bond, all that money that is being covered, so the maximum payout that could be paid out, is actually fully collateralized, Whereas with a reinsurance company, they would only partially have that money actually sitting in an account. They're kind of pooling those risks. There's also longer duration, so you can have cat bonds, I've seen up to 5-year cat bonds, whereas with the reinsurance market, typically it's 1 year, max 3 years with lots of exit clauses and things like that. So there are a few key differences like that, but I think the main thing about whether you want to do insurance or a cat bond is the scale. So there's a big fixed cost to doing them. You have to do all of this legal work. It's a 144A public transaction documents. It's huge. So it works when there's big limits and you need a lot of capital. So one of the examples at the sovereign level, so governments have taken out these bonds, is the Pacific Alliance, a group of 4 Latin American countries. I think it was Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Peru. And facilitated by the World Bank, they actually issued $1.4 billion worth of a cat bond for earthquake risk. Peru, I think, got a payout for $60 million a few years ago. They're now looking to expand it to flood, to droughts, tropical cyclones. So it's worked really well. And from the current trajectory of how cat bonds are growing, I mean, now that the market stands at the highest it's ever been, $52.5 billion worth of cat bonds out there. And if it carries on in the same trajectory, it'll actually exceed the insurance market in about 20 years. I mean, all else keeping the same. So there's a lot of, I think, scope for this to keep growing, and perhaps in the EU context. I mean, there are cat bonds that do cover a lot of European windstorm already, so it's existing.
Thank you very much. I think very interesting trend that we're seeing here. But you said already, right? The scale of a cat bond is different from an insurance solution. And on top of it, maybe just to highlight that, so for a cat bond, but also insurance, very often the focus is on the risk transfer only. That risk is actually transferred to an insurance company, a reinsurance, or then the capital market. But maybe, Karina, you also want to highlight that there is more to the insurance sector. It's also a catalyst, or can be a catalyst, for climate adaptation, depending on the design of the insurance and the contingent credit solution. And maybe you can bring or explain to the audience some examples that have been developed over the last years where this kind of design element was included.
Sure, so I think definitely the insurance is definitely potentially a catalyst for adaptation. So I think the 3 main key things that we always say that are the value proposition for insurance is that it can obviously absorb risk, which is what we know, like absorb that residual risk that you can't adapt away. It can also actually incentivize adaptation, so like make sure that people behave well and do all the right things that you can get insurance. And then thirdly, which is often forgotten, you've got the whole kind of long-term assets that insurance can provide. So there are huge institutional investor that can also bring kind of investment as well. So on the first 2 categories, kind of absorbing the risk, incentivizing adaptation, I mean, one of the examples I've got in mind is in Accra, so the capital of Ghana. They've got flood nearly every year. It's, I think, about 5 million people, very, very vulnerable. And they've created a insurance product for flood to kind of scale up their disaster response based on satellite flood footprints, so really innovative. But I think the most innovative part is the fact that they've got an extra feature where if using satellites, they can monitor the waste management, because that's a big cause of the actual flooding. If they have been good on and reduce the waste as much as possible, they'll get a discount on the premium. So they're really like working towards, you know, aligning of interest both for the insurance company and for the city itself. The second example is the shock resilient loans. So that is essentially sovereign loans that have been provided to, or, you know, subsidized sovereign loans that have been provided to 4 countries in West Africa. So it's for investing in mitigation and adaptation. And here the innovative feature is that they actually have parametric insurance, or insurance covering the interest repayments on those loans in case of drought and extreme flood events. So if a country, you know, I'll give an example later, but Togo, for instance, has a massive drought or flood that actually impacts its ability to repay its sovereign loans, this insurance will cover those those interest repayments for a number of terms. And that frees up space for them to use financing for disaster response instead of repaying their interest, which I think is taking up a lot of African financing right now. So that's really innovative, and I think it can be applied elsewhere, to the private sector, private companies in the same situation. I think Togo got already a 6.5 million euro payout to cover its interest loans. I mean, that was double the premium that they paid on it. So it's really shown to be like a good proof of concept. And then the last thing on the investment side, there's a thing called the Insurance Development Forum, which acts as part of lots of big insurance companies together with international organizations trying to build climate resiliency. And so they're trying to really tap into the huge assets under management, which are $43 trillion worth of assets that the global insurance markets have. They have a perfect duration match with infrastructure. So they've got long-term liabilities because of their life insurance policies, which is a perfect match for these long-term infrastructure projects. But only a fraction of these assets are actually invested in infrastructure in emerging countries. So what IDF has thought about is creating a fund with insurance companies co-investing in climate resilience, so including adaptation, in infrastructure in emerging countries. And we are looking for first loss cover to make sure that it's viable, which I'll talk about later. But that's just already a way to show that there is already millions being put into adaptation from the institutional investor side of insurance companies.
Thank you very much, Karina. So we heard some examples of how in Africa, but then also your examples were mainly from Africa, new investment or innovative finance instruments are developed. And Irene, maybe I come back to your research. You just recently published a paper together with IOPA where you mentioned this protection gap, and you proposed actually that in order to close that gap and also facilitate the transition, you proposed a public-private reinsurance scheme. Very interesting concept, and I'd be very interested, maybe you would like to present that today. And the question, where do you see then the role of the insurance industry to come in here?
Thanks, Annette, and thanks for highlighting this paper. So this is work we've been doing together with IOPA, that's the European Insurance and Occupational Pension Funds organization, because it's really on the brink of insurance, but also financial stability risk. So what we did, we looked in Europe and how well is Europe insured against natural catastrophes. We found that only a quarter of all natural catastrophes are currently insured in Europe. And why that is, of course, important for the insurance sector, but it could also have spillover effect for financial stability and for the banks, because insurance is, of course, as we know, a cushion for risks. We brought this out as a discussion paper, and then we collected input, and on the basis of that, we came out with an additional paper last December, and with a proposal on, okay, how can we fix this, and what can we do, or what can be done at the government level and also insurance level to improve this. And we provided a two-pillar solution to pool private risk and also insurance coverage, and also the public side. So one element is indeed, I think this is what you refer to as well, having the insurance, reinsurance, cat bonds, and a government guarantee. The other element is strengthening the EU public disaster risk management. So that's more the public fund, and having a fund available at European level where member states can contribute to, but the contribution depends also on the adaptation measures they will be taking. So this is an approach, we've put this out, we've been sharing it with policymakers, because again, like, it's not for the European Central Bank to come up and find a solution in the end, but just to trigger the debate and see what can be done, because I think the insurance protection gap is huge there. so that's the point I want to make on that side. And we'll see, I know that the European Commission is working on an adaptation strategy. I saw they made references to the proposals we made. Of course, they have to balance all the interest and take everyone on board, but I hope they take it into account when formulating their new proposals.
Thank you very much, Irina. I guess, yeah, it would be very interesting to see how this is picked up. I come back to Karina later on this as well, because we have seen risk pools, you know, also in other regions already. But as you said, right, this would need to be picked up then also from a regulatory side to bring then also here a solution for the insurance gap. That would be one component to bridge then the finance gap until investments in adaptation are actually happening. In the meantime, Gareth, you have with the ABM a mechanism that would already incentivize adaptation measures now, giving investors the possibility. You also wanted to present us an example. I'm sorry we didn't pick up on that, but maybe you can then also explain, because you mentioned that the really crucial thing at the moment is that there is no demand. You mentioned the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, where with the the EU emission trading system, you actually had a compliance mechanism where then companies had to comply and buy certificate credits, but that is missing at the ABM. So it would be interesting to see how you think this could be solved.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. So indeed, you know, there isn't any demand for investment into adaptation from emitters. I think it's an obvious step because we understand the polluter pays principle, and so even though you may be emitting CO2 in a regulated environment, those tons of CO2 into the atmosphere are still having an impact upon the need for adaptation. So you know, I think that's not unreasonable. To be fair, you know, I think the governments may have been reluctant to set out targets and make commitments because to date there haven't been recognized tools that you could use. And you know, going back again to the Kyoto Protocol, you know, that the Kyoto Protocol and the targets that countries took under the Kyoto Protocol was greatly facilitated by the existence of the flexibility mechanisms, which was the trading. So you know, governments wouldn't have taken on those targets if they didn't know that there were ways that they could meet the targets. So to be fair, governments haven't taken steps on adaptation because they haven't known how to meet that. But that's again why we think the adaptation benefits mechanism or other instruments you know, could help to deliver that. And I'm going to give you an example of a coastal protection project that, you know, and it's very simplified and sorry, it's a little bit technical, but you know, this is a realistic example. This looks at coastal protection, but you could use this to pay insurance premiums. You know, there's no reason why a company in Europe that's buying agricultural commodities wouldn't be interested in paying weather-based insurance for agricultural producers in Africa. And you could use the same mechanism. So here in this example, we're looking at planting mangroves along a 20-kilometer strip of coastline. The mangroves are going to be at a strip of 50 meters deep, so it works out to an area of 100 hectares. And the cost that our private sector company in Africa has proposed is $5,000 per hectare to plant and maintain the mangroves. And that's laid out in an audited or in a cash flow where we can look at those costs. I don't know what it's going to cost the first time, but by the time we've done 3 projects, we will know what that is going to cost. So we will be able to verify and apply due diligence to these kinds of costs. So, you know, we can ensure that that is a realistic value of money. So the total cost of the project is $500,000, including all the project activities, the financing, the transactions, and so on. So that's the first part. That gives you the cost or the amount of money that needs to be raised, because there's no other cash flow from planting mangroves. You know, maybe you could harvest them in 100 years, or there'd be some sort of, I don't know, but there's no cash flow from planting mangroves that we can think of. So you need a grant or you need new money coming in, $500,000 in this case. Now, facilitate this project, we have a methodology that defines the certified adaptation benefit, and all the parties in it need to agree with this. The host country needs to agree with the definition. The project developer needs to say that, yes, I can deliver that. The methodology panel need to agree it, and the buyer needs to agree it. And for this example, I've said it's a hectare of mangroves with an average canopy cover of 35%, viewed from an agreed satellite platform, and we estimate that'll take 3 to 4 years to achieve. So we've got a very clear measure of when that goal is going to be achieved that will trigger the payment. We're going to generate 100 certified adaptation benefits because there's 100 hectares of planting, and they're priced at €5,000 each. Now, that means that the maximum amount of money that the project developer can generate is the amount of money that closes the financial gap. And after that, they don't generate any more money. And that's important because it reflects the fact that this is not a profit-making instrument for the project developer. We like to say the project developer can make a living from it, not a killing. They're not trying to keep turning the handle and generate more and more certified adaptation benefits. Once they get enough money to close the financial gap on the project, it finishes. And if they want to make more money, they move on to another area. And that's a very interesting comparison to the carbon market, where if you own an asset that's generating emission reductions or mitigation outcomes, your goal is to generate as many as you possibly can and sell them to maximize your profit. And I'm not against making a profit, but in my eyes, that's not a good use of scarce climate finance. So this is, one of the nice differences between the market-based approaches and the non-market-based approaches. So as I say, once those CABs are issued, the project is finished. Now, there is a risk of failure for this project. I mean, we could have a flood or a storm that washes out the mangroves, and in the end, only half of them end up planted. And if that happens before the buyer has paid for it, then the project developer has lost their money. If it happens after, then the buyer has effectively lost their money. But the important thing is that's not the end of the world. These things happen. It's a voluntary contribution towards the cost of adaptation that you've made. And if some of it fails to deliver, then, that's just life. That's too bad. It's not impacting upon the environmental integrity of an international protocol. So you don't have those kinds of risks and challenges that we find in the carbon market. This is a voluntary contribution. That, I think, helps overcome some of the barriers, reduce those transaction costs that makes this a mechanism that I think could have a real impact. And as I say, this is an example of a mangrove project. You can do the same thing for climate resilient agriculture, for potable water, for houses, for insurance premiums. We're completely flexible. We have no limit on the scope of defining adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. I think you just brought the idea that actually it should be a combination. No? Irene mentioned the risk layering that they proposed in their paper, and actually I think this is allows here the same mechanism that you could actually ensure the adaptation mechanism of the mangrove project plantation, and in case it fails, you would still have the cash flow from or payout from the insurance. So that might be quite interesting. Maybe we should follow up on this later. But I think that also makes a very, very important point. When we speak about these innovative climate risk finance instruments, they should never come just as a panacea, as the only solution. We always need to think of risk reduction first. So adaptation should be first, and only if then that fails, or as we discussed earlier, there is a transition phase where the adaptation investment still takes place until it's really implemented, you have a gap that insurance mechanisms can kick in. But otherwise, it's really the risk layering approach that has been discussed also in the ECB paper that is very important to take into account. Yes, so I don't know, I have lost track of the timing because we started a little bit late, so I'm not sure whether we still have time. So we have 10 minutes, and I would then open the floor to questions. But yeah, Irene, if you...
Sorry, if I may, I want to add one thing, because I think we're talking about the insurance, but I want to also express that I see a big role for risk, and how that eventually, if we know more about risk, it could also trigger more finance for adaptation. I think moving from the very concrete proposal or example you just shared on the mangroves, I think if you look into, for example, like Europe, how would you need to address it, right? You need the European climate risk assessment. The European Commission did something like that. Where are really the risks happening across Europe? That's the base layer. Then on top of that, okay, but where is the collateral? Where are the economic activities? Mapping that. And on top of that also, like what kind of adaptation would you need there? And moving such a global problem like climate change into a very local solution and see what kind of solutions you can make at the spot. But having this bigger picture, okay, but you need to have a climate risk assessment. Where does it materialize? You have to have local solutions, and really think also on adaptation plans from at the European policy level, at a company level, at a bank level. If you're invested in companies that are at risk, are you talking about how are they going to mitigate it and apply their adaptation measures? But also, like on an individual level, where's your house located? Do you get your feet wet, or will there be some other threat? And really come up with these local solutions to deal with that. And then one key element I see there is also the data or the information flows. How do we understand the data that weather institutions produce to make them useful for financial decisions and throughout this whole chain, and improving that? So that's one thing I want to mention. And maybe like my last point, Gerrit, I really like that you like the impact, I think, on Africa, and I think you also refer to that. We had a meeting with central banks governors from Africa, with 10 of them last year, and we presented the work on like the food price inflation I referred to. Said, okay, well, that's so small if you compare it to us, right? I talked about 0.8% food price inflation. If you think about the inflation basket you have, in Europe, what the percentage that food is just small, right, in the whole inflation basket. We spend more on housing or other elements or transportation or holidays sometimes than on food. If you think about the African situation, the amount, I don't know the numbers, but the amount that a normal person spends on food, it's huge. So the impact of droughts or extreme weather events on agriculture, the impact it will have on food prices, the impact it will have on inflation in the end, it's huge. So just to underline the urgency again.
Yeah, Irina, and you mentioned earlier the supply chain effect, right? It is now maybe still very much in Africa, but it will definitely through supply chains also have an impact here. But of course, the direct impact is much more in Africa. Definitely. And I think to your point earlier, I think this is also something that it cannot be underestimated, the relevance of understanding risk at the first place. So whether it's adaptation or any kind of financial solutions for climate risk finance, data and the analysis, and then also the tools to really translate this information into a basis where decisions can be taken in an informed way. That is, I think, a very, very crucial precondition for any discussion that we had today. Yeah, thank you very much. But maybe there are still some questions. Jane, yeah.
Thank you. A question on insurance, and I think certainly from our side, something that has come up a number of times over the last couple of years, and that is whether you think the insurance sector could be doing more to incentivize adaptation action. And by that I mean not at this level, but at the local level with the individuals who are selling the insurance products. For example, the messaging in terms of these figures that if you have an extreme event, I've seen figures where it says only $1 in 8 is actually insured, so you're risking $7 worth of stuff you can't recover. In terms of the fact that what is unprecedented is changing. You know, a drought or a flood many years ago might have been unprecedented, now it's normal. And I think also more overtly pricing insurance products to reward demonstrated resilience and to penalise those who are falling behind in areas where they clearly should do something or could do something. So my question is, could the insurance sector be doing more?
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of being done already that's not really spoken about, because it's kind of been done a little bit all over the place. There's some insurance companies, like for instance in the US, FM Global is very renowned for being super, super strict on what they'd accept and what they wouldn't in terms of engineering risks. And they'll come and send in the engineers, do a full scope, make sure you've got every single thing right before they even give you insurance. And people actually want to go with them because they want to reach those levels of adaptation and get affordable insurance afterwards. So there are some that have been doing this for years, and each insurance company does have an entire division that's devoted to all these kind of risk assessments and helping clients to adapt, not just for climate risk, but across the board. So that's kind of baked in, but I think there's definitely scope for more to be done. I think the trick is that it needs to come, I think, with a bit of top-down regulation as well. You need, if you've got one insurance company that's saying, oh, if you adapt, we'll give you a premium discount, and then another insurance company comes and says, oh, we'll give you the same price, you don't have to adapt. Then you need to have some kind of a bigger piece on the policy side that's enforcing that. There are initiatives like Furxhi, which I think Raffaella mentioned earlier, which is really innovative and I think fantastic. They're doing things like where it's public-private partnership. You've got all the insurance companies in the UK, you know it very well. The UK government is then taking on the high flood risk homes, and then they're doing things like giving people loans so that they can already adapt their houses before anything happens. And then if they get hit by a flood, then they get even more than a little extra so they can build back better so that they won't be flood vulnerable the next time. And then they can eventually transition all those high risk flood homes into normal flood insurance policies that are no longer seen as high risk. So there's a lot of things like that being done, but I do think it has to come with a bit of government intervention to make it reach scale and have proper impact.
Thank you very much. Well,
there is no online question. It's again me. Gareth, for the ABM, they always have a value, no? So once you have bought it as private investors, you say that you don't look for profit, but they are tradable credits, no? The idea is that you can sell and you can recover for ESG purposes, you can recover your investment if you are in need of recovering that or not. Did I misunderstood?
No, they're not designed for sale. I mean, you could sell them and you could retail them in the sense, if you bought them and you wanted to sell them, somebody might pay you a small markup for it, or you could maybe sell them for the same price. But the purpose of buying them is to cancel them, receive the certificate that details the amount of money you've invested and the benefits that have been generated, and some further information about the other resources that were mobilized, other debt or equity that were mobilized. Plus, we recognize, labor, indigenous technical knowledge, land rights, and biodiversity that are included in the project, because those are other critical ingredients. So those are detailed in the certificate. And the idea is that you would report that to your shareholders, your stakeholders, and to the government, and the government would add up all that money from all the people who are reporting and say, our economy has contributed X million dollars towards genuine adaptation projects over this period of time, and there's a breakdown there if you want it. But it's complicated because they don't all add up into one box and say, total number of people helped or people benefiting, because it depends on the definition of the CAB. But the total amount of money spent can be reported.
One more question? Yeah.
Hello. I am from Cartagena in Colombia, and when I was listening at Gareth, all what he was talking about, like no safety net, no insurance, no cash flow, is the same thing in Cartagena for over 200,000 people who are living nearby the wetland of La Ciénaga de la Virgen. So my question is, how can we leverage adaptation in this context of poverty in the time frame that we need.
So no, I mean, I think I understand the need. I mean, the problem is there are literally millions and millions of micro, small and medium enterprises who need support to develop an adaptation project. In Africa, according to UNECA, there are 44 million micro, small and medium enterprises in sub-Saharan Africa. If even 1% of those wanted to access climate finance, that's roughly 500,000 people or organizations. And what's our main climate finance source? The Green Climate Fund. They're on project 250. I mean, accessing money from those institutions is completely unreachable for these kinds of communities because they don't have agency, they don't have the capacity to do that. So we need an instrument that facilitates a business-to-business transaction. And that's why I go back again to the Clean Development Mechanism project cycle. And there were lots of problems with the CDM, but during the 10 years of operation, the UNFCCC Secretariat, the CDM Secretariat, processed 12,000 projects, over which 8,000 of which were registered or approved. They completed the due diligence process on those and allowed them to move forward. And many of those were programmatic projects, so they had the ability to reach out. So we need different kinds of instruments that enable these small communities and the people like you mentioned in Colombia to access finance. And at the moment, that's lacking.
We have one more question online that we'll listen to, but if it's a difficult question, we might just ponder it.
No, I think it's not that difficult. I think it's for Irene. Offering multi-year insurance has been identified as a way to motivate insurance companies to invest more in adaptation. What is your view on that, and how could central banks and regulators incentivize such plans? So multi-year insurance.
Thanks for your question. And maybe first going back to the previous one, I think this is indeed a question. Who's going to pay for it, right? And this is not the solution we have today, and I wish we had it. On the question, and I hope I got it right, it's like, how can we incentivize like multi-year investment, right? This is first for policymakers to decide on, like we're a central bank and a supervisor, we're policy takers, we're not policy makers. We have, we're there to like show the urgency that we're trying to do, that climate crisis is here and it's going to cost us. And also your point on mitigation, and that like all our stress tests show, we've done stress tests of the whole economy in Europe, and they also always like looking ahead on different scenarios, and they all show the longer we wait to mitigate climate change, even in the current situation, the more it's going to cost. So to have that urgency by policymakers to invest, and now we have to invest in mitigation and we have to invest in adaptation, and then we have to deal with more disaster relief that we have to carry as well. So I think we've put ourselves, the whole globe, in a pretty difficult situation. But let's try to focus and try to find solutions. And maybe on your question, like how can we do this on a multi-year basis, I don't have a clear answer to that. Let's be clear, but that we need to think more of innovative solutions on like what could be incentives, how could we have people actually have this longer term perspective. This is very much needed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Annette, for leading the panel discussion. It was really interesting. And thank you for your engagement. It's not easy having the panel after lunch. So thank you once more. So now we have a slight change to the plan because we have you all in the room. We're going to go directly to the next panel and then we'll have a coffee break. So the next two panels, in fact, will be focusing on the regional perspectives in climate adaptation finance. Thank you, everyone. You can sit down now. Thank you. We're going to move on to the regional perspectives in climate adaptation finance. The first panel is going to hear voices from around the world. So I'm lucky enough to be moderating this panel. And they're going to talk about their adaptation pathways. And then the second panel will be more focused on the EU adaptation mission and the innovative solutions and policy frameworks that they are focusing as well. So a great pleasure to invite to the stage here three guests. I've got Salome Tukuafu, who leads strategic partnerships and donor relations from the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Programme in Samoa. Welcome. I also have Dato Sri Dr. Haji Sabin bin Samita, Mayor of Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia. Also coming from the Global Covenant of Mayors, welcome to the stage. And Amanda Ickert, Head of Adaptation Implementation, C40 Cities. And so welcome also, Amanda. So hopefully we can have a nice engaging dialogue with those in the room and those online. And just to set the scene, we're going to hear from you. I know some of you have some pictures, starting with the wonderful world of Samoa. And again, this will probably link back to what we heard earlier from Antony and the Seychelles Minister. Still with us. Thank you for being still with us. So I will hand you the microphone first off, and perhaps you can give us a flavor of some of the work that you have done and how you have tackled it on your own in Samoa.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for the introduction and also for the opportunity to be here on this panel with other speakers, all protocols observed. I think maybe just a slight clarification on the role that I have with the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Programme. We're actually a regional organization that's based in Samoa, but we work across 21 Pacific Island countries and territories, and of those, 14 are Pacific Small Islands developing states, and we also have various territories, both of the EU as well as the United States, Australia, and New Zealand. But primarily the focus of our work is across Pacific SIDS, as you know, being one of the most vulnerable regions in the world to climate change. For SPREP, or the Secretariat, we are mandated under the Blue Pacific Strategy 2050, which governs sustainable development in the Pacific region. And then we are one of 9 members of the Council of Regional Organizations of the Pacific. And for us specifically, we're mandated around the areas of environment and climate change. So a lot of the work that we do is very much focused on primarily adaptation, biodiversity, waste management, and environmental monitoring in the Pacific region. So that's in a nutshell. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And of course, the Seychelles belongs to the SIDS as well, just in a different area, so to speak. But perhaps you would want to show us some of your work here.
Sure. Thank you very much. So just to provide context to the geographical area that our work covers, the map that's been projected, well, as I mentioned, our work covers the 14 Pacific Small Islands developing states, 21 countries and territories in total. There is quite a bit of diversity in terms of the countries and territories that we work with the exception of Papua New Guinea, for example. Most are small island, low-lying atolls and states. On average, the population size is less than 100 to 300,000. We have some countries like Niue, where the population size is only 2,000 people, and these are sovereign countries. And then also countries like Tuvalu, who for many of you who are familiar with a lot of the global climate change advocacy, Tuvalu is one of the atoll nations that only has 11,000 people. Despite the small size of these populations, the geographical area that these countries cover in terms of the ocean space and EEZ is relatively large, around almost 3 times the size of Europe, in fact. So in terms of the proximity to oceans and the importance of coastal resilience, that's definitely key for these islands. Yeah.
You can also tell us a little bit about the vulnerability. I mean, we know what the vulnerability is, but what are they witnessing right now today?
So in terms of vulnerability in the Pacific region, I'm sorry, I'd like to go back a slide. Yeah. In terms of the vulnerability in the Pacific region, extreme exposure to climate and other hazards, sea level rise, of course, extreme weather events like tropical cyclones. But vulnerability in the context of the Pacific is multidimensional. So it isn't just focused on climate vulnerability. There is, of course, alignment and integration with other forms of vulnerability. So just to put that into context, an example would be that environmental or climate impacts of high precipitation, heavy rain and flooding can exacerbate health-focused vulnerability in terms of vector-borne disease. Very similar to the context that we heard about from the previous panel. Some of the issues that we deal with is the lack of social safety nets. So the social vulnerability aspects of this are also exacerbated and come into play. And so when we look at vulnerability in the Pacific context, it isn't one-dimensional, it is multi-dimensional when we discuss climate change and its impact on our populations. Yeah.
And of course, this area will be witnessing more of the heavy rainfall, the turbulent air because of the increasing temperatures as well across the world. When it comes to the small island states, you've mentioned this whole net, this cascade of problems. What are the solutions that communities are finding themselves to help strengthen what is vulnerability happening day on day?
Okay, so in terms of the solutions that communities have come up with, in terms of the definition and approach to adaptation in the Pacific context, because of the size of our populations, and as I mentioned, the multi-dimensionality of vulnerability, the approach to adaptation often needs to be a whole of society one. So we can't separate the context of communities from that of national governments, of society as a whole. And often the approaches that we do take to adaptation involve everyone within a community. And given the size of populations, often this is probably an easier approach to take than it would be in larger countries. In terms of the most effective adaptation strategies, there isn't one in particular. In fact, given the traditional structures in local governance that systems that are central to decision making, the most effective approach to adaptation has been a combination of different approaches. And to give some specific examples, policy and institutional adaptation has been key, particularly in the attempt to access climate finance. We've heard from other speakers in previous panels, but one of the biggest challenges for developing countries, including SIDS, Pacific SIDS, is the access to climate finance. And so policy and institutional adaptation is key. So for SPREP, we support the development and updating of national adaptation plans across our member countries. What we have done is, under the framework of the UNFCCC requirements, we've adapted NAP guidelines that are specific to the Pacific context, taking into consideration some of the issues and challenges that we do have in place, such as limited data availability. And so part of that approach is starting off by building the vulnerability and risk assessments and profiles of these islands as a key part of putting together their national adaptation plans or NAPs. And the NAP process is participatory in nature. So for the Pacific, this involves communities. One of the big challenges for us is, while we do have small population sizes, often the islands are incredibly dispersed, and there are challenges around logistics, for example, being able to access communities that are geographically dispersed. A specific example in Tuvalu, where we are about to finalize their national adaptation plan. One of the issues with consultation of local communities in the outer islands was the ability to travel. Connectivity is a major issue. There's one domestic shipping route that services the outer islands on a monthly basis, and often the one ship that services that route has issues, there's breakdowns, there isn't the engineering capacity to facilitate that. So The issues abound in terms of the approaches that we need to take. That's in terms of policy and institutional adaptation. Infrastructure and technology-based adaptation is something that's quite important, particularly for coastal resilience, considering that more than 60% of public infrastructure in the Pacific is located along the coast. And so climate proofing, of course, of existing infrastructure has been one adaptation approach that has worked well in the North Pacific.
Climate proofing?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, making existing infrastructure more, I guess, climate resilient in terms of its design. There are countries I know recently, Vanuatu, for example, experienced extreme impacts of a recent earthquake, and so the building design was an issue as well in that context. So maybe even from a policy perspective, improving building codes and things like that to support the climate resilience of existing infrastructure. Also, in Tonga, for example, during COVID, they were impacted by an extreme earthquake and also tsunami waves that impacted infrastructure along the coastline that wasn't necessarily climate proof. So there were things like loss of significant documents that weren't uploaded electronically. So these are some of the things off the top of my head that I can think of in terms of climate proofing infrastructure, but also in the North Pacific where they are more drought prone, water harvesting and storage systems is important. And then also in terms of coastal defense, seawalls and revetment. And an interesting discussion that I had with colleagues yesterday was around the importance of early warning systems. And there's significant infrastructure investment into this, a huge demand for meteorological and hydrological services to ensure risk-informed decisions around adaptation. So those are some of the adaptation approaches, also ecosystem-based adaptation, of course. Replanting of mangroves at the community level, special managed areas for fisheries and coral restoration. Those are just particular examples.
Echoing a lot of what we've heard in many other panels today and yesterday. Moving to Malaysia, and of course you're also representing the Global Covenant of Mayors, Mayor of Côte, Kinabalu, it's Dato' Haji Sabin, and I know that you're going to tell us the story from your point of view and what's happening in your world, both as a mayor and also representing Malaysia.
Lisa, I would like to go to the restroom because I'm quite nervous sitting in between all the powerful women.
Of course, you take the microphone with you if you wish. Well, we will just chat amongst ourselves. You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabin Samita. I would like to share a little bit of my experience, working experience. I was just appointed as the mayor of my city, Kota Kinabalu, in January last year. And this is totally a new working experience for me because before this, I've been working with the Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia for the last 38 years. And I retired in 2021 as the Director General of the Inland Revenue Department. So totally different experience because when I was working with the Inland Revenue, I used to manage a lot of money. But when I retired and my I went back to my hometown, the government gave me a contract to manage the city, the capital city of my home state, the Kota Kinabalu. So here am I. Kota Kinabalu, formerly known as Sultan, the capital of Sabah, Malaysia. The population is not that big. It's only around 600,000, yeah? But I'm not very sure how many inhabitants of the city. if we include the tourists, because we receive a lot of tourists every year, mostly from our neighboring countries, China, Japan, Brunei, and also South Korea. So the total area of the city is, the area that we covered is 366 square kilometer. And, sorry. Okay. And I would like to record my appreciation also to the organizer for inviting me to speak here as one of the panelists. And after listening to all the speakers and panelists for the last 2 days, I think I and my colleagues actually, we have learned a lot. And I'm here today just to share a little bit of our experience, how we manage our coastal area. Kota Kinabalu is a coastal city, is a nestled between the South China Sea and also the forest of Borneo. Very rich in biodiversity, but also highly vulnerable to climate risks such as flooding, sea level rise, and also extreme weather. So to address this problem, in 2019, we have launched the Green City Action Plan, or in short, GCAP. This is a very comprehensive policy framework guided by a dedicated governance structure within the Kota Kinabalu city itself. And this plan has served as a blueprint for mainstreaming climate adaptation across our development agenda, combining infrastructure investment with policy reform and public engagement. And recently, we have advanced this work with the implementation of our monitoring and evaluation report for climate change action for the period of 2024 to 2030. And this has strengthened our ability to track progress across 5 core areas. The first one is the disaster risk reduction. The second one is sustainable energy. Third one, mobility and infrastructure. And the fourth is waste management. And the fifth is green adapted city measures. And of course, our journey hasn't been without challenges. I would like to share some of the challenges we face. This include limited financing for adaptation, very fragmented institutional coordination, and the difficulty of translating plans into implementable projects. So what we have done to overcome these barriers, we have embraced a quadruple helix approach where we engage between local governments, technical experts, private sectors, academia, and also civil society organization. And this inclusive model has ensured our strategies are both actionable and scalable. As a member of a global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, in short, GCOM, and also the European Union, we have achieved a significant milestone in our climate smart city journey. And through technical assistance and shared best practices, we have developed a pipeline of bankable projects. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the European Investment Bank, because Kota Kinabalu, we have successfully secured funding from 3 funds actually. First is from EU GCOM Bankable Cities Climate Project Fund. The second funding is the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, where World Bank Group work closely with our central bank. And the third one is the Climate Adaptation Fund under the Malaysian Adaptation Sharing Hub Program. And of course, this fund has enabled us to move from plans to impactful action. But most of this fund for the research for the project first. We have not received any funding to start any physical infrastructure project. And the fund granted to Kota Kinabalu in 2023 and also in 2024. We do have, we face a lot of pressures also from the urbanization and climate impact, especially along our vulnerable coastline. But the urbanization is not only from the people from the rural area coming to the city, looking for job or business opportunity, but also people from neighboring countries. Some of them legal, some of them illegal. So that is our challenges. And how we overcome with these challenges, we have a waterfront master plan. This master plan we have developed with the support from the EU Bankable Cities Climate Project Fund, and we have integrated the nature-based solution and also engineering intervention to address coastal erosion and sea level rise. And this include a comprehensive coastal management plan to enhance flood protection in coastal areas. I cannot see the slide here. And also, we do receive funding from our State Department, specifically from here. This is the Zone A and Zone B. We also receive funding from our government to construct coastal protection structure and flood barriers. And also, we have done a pilot project to test and refine our regulatory framework. And our city business district lies along the waterfront, adjacent to the traditional water village and also river mouths leading into the sea. And to combat with the garbage caused by the people or the squatters living along the rivers and also at some of the islands, we managed to team up with one NGOs, to be specific, the Marine Research Foundation, and they work closely with the Switzerland government, and they have provided us a Mobula. Mobula is a skimmer boat, not only to collect the garbage floating on the sea, but they are also collecting data for the purpose of the research. And on top of that, the City Hall also, we received funding from the state government since early this year. They have increased the budget for this year just to clean up the rivers and also the sea. And again, as a mayor of Kota Kinabalu, again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the European Commission and also European Investment Bank for their support, because we have received the 3 fundings to start to do the research, and we hope with the research done by the international body, we can come up with a very comprehensive paper to get more funding either from our government or from the international institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you need to dash off for 5 minutes, feel free, and you can come back and join us in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you. That's fine, no problem. Amanda, I know you are going to give us a wonderful, wonderful talk now, and you can recap when he returns, if you need to. Amanda.
Okay, I'll cover for you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'm Mandy Eichert. I'm from C40 Cities, which is an association of about 100 of the world's largest cities, most of the global capitals, or otherwise the economic powerhouses and engines of most of your countries. And I don't know if I was able to get my slides in. Do you know, Esther? Oh, great. Thank you. Let's see, maybe the clicker's over there. Great. I just have 3 slides, but I realized with my colleagues having beautiful, colorful slides and it being afternoon that everybody would be happy to have something else to look at than just me. This is a map, or it's quite faded, but you can see almost all of our 96, 97 member cities are on the coastline. That's no surprise. People mentioned yesterday the reasons that cities have developed on coastlines, and specifically at the juncture of where riverways meet coastlines, like Kota Kinabalu, is because of the economic potential it offered. What it also means is that by establishing cities there, and as they become more dense and more paved, that the rivers themselves are no longer naturally silting and sedimenting, which was the original land base of many of these cities. So in addition to the current and coming climate impacts, we're also just facing the topographical changes that are happening to cities based on where they exist. What we do as a network of cities, we convene mayors, we convene city departments, we try to help them tackle their climate issues. This is both to ensure that they're reducing their carbon emissions as much as possible and pushing many of our cities towards a complete zero carbon or carbon neutral target. And then what my colleague Pedro and I work on is more of the adaptation side of things. We're happy to be joined, though, this week by colleagues from our ports team as well, which is looking at onshore power and supporting a lot of our ports infrastructure. Pedro and I are looking more at the impacts of climate change and what's happening in our cities. We do this in a number of different thematic areas across heat, urban nature. We're speaking more about water today. And I will say over the last few years, as we've started to see more of the impacts hitting our cities, we've needed to reroute more towards disaster response, disaster preparedness, some of the more basics of resilience. And I'm sad to say that some of our longer-term adaptation work, by which I mean to say our coastal adaptation work, has been put on hold. We are currently running some topical groups, networks of cities in inland urban flooding, which is by far the largest climate hazard impacting our cities. Also in water security, which is more drought and water shortage issues. The last few years, we've had our coastal work on hold. So one of the reasons we came to this conference, and we're really excited to be invited by UNOC and the Ocean Rise team, and then EIB and EDHEC, is because we are now scouting out what are we going to do next in this space. Who are our partners? What's the state of best practice? So we're really glad that you guys had the master class, site visits, and we get to learn from mayors and others that are actually practicing, so we can catch up. So if you want to partner with us, please let us know.
Thank you, Amanda.
I will say, in terms of what we were working on with our cities, and Pedro and I were lucky enough to convene about 20, 25 of our cities last week virtually, just to say, what are you guys doing now? What do you need? We need to come to this conference representing your needs. And it hasn't changed much over the last 3 or 4 years since we've stepped away from our coastal work. Cities are really looking at barriers and coastal protection. Here you can see largely hard gray infrastructure, but in many places it's a combination of nature-based solutions and harder seawalls and dikes and gates. And I'm sorry for those that know Jakarta, the barrier in the top left, that was an idealized picture that is not currently being developed of the Garuda bird protecting, but you get the picture. Secondly, looking at really relinquishing our coastlines more to nature. As I mentioned, many of our natural river delta cities need natural sedimentation to maintain their coastlines, and I think some mentioned yesterday the concept of the living coastline. It has to be able to shift and adjust in many places. And so some of our cities, though it's still a rather unpopular option, are looking at managed retreat and pulling away from the coast. I don't know any city that's fully said, we're going to move entirely. Venice, Miami, some of those cities that are probably most at risk, they're not going anywhere, but looking at some of the coastal edges for wetlands, for mangrove, for salt marsh, for other purposes, allowing some of the, one of the pictures here is from New York, allowing some of the natural sandbars to, again, be transformed in their land use from built human habitation to the natural infrastructure. And then last but not least, and probably the area where our cities are we're seeing the most creativity, is looking at actual urban infrastructure adaptation and redesign, particularly in coastal design, building codes, infrastructure codes, zoning, so looking at how high we need to raise infrastructure, how much salt water can the water table take without destabilizing buildings, and making sure that particularly critical infrastructure, water infrastructure like we saw yesterday at the Haliotis plant, or energy infrastructure, which has often both been developed along coastlines, are resilient to storms or surges and erosion, but also just looking at buildings and other infrastructure as well. So I think that's the area where we see the most creativity. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to stop.
There is a lot to say, and as always, I'm looking at the time, and I want to bring the audience as well, but I want to go right back to the beginning. You said something which is so interesting, which is that we know why cities are built at this crossroads of rivers and oceans, but we already have an historic topographical issue, and then on top of that, that's climate change. Can you separate what percentage is already due to the fact that we've been paving, we've been building roads, we haven't been paying attention to the landmass that we've been building on, versus now, in addition, the sea level rise?
No, I can't. I don't know, but that would be a really interesting number to have. So if anybody has that number, please let us know. I mean, certainly it depends. Each city is very different in terms of its topography, and so some don't face the same issues with the lack of sedimentation. Some are actively dredging their waterways, many for port facilities and deep sea port facilities, which are the economic engine. So I don't have that percentage, I don't have that number, but certainly I would say our cities are able to adapt more or less at the speed of the topographical change. Where we're not sure that they're prepared is the speed of the climate change. So I think the time horizon is much more extreme, extremely short with climate change, looking at 20 years out, 40 years out, 50 years out, not the longer term 100-year sedimentation impacts.
And on top of that, as we have the rising climate change, we have the salinity of the incremental, well, it's in some cases not incremental at all, moving into our cities as well. So how are they dealing with that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think some of our cities have, and again, we spoke about this at the site visit for those that were yesterday at Haliotis. Some of our cities, depending on their water table, the salinization has very different impacts. And I think, again, depending on how the sewage and drainage infrastructure is designed, and in many of our older cities, they were combined, you know? It's only the more modern cities or the more modern parts of our cities that we tend to have separated stormwater drainage and sewage systems. So I think, you know, looking at the piping, looking at the pumping, are we able to move this new type of water if we do see more salinization in the system. But it also affects our aquifers. So some of our coastal cities, and Jakarta is a good example, is still pumping fresh water right at the coastline, which is also increasing land subsidence. And they're not the only one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. Moving back to you, Sabine and Salome as well. When I'm listening to both of you speak, you're giving us a wonderful umbrella picture, talking about policy that could be put in place, the reports that are coming out, the fact that research is being done. But I would love to hear more about the grassroots examples. What's happening from the ground up? What are communities doing themselves without waiting for the research to be done? Because their lives are being impacted and they might feel powerless, but most people don't act as though they're powerless. They try their very best in their own way. Have you got grassroots examples?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for that question, Lisa. I think given the context of specific SIDS, I think the proactivity from the community level has been important, but I know that I haven't had an opportunity to touch on traditional knowledge as well, but traditional knowledge and traditional governance systems play a key role as well in empowering local communities in their approaches towards adaptation. And so there are a number of, there are actually many examples of community-driven or community-based adaptation that have worked well in Pacific SIDS, and there are a few that come to mind. In Tonga, which is my country, special managed areas has been one example that's been community-driven, and the success of that had to do with pre-existing local governance structures that work well at the community level. So community-based development in the Pacific context is very much at the island and village level. So in the case of Tonga, in terms of the approach to adaptation at the island or village level, there's already existing structures that incorporate different functions within the community, farmers, fisher people, women, youth, and engaged traditional leaders as well. And so with the special managed areas in Tonga, for example, this has been very much driven at the community level. They've established specific working groups on special managed areas. The result of that is Tonga now has over 50 special managed areas, and this has been scaled up through government policy, and that has resulted in no fishing zones, the establishment of no fishing zones. That's one example in Tonga, and significant restoration, for example, of our coral reefs. Another example as well is in Samoa, incorporating traditional knowledge and traditional leaders within the communities, as I mentioned earlier, around this whole of society approach, faith-based organizations, in building their capacities and empowering them to facilitate early warning systems at the community level, and incorporating some of the traditional knowledge and traditional indicators that our indigenous peoples have known for years prior to the science existing into their adaptation approaches and facilitating early warnings at the community level. And the third example, and it was very interesting to hear as well from Amanda what she called coastal retreat, planned relocation of coastal communities. And the example that I wanted to share is actually from Fiji, where they have looked at planned relocation as an adaptive strategy. Obviously, I know there are some schools of thought that look at planned relocation as a last resort in terms of adaptation, but they've looked at the available science and the projections over a period of 10 plus years, and already they've relocated 6 communities. This has been a community-driven effort to establish guidelines around their relocation. There's a national trust that's been established to finance some of these relocation efforts. They have 42 communities that I understand are in in line for relocation within the next 5 to 10 years. And ultimately, I believe it's something around 800 communities in the long run that will be affected by the impacts of climate change on coastal areas. So yes,
because we're hearing so much. I mean, I'm only imagining what does it feel like when your whole ancestry has lived in one place and then it's all being moved. And so the buy-in of the person on the ground living in that coastal community is so important. And Mir Sabine, turning to you as well, again, welcome to this world from Inland Revenue. What a change for you in your retirement. I'm not sure you had imagined that, but I'm sure you're enjoying it. At least I hope you're enjoying it.
Oh, yes.
Well, I wanted to come back to some of the notes that I made. You mentioned 4 things: the buy-in of local government, technical experts, academia, and civil society. So we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about local government, or even, more than local government, the technical expertise needed, the academia, and again, I want to come back to the civil society part, because I think that's the part we have not heard so much about in the last couple of days. And without the buy-in of every single person in the world, nothing is going to really change. It really requires us all to change our actions, which is what trying to combat climate change in the first place requires as well. We had pictures of your rivers being destroyed by pollution of various kinds. So how are you talking to your citizens, your city people, the residents of your city, so that they will affect change?
Thank you, Lisa. A very interesting question. As a mayor, I do a lot of engagement, not only from the civil society, but also from academia and the professional bodies, because this is one ways actually to get the buy-in if we want to embark in a certain project involve the community. As I said just now that we do have squatters problem, or people coming to the city looking for job opportunity and business opportunity, and they don't have enough housing for them, so they simply build squatters. So for the city hall to move them out, we need to get their buy-in first, especially the leaders actually, and give them the understanding why we need to protect the environment. I will get one example in one of the islands in front of the city, where a lot of people they build their houses illegally actually, without the approval from the city halls. So we all, on top of engaging the people there to explain to them it is how important it is for the government to preserve the coral, so that the fish, and also the not only the fish actually, but the fish that the source of income of the people living in the island will be sustainable. We need to protect the environment, and after we got the buy-in from them, it is much easier to relocate them to certain area where we provide, or the city hall provide, the infrastructure. Yeah. So again, with this close working relationship with these NGOs and the civil society, it will make easier for the city hall to embark in a certain project, especially involve the communities.
Amanda, you showed us a wonderful map at the beginning, and you've got representation right across the world. And again, here it's about sharing best practice. And as we know, every situation is different, every community is different, even along one coastline, as you showed us, the coastlines are different. But you must have also many examples of best practice that could be shared internationally. Can you share some of those here?
Yes. Yes, I think the three areas that we're especially supporting and tracking our cities on in terms of best practice are perhaps, maybe I'll say governance first, which has been mentioned many times as like the key to allowing finance and structure around that. And I think for us, we're seeing many of our cities now adopt some of the coastal management governance that traditionally was at the national level. And that's because we're seeing some of the impacts. And the liabilities usually fall at the city level. They turn to the mayor. They don't usually turn to the president. They say, Mayor, help us out, bail us out, you know, if they're looking at relocation or reestablishment of their livelihoods or rehabilitation of their homes. And so I think we're seeing that governance change very much. I know somebody mentioned Singapore, which of course is a nation state, but just also seeing that they're now embedding coastal resilience into their water utility is a critical step for us, that they're linking these two together, right? That it's no longer just separated out by economic activity, but some of the larger systems. New York has done the same. Now there's a new commissioner for coastal resilience in the water utility as well. Cape Town and Durban have set ordinances. I know in Brazil, the national government is also encouraging that decentralization of governance. And so I think that's really critical right now. And Jakarta, again, they've just moved the capital of Indonesia to lebih dekat, closer to Kota Kinabalu in Kalimantan. And so now Jakarta has much more responsibility for developing its coastline. So what we're doing is trying to help support the city government agencies be prepared. The land use departments, the budget departments, the fiscal offices, ensuring that the buildings code, zoning code, and that the economic activity, including ports, which are usually one of the largest generators, are engaged in developing a concerted strategy. So I think that's one thing we're seeing. Another piece is really that cities are trying, and it's a little trial and error, establishing levels of risk tolerance. So what is appropriate flooding or inundation in certain parts of the city or other parts of the city? What risk threshold do you need for some critical infrastructure, whereas certain other areas might be able to flood? And so I think that really helps to guide a lot of, again, development and capital management and operational management. I would say, regarding the question about communities, is such a tricky one because, again, relocation is not often popular, and our cities are always trying to figure out what can we provide that will make it more popular. Can we relocate their source of livelihood? Can we give free housing or different types of housing? And so that's still something that really hasn't been solved because there's so many links, even in cities where people maybe haven't been based for many generations, but there is real tie to place. And I think one aspect of that, both on the human scale with informal settlements, of course, where people built thinking this would be a temporary place, right, a transitional place. And even with the multi-billionaire real estate industries, we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing very short-term buildings asset management approaches. Again, somebody mentioned that this morning, where developers develop it and flip it, and no one really cares if the building will last 50 or 60 years. It's still built to the design code of yesteryear. So I think as we see some more of the requirements for developers as well to meet certain climate standards as they do meet seismic or fire code or others, I think that will really change a lot of the way that the community approaches place-based adaptation.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm hoping we have one or two questions from the floor. Yes, we do.
I can maybe start until the micro arrives to... we have received a question for C40 for you, Mandy. What are the key enabling factors that allow C40 cities to successfully access funding and implement ambitious climate adaptation actions? And how could these same mechanisms be transferred to smaller cities? What would be your recommendations or suggestions?
Excellent, good question, and very appropriate for this audience. Unfortunately, I'm not our finance person, but I'm going to do my best. I think some of the facilities that we offer through our financial support are similar to what the mayor spoke about with the Global Covenant of Mayors, which is one of our counterparts that does work with smaller cities to develop bankable projects. So our finance team does work closely with the finance departments and some of the technical departments that we work with as well to ensure what is appropriate project design. Do we see bankability? If not, where are the returns and how can we embed it into city budgets? So we work very closely with the city budget offices to try to mainstream adaptation across different departments. It doesn't just sit in the environment department now. We're trying to ensure that the buildings department, that the transportation department, that all of them have the required expertise to be able to assess the climate resilience needs rather than just options for certain projects. I think that's one. We're also working with a network of the chief financial officers in Africa and Latin America, and we'll be expanding to Asia as well to connect them as we do the technical officers so they can learn from one another what worked. Did you get a gap fund project? Were you able to access this funding stream? What worked? How can we streamline that? We have a call to action to multilateral development banks, again, together with the GCOM, to try to ensure that this is an easier process for cities to access. That said, we do understand that the national governments often need to provide the security, but we're looking at alternate ways to provide that security. And let's see, shall I stop there with the financial piece?
I think so, because we have to move on to the next question.
Actually, my question was almost the same, so I'm going to change it slightly. How much, I mean, obviously the cities also have a big mitigation mandate, which we could argue is more urgent. How are they splitting financing, I don't know, from the cities themselves or from C40, how are they splitting that financing need?
There's a lot more money going into mitigation because they tend to see economic returns when we're looking at alternate sources of energy and energy efficiency and building retrofits and systems. So we're seeing more of the return on investment in our mitigation work. So it is more favorable, it's more bankable. Certainly our cities are not seeing nearly as much investment in adaptation, again, because they're still really developing these timelines and thresholds by which to act. So we're catching up, they're catching up. I think they have been relying very much on national governments and funding support, and now are realizing they need to take it a little bit more in-house. Exploring things like some of the insurance that was mentioned earlier, some of the parametric insurance possibilities. Again, that's hard at a very localized city level. You usually need to spread that in a larger region like the Philippines has done or the Caribbean has done amongst smaller island countries to spread the risk. But our cities are looking at some of that as well at the local level. But no, we're still far behind in the adaptation work. And I think now, 10 years ago, many thought that was okay because climate change wasn't here, and now it is. And so now we're actually using the money to save lives as opposed to a future hypothetical.
Well, thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you, all of my panel, for your insights and for the enormous areas that you cover and the people that you serve as well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick coffee break and we're going to start again at 4 o'clock. Thank you. If anybody knows Sébastien Dupré, could they find him? Because he's meant to be on the stage right now. Well, welcome back, everybody. It's nice that some of you made it back on time. I'm very grateful for that. I might just wither on for another 5 minutes to allow more people to flow in, because my words are not important, but the words of the panel are, and I'm going to introduce them to you. At least that will take up a couple of minutes. And then by the time more people have come in, you can start with the important stuff. So this is the second part of, it's carrying on really from the more global perspectives we heard before the break, from Samoa and the small island development states there. And we had, of course, a view from Malaysia, and then we had the C40 cities as well. So Vanessa Brunoiga, I'm doing my best here, is the project manager for the EU Mission Adaptation, and from the DG CLIMA, she is going to host this panel and talk about really the EU adaptation mission. We've got Eugene Farrell, who has come from Galway, the University of Galway, professor and researcher there for the European Marine Board, also working group on coastal resilience. Of course, Galway right next to the Atlantic, a rather big patch of ocean waters there. We've got Sébastien Dupré as well, Director Technical Centre for Risks, Water and Sea, CEREMA, Provence-Alpes, Côte d'Azur here in France. And from the Basque Country, San Sebastian, we have Adolfo Uriarte Villalba, National Heritage and Climate Change Adaptation Director for the Basque government. So more Europe-based here, and with that, I've tried to take on a couple more minutes, but some people are enjoying coffee a little bit too much, but we do have our online guests as well. So with that, Vanessa, over to you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, this session will first be about the EU mission on adaptation, because we're very excited to, make publicity for this huge initiative that is going on with regional and local authorities. So in 2021, 5 EU missions were launched, one of them on climate adaptation to climate change. And what is the objective of the mission? The objective is to support at least 150 European regions, communities, local authorities in becoming climate resilient by 2030. It's a simple objective, but of course, how to help them become climate resilient. So we have opened up a call for any region and local authority in the EU and associated countries interested in working together with the mission and having the ambition to be climate resilient by 2030. And we have 326 now, regions, cities, and local authorities that are part of the EU mission on climate change, adaptation to climate change. That covers 29 countries, about 40% of the EU population. You can see the map there. And we really have all sizes of local authorities, from big regions in Germany to very small communities, very small municipalities throughout the EU. You will find on our mission portal more information on who is part of the mission. So for every signatory part of the mission, you will have a little overview of where they are at in their climate adaptation or climate resilience journey. So a little bit of information of all of them. And that also helps for other regions and local authorities to find colleagues and peers, so to speak, that can talk to each other about this, face the same risks they're facing. What is the support that the mission is offering to these local and regional authorities? So we are taking it in a very structured way, starting with the need of having done a climate risk assessment. And as that is not obvious for many local authorities, the mission has put in place a project with funding that the regional and local authorities can receive to do their climate risk and vulnerability assessment, with also methodological help on how to do such risk assessments. Because we really believe that is the starting point. There is no point in rushing into projects if it doesn't make sense, if it's not going to be the most effective solution for your highest risks. What is also in the mission support is help with developing adaptation projects, because that is the second step. Once you have your climate risk, vulnerability risk assessment, you need to turn it into an action plan. Also here, the mission is providing both methodological support and financial support for working on a climate adaptation plan when you are a local or regional authority. And I want to advertise that we have a call open on this, meaning we are looking for projects that can provide this support. We have the call open right now, and it closes in August this year. So the mission is a lot to do with research and innovation. So we're really looking for consortia that can offer this service to the regional and local authorities that want to help us get this in place. So we have a current project in place, Pathways to Resilience, that is providing this, but we're looking for a runner-up project because there's such a high demand for support on adaptation planning. And then we have the third step, which is innovation and implementing solutions on the ground. And also there we have a lot of mission projects already running, more than 40, which are developing new climate adaptation solutions and immediately testing them on the ground together with some regional and local authorities. So what we are funding is not only the research, but also the testing on the ground, hand in hand with the regions and local authorities that want the support. I'll be talking about that later because we have another call open. Every year we have a call for projects, and I will also advertise that call in case there are interested people, and I hope there is some interest in that. The arrow underneath is explaining the other support we're offering. We have an implementation platform, which is really a team of people that are coordinating all the support. And they are providing, for instance, a community of practice. So all the regions and local authorities in the mission come together online and also a few times a year in person to exchange good practices, best practices. How are you doing it? How are you progressing? What are your difficulties? How do you solve them? They exchange between themselves. It's a community. There is webinars organized, training, events. There is also a program of technical assistance where the regions and local authorities that want hands-on support can ask for a consultancy service of a number of days to help them with the adaptation planning steps, and also helping them with identifying projects and financing, because that is indicated to us as the #1 challenge in the regional and local authorities. So they really came to us saying, my main barrier for becoming climate resilient is financing. So we're trying to foresee some support on that as well. The mission is running until 2030, logically. So we are already in the implementation phase, fully geared up. So you see which regions are already benefiting from the technical assistance support, from the capacity building, from the support with planning, support with doing the risk assessment. So this is all voluntary. So we are not forcing anything. The mission is really a coalition of the willing. And any region or local authority that is part of the mission can step forward and say, I need help on this, I need help on that. And then we try to provide support. On the right-hand side, you see the regions where the projects are being tested and are being carried out. So also there, quite a lot of work already going on. What are the fields we have in the mission as focus? So we are focusing on climate resilience for critical infrastructure, health, well-being, land use, food systems, forests, agriculture, water management, very important one, and in the middle, ecosystems, nature-based solutions. But we also want to work on the enabling factors, which you see around there, which is knowledge and data, governance, finance, obviously, and behavioral change. So we believe you need to work on all of that to become climate resilient or to move towards climate resilience. And governance is an important one that we have really noticed as being a struggle for many regional and local authorities. How do you cooperate with all the levels of governance that are needed to work together on climate resilience? So I'm advertising now the call that we have opened this year, and very coincidentally, we have a call open for projects to demonstrate solutions to help hotspots in coastal regions to adapt to climate change. So you can see we have a nice budget available for projects that are doing research and innovation, because this is really, the mission is funded in Horizon Europe. It is about research, innovation, and testing on the ground. So for the coastal hotspots, we have a budget of 30 million for this year, and we're looking for 3 projects. So basically, we're looking for 3 consortia to be selected who want to work on this, both on the intellectual work, on the solutions, but also on the demonstrating on the ground. And I also want to advertise the next one, which is solutions to improve resilience to extreme heat, because of course, health being so crucial also in the benefits of in the benefits of climate resilience and what we're all doing it for. So also there, we have a budget of 30 million and looking for 3 projects. And I also want to advertise even more strongly, personally, the next one, which is, it's a research project on understanding the incentives for the private sector to convince them to finance adaptation solutions. Because we've heard a lot today that we need to monetize the benefits. We need to be able to quantify both the avoided costs when you implement a climate resilience measure, but also the benefits it will bring short-term, but more importantly, long-term. And it's only when you're able to quantify all that and put a price on it and calculate it that you will convince both the public authorities, but also private investors to get on board. So we think there is really a lot of research still needed on methodologies to calculate avoided costs, benefits. And benefits could be any kind of benefits, and there we really need to be open-minded. We need to quantify all benefits, whether it is very small ones from a reduction in insurance premiums to bigger ones, co-benefits on mitigation, benefits for local companies, benefits for citizens, benefits for any benefits we can imagine. We need to put a price on it. And hopefully, when we're able to quantify all that, there is an economic rationale to invest in it. And the economic rationale becomes clear and tangible. So we're looking for researchers who want to delve into that and develop these methodologies. And we hope that also, we hope, part of the project is also testing. That's what the mission is all about. It's finding the solutions, but also testing. So we're also asking for test cases of adaptation projects for climate resilience investments, where the calculation is done, and hopefully we will see that when the incentives are all quantified, it will, when the benefits are all quantified, it will give an economic rationale, and it will convince investors and public authorities to take action and actually make the investment. So voilà, very exciting, very much looking forward to what will come out of these projects, and very much urging you to propose projects and talk to people who might be interested in this. The calls are closing on the 24th of September, so very much looking forward to that. So with that, I'm looking forward to hearing from the panel. And I will start with Adolfo, if I may, because the three gentlemen are within regions or local authorities that are part of the mission. And I would like to start with you, Adolfo. Maybe you want to do your presentation first, and then we... Oh, all right. I'm looking at the IT people, what presentation we will take first.
Is it okay?
If we can have the next presentation up.
Go to next slide. Go to next slide.
It's
maybe.
already present.
I don't know. It's not me.
Oh, well.
The next one. Who's is it?
That's mine.
It's his.
Yes, Eugene.
Okay, thank you. I've been sitting down for 2 days, so I'm going to walk back and forth. I won't be as smooth as Nicholas the first morning. Thank you for the invitation. This is a fantastic event. The work I do is on coastal resilience. It's published, so you can view it. I'm going to lean heavily on the second report there, which is Building Coastal Resilience in Europe. I did with 14 authors. I recently proposed, as in the last month, a position paper for the European Marine Board on financing coastal resilience, because when we did this position paper, my experience in Ireland and my experience in Europe, there's huge knowledge gaps, and today and yesterday were phenomenally important. But if anyone's interested, I'm not going to be an author on it maybe, but I'd like to facilitate a position paper on financing coastal resilience. The last report is unpublished. It'll be published this summer, and you'll see some of the results today. You've seen lots of these sorts of slides. I want to hit home a couple of take-home messages. First of all, resilience, there's a definition there, but ultimately it's the ecological functioning that's important. That's why we do nature-based solutions, but also there has to be socioeconomic aspects to building resilience, and we've heard all about that. But on the left there is important. I live in Galway. We live in the Atlantic. Even if Europe becomes climate neutral by 2050, sea level rise is locked in. And I don't think we heard enough about that the last 2 days. Sea level rise of 1 metre is locked in Ireland. We talked about events, we talked about near misses. In January this year, we had Storm Éowyn. The surge on that was 2.6 metres, which is unprecedented. The goalposts are continuously changing in extreme weather events in Ireland, in the Atlantic, worldwide. And it's a level that's unprecedented. So we need to learn from these. The storm in January, I don't live on the coast, yet I had no electricity for 12 days and no broadband for 2 months. So the question is, what can we learn? How can we build resilience? The other one at the bottom, I think, is more important too. For Ireland's a small country, 5.3 million. The Central Statistics Office came out with a number, 1.13% rise every year. Our population will have an extra 1 million people by 2040. And what we didn't hear the last 2 days, which is really important, is I work on the coastline with coastal communities. The pressures from the landward side are just as impactful as the pressures from the seaward side, whether it's sea level rise, extreme weather. So this is something we need to build resilience for too. Now, I'll basically go to the report. This is the synopsis of the 10 recommendations for the European Marine Board position paper. I'll go through one or two of them because it basically is replicating everything we heard the last day or two. Transdisciplinary. I work in a university, but I work on the ground with practitioners. I speak a different language to them. I speak a different language to people here on the panel and to you, to bankers, to economists, to ecologists, to planners, to communication people. But we all need to work together. That's my experience on projects. Any successful project has to bring in all these aspects. The one below, which is nature-based solutions, I'll show you some case studies from the ground up. That has to be put on the table, ecosystem-based approach. It might not always work, it depends on it's project specific. And then policy recommendations, which is, we've heard it, we need to build with nature. We need to give basically communities agency. We heard that yesterday, the term agency. What does that mean? How do we actually empower people on the ground? And then the one which I think we can talk about afterwards is natural capital. What are the indicators of adaptation? We need agreement on that. It's good to hear that these projects are coming out from the adaptation mission. We need to agree on a set of resilience indicators and all measure them together so we can compare apples and apples. And not just in Europe, Atlantic-wide and globally. And there's precedence for that. And then the last one is a six-step approach. Involve all stakeholders at every stage of the process. Policy coherency. This is a huge issue in Ireland where you have multiple government departments all saying they have a commitment or a strategy or a policy to do the same thing. We need to stop duplication of efforts. Ireland's the only island nation I know with no coastal plan. I came back home in 2012. When I left in 1995, nothing had changed. It's changing now, but thankfully we have a bunch of a complex, but it's a lot of legislation there, EU framework, legislative framework for managing the coast, whether it's the Marine Strategy Framework, the Water Framework for the catchments, or then you have the international commitments, the Green Deal, the coming Montreal Biodiversity, the Paris Agreement, they're all there. So we need to essentially especially for coastal resilience and adaptation, we need policy coherence. This is one I will come back to maybe if you want as well, but this is a real revelation to me. Not that it wasn't new news, but I love seeing this in an EIB report in 2023. And my experiences in Ireland are exactly this. Anyone who's worked on the coast, if I had money, I would not invest in the coastline. It's too risky. There's too many knowledge gaps. Does that mean we don't do it? No. So where does the money go right now? Agriculture, forestry, wetlands, for example. In Ireland, the big projects are going to those areas. Why? Because of land ownership is a huge reason. Carbon credits, we can also monetize like woodland, peatland, the carbon sequestration. The government has semi-state agencies that own peatlands and own forests. Both of them independently are doing 30,000 hectares, programs to restore 30,000 hectares. These are lands with one owner, so the state doesn't have to worry about dealing with multiple owners. That model of restoration can't go down to the coast, especially in Ireland. You think about restoration projects, seagrass, they're fragmented. One bay might have seagrass, another might not. One might have kelp, one might have sand dunes. Land ownership, and not only is it complicated, it's basically stopping work as we speak. Why? Because commonage is very common in coastal areas. What's commonage? Multiple landowners, 7 landowners in my field sites, up to 13 in some, 35 in another one. And some of them, no one knows, they haven't been in contact with the community ever. So you can't get permission to work. Huge issues. But there is potential. That means doesn't mean we don't do it. Demonstration projects are really important. We heard beacon project, whatever you want to call them, we have to do them and learn from each other. And then on the ground, this is work that's unpublished right now. It should be out this summer. We did a case study analysis. I was hired by the government. How do we implement nature-based solutions in coastal and transitional waters? We found 60 case studies on different ecosystems, and we did a typology on them. There's a big Excel database that looks at the lead organization, objectives, services delivered. My take-home message is, when you add them all up together, that's a lot of ecosystem services. But there's missed opportunities here too, because not many of those projects are actually measuring anything. There's no indicators. They're just implementing a nature-based solution. There's no monitoring, and because it's not a motivation, they don't have the expertise. So there's potential there to tap into this. I have an example here of multiple case nature-based solutions, community-led actions. This community I started working with, this is when I went from being a geomorphologist measuring sediment transport. I was measuring on the beach and a local came up to me going, "What are you doing? How can it help us?" Metais, they've won every award, and I'll show you why. Because not only did they restore their sand dunes because they had to, otherwise the road was being closed with wind-blown sand, they tapped into what we should all be resilience happens over many layers. It's coastal protection, coastal conservation, but then there's heritage, there's education. It's all the lists you see here that this community has done in and on themselves. Without a coastal plan, they have to beg, borrow, and steal. Let's make their job easier is my message to government. This is what they look like. This is them marching, Save Our Coastline, putting up signs, learning how to do signs, putting up sand bales, learning kids doing marram grass planting, every section of the community, beach cleaning, learning how to put up fences, getting money to put up fences, doing pub quizzes to get the money for fences, tapping into their heritage, place names, heritage tours, plaques of the Land Commission back in the day, biodiversity tours with the local schools. They do the ecotourism during the summer with tourists. And then they put awareness signs and promote themselves, which is fantastic, because that's what you need as well. Communication, communication, communication. But it comes at a huge cost. They're put up there as lauded as the best case for coastal community resilience in Ireland. And you talk to them, they say, we don't feel like a success many times because nothing has changed in terms of structures and getting the money from the top down. That has to change. How am I doing in time? Okay, I'll keep going until someone gets me off the stage. So let's scale up, and this is going to be very quick. Because there's project-driven restoration in Ireland too, this is a fantastic project. You went from coastal sand dunes of a coastal community to 32 acres. What did they do? They simply removed the trees, remobilized the dunes, and it's done in Irish partners and Spanish partners. This is fantastic. I was over in the UK in Liverpool, they were doing this, and they burned, the rangers were getting their Jeeps' wheels burned. Why? They wanted to save the squirrels. The locals didn't want that. Why did that happen? They didn't consult with them properly. So all this sort of work, you start by consulting with the stakeholders, get them into a room and explain what you're doing. This is a fantastic example. Then local government do stuff too. This is one of my champions in a local authority in Dublin, Fingal County Council. Hans Visser, he's not Irish, he happened to be Dutch. Maybe this is why this happened. He went in with a digger, got a digger person for 4 days, and removed 1.4 kilometre dike, a levee, and re-wetted a whole area of a park that never had wetlands before. Now this is a huge amenity and multiple ecosystem services. He's got a great quote there, which is, it didn't cost much, and this model can be replicated in other places. Managed relocation is a form of adaptation, but it's really contentious. With no coastal plan, this is what we're doing right now in Ireland. There's a call out to actually figure out how do we do managed relocation. Well, you need legal and policy frameworks, you need government mechanisms, financial support. We saw it just earlier. The money has to come from somewhere, and we should be doing that right now. There's 2 examples in the European Marine Board. I'm not going to get into them now, it'll take too long. There's 2 really good examples of resilience and managed realignment. So this is my last slide. This is how I visualize the issue in Ireland. We have big projects impacting a couple of landowners. My vision and my experience on the ground is we need to go to smaller money where we impact loads of communities and impact the next generation. We talk about intergenerational knowledge all the time. It's a priority in a lot of European missions. How do you do that? You need to connect to the ground. Fill the knowledge gaps. Biodiversity credits, we heard yesterday about saline intrusion on land. We heard about lots of things, but ultimately, one of my issues is we need to develop biodiversity credits. So basically, we can monetize nature. Again, trouble flat, we have to monetize it to show the true value of it, and then we can figure out the cost benefits. Large scale to small scale, and then demonstration projects. I learn from lots of my partners and colleagues and communities that I visit. And we can build a network. There is one at the moment, the All-Atlantic Network for Coastal Resilience. There's opportunities to build even more networks. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, it's me. Sébastien, over to you.
Okay. Yeah, I hope I'll be able to say something interesting. I mean, there have been so many interesting things said today with so great speakers, so I'll try to make my contribution. My apologies because I have only one slide, so I hope you'll welcome my presentation. Basically, what I want to make as a contribution here today is trying to bridge, in fact, engineering and finance. On the work I'm going to present in 1 minute, 2 minutes, is this work that we've been carrying out to basically provide some data, some information, so that decisions that can be taken at national level or at local level on coastal retreat, on the consequences of sea level rise, are basically sound and recognized by everyone. Because today we are facing that we have many local university, coastal authorities and cities that gather some information, but we can't do anything with it nationally. So the idea of the work we've been carrying out was first to provide some information, maybe to create a fund on coastal adaptation, and maybe I will develop that, and also to have national information on coastal retreat, on the consequences of sea level rise. So we carried out some analysis. I'm not going to discuss all that of photography, data, satellite images, and we could identify every 200 meters where the Côte is retreating, or maybe it is advancing at sea, basically saying that we have 20% of the coastline which is currently retreating. We've already lost, depending on the units you want to use, we use football pitch, more than 4,000 football pitches. And the most important thing is that around this coastline, we have 16,000 coastal structures that are fixing the coastline. And tomorrow, the question is, are they still going to fix the coastline or not? And will the coastal retreat affect between 20 or 40% of our coastline in France? The interesting thing, once you've said that, is to say what is going to happen in the future. And what we've been carrying out on these are the two maps is trying to do a forecast of the consequences of coastal retreat on sea level rise. And you see with the orange color the effect of the invasion of the sea in the territories with only 1 meter sea level rise. And what you can see on the blue map is that we've been counting buildings, public infrastructure. We've been counting them, imagining that for 2050, we keep business as usual. It means we still have money. We can still invest in coastal structures, which means they're still here. And like you can see here is a scenario where no action has been taken by the policymakers and by the local authorities, which means the stakes which are the most at risk haven't been protected or removed. On the coastal structures that should have been adapted, that maybe should have been repaired because of the increase of storminess, haven't been repaired. So what you can say with that, you can, for this example of France, but I mean, the methodology is available to apply to anywhere, in fact, is that we have more than 400 homes and 400,000 homes and 60,000 business premises which are exposed. And we've also evaluated the value of this, which is 85 billion euro. So the idea, and that's the sort of bridge I want to make between engineering and finance, is how you can provide objective data to maybe build a national policy and maybe imagine the way you're going to finance through a limitation, which is the choice we've made, not to evaluate the cost of action, but the cost of inaction. Because action mainly depend on the fund you will find, and also will depend on decision that will be taken locally. The interesting thing is that, maybe I can say a word on that, is that we've made an effort also to increase the awareness, as you mentioned in your presentation, to use various types of units. That's evident, of course, but when you know that you have more than 1,000, I checked my numbers, 1,500 kilometers of road, motorways, or more than 300 kilometers of railways that are affected by coastal retreat and sea level rise. That's a nice way to, I won't say naming, shaming, but at least naming and mobilizing the local people and also the national organization to go into the adaptation, because this is a sort of risk evaluation. You were talking the mission, risk evaluation, adaptation strategy. So this is a sort of national first phase of the emission adaptation that you've presented, and that will push every local community to do their own local assessment if they want to have more precise data, and also, account for the decision they can take locally.
Thank you very much for France, an explanation on the quantification of the costs and taking that as an incentive for the local authorities and the national level to take action. And yes, Adolfo, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to European Investment Bank for the invitation, and thank you as well for the mission, as I will go through my presentation today. I'm the last one, I think, speaking today among these panels, and I know people are tired. Has been a very dense day, so I will try to just focus on the main ideas I would like to show you. We have been working for a long time in the Basque Country in working in mitigation and adaptation, and actually since 2002 we have started implementing all these strategies in our planning. Environmental strategy already contained this, and we have been working through all this time. But let me just stay on some landmarks. Of course, 2022 we joined the mission adaptation, and since then we've been working very hard with the mission in many aspects. But I would like to probably highlight that we have been working with at a technical level with the mission, and since 2023 we joined the community of practice, and we have been working since November 2003. Our work will end in October this year, and since then we have been working very hard to define exactly what we want to do, because we have been working quite, I wouldn't say dispersed, but we have done a lot of initiatives in many different areas. But the mission has helped us now to focus, to have our own strategy and know exactly what we want to do. So the Basque Country has got, of course, like most of the regions in Europe, probably, some other, different problems, but mainly we've got the climate change threats are there. I'm not going to point them out, but the main vulnerability and climate risk analysis that we have done for the last, let's say, 10 years, but especially in the last 5 years, been working very hard. And as I've said, in the last 2 years, working very hard with the mission and trying to focus. The main problems we have got is river flooding, coastal flooding, heat waves, and drought periods. And as you can see, there are some numbers. I won't put it. This is a little bit of the adaptation measures that we have defined. So we have to do we do actions in coastal protection, in river protection, in coastal and river, in the combination of both, heat waves and heat islands, in rainfall, nature problems, and we've got as well social measures. It's important, has been highlighted today as well. Everything has to do with education and awareness raising. It's critical, and there are some as well institutional measures, as you can see there. And I would like probably to stress the governance that has been said a lot today as well. It's critical, and again we have learned a lot from the mission how to deal with governance, and I think this is something we are proud of now at the moment, because we are in a very small country. The Basque Country is only 7,200 square kilometers, 2.2 million inhabitants, but with a very complex governance, right? Because we've got a government, we've got the regional government from the 3 provinces or territorial historic territories, as we call them, and then we've got all the municipalities. So we've got quite a lot of quite complex governance. And for example, something that as well, the institutional measures we are boosting is everything that has to do with early warning systems. That we're putting a lot of effort in this area. And working together with the mission again, we learned that it's important, as I've said, the governance. And what we are doing is we are working in like most of the governments in Europe, attending or tackling the issues of climate change in different departments. So what we've done is we've done Kaya. Kaya is a table or round table where we sit together, different people from different departments in the government. As you can see there, of course, the environment, the office of the deputy of the minister, who is here today with us as well. We have got as well our agency, and so the environmental agency, it's EIB, and we have got URA, that is our water agency, but we as well have as well on the table as well the Spatial Planning and Urban Agenda Directorate and the Emergency Response and Methodology Directorate. We've got as well our own methodology agency, a methodology and climate agency, that is Euskalmet, and we've got the technical support of ASTI. ASTI is a research institute in the Basque Country, mainly dealing with marine things, right? And we call it Kaya. So this is something that we, again, are working with the mission. What we have done, we have been recognized as a transformative region and a driving force in adaptation by the EU Climate Change Adaptation Mission. So using the methodology RAST, you know, the Regional Adaptation Support Tool, where we are at the moment, we've done analysis, and they recognize, the mission recognizes that we are now in step 3, working in step 3, 4, and 5. We have accomplished already the first 2 steps. We have got a very, very thorough risk and vulnerability analysis, and now we are working now in defining what we want to do, right? So I'm going to go a little bit faster. What we have done, this is important, we have, how has the mission helped us? We have defined demonstration projects. What are the demonstration projects? Well, different demonstration projects, as you can see there, most of them are on the coast, because the coast is one of our most vulnerable areas, of course, but we've got as well one of our demonstration projects that's going to be in a meander of a river inland, close to Vitoria. That is the number 4 that you can see there, restoring nature. It's diminishing the floodability of an area, at the same time restoring the habitats and improving as well the quality of life of the people. That is something very important. Anyway, together with the mission again, with the technical assistance, we have defined what our objectives are. Of course, we need to define exactly this demonstrators, what they are, these demonstrator projects, and what are the criteria to select these demonstration projects. As you can see there, I'm not going to insist a lot of them. Mainly, from the vulnerability analysis is to select those projects, those areas where they are most vulnerable because they expect the highest impact and because they are highly densely populated, or where we have got most of our resources in these areas. So those are areas that we have to prioritize, and then of course as well some things like that we have to provide in these projects, that we can reduce vulnerability. We need to know that they are feasible and that there are funding opportunities. There is a territorial balance, and of course, and something that is important as well, is that the stakeholders in the area agree or are in the mood to collaborate and to work together, which we think it's very, very critical and very important. As you can see here, just a picture of our country with the different with different demonstrator projects that we have, and we have got there the different impacts that we are attending or we are trying to adapt these areas. As you can see, rainfall, river flooding, high temperatures, rising sea level, wave swell. Those are some of them, and you can see in the picture very briefly which ones of them are in each one of the demonstrators. We have done an analysis as well of the costs together with the mission. They have helped us as well. Again, we've got a thorough analysis of how much each one of the different blocks in each one of the demonstrators is going to cost. So we know that these demonstrator projects that are, as I've said, scalable and replicable will have a cost of about 27.5 million euros. We've got already provided ourselves with 7 million euros. And again, what we are doing now together with the mission is a financial plan. How are we going to finance this? Of course, the regional finance is assured because we are going to do them anyway. But there is as well some minor, let's say, national funding. But the last one I would say is very important. Vanessa has showed today some of the programs that they are going to open or are open now at the moment for the community. And actually, you can see there the different entities or areas, included, of course, the European Investment Bank, where we would like to have some help or some financing to try to accomplish with all what we are trying to do, right? So from Paris, what we are determined and what we say together, and completely in line what Mr. Vandenberghe this morning have said. I mean, we are completely, we make the commitments of the European Union ours. And since then, what we are determined is to achieve climate neutrality and become a more resilient territory. This is something, and how we are going to do this, well, I've explained it, but it's there in the presentation. So because otherwise I would be hours talking about what we're going to do, but the presentation is there. And what I am open as well is for any doubts or anything, contact us and we will help you to try to explain where we are and what we are doing. Right, this is the regulatory framework of our and the energy transition and climate change roadmap. Based on 3 pillars, as they are there. You can see them, and the second pillar is anticipating risks and ensuring climate resilience, as you can see there. Together with the mission, we have defined each one of them. So we have got all the strategic lines, the 8 strategic lines that we are working in now at the moment. So, and as I've said, very critical and very similar to what Vanessa has shown, so I'm not going to repeat. We are very much in line into trying to work together with the primary sector, with the health sector, with the transport, with everybody that has got something to do in adaptation. And well, in the next slides, I'll stop here, but the next slides just give a little bit more of information of each one of those strategic lines. That's it.
Thank you very much, Adolfo. I couldn't explain better what services and what support the regions are really taking on board, and it's so powerful to see everything that's happening and all the work that you're doing, and how enthusiastic you're really working on climate resilience and really putting your teeth in it and going through all the steps, really trying to do it methodologically. And I couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much. I hope we have time for a few questions to the panelists. Okay, thank you. Sébastien, if I may. So you work on engineering, and you are based in the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. The region is also part of the mission. So what has the mission been able to support the region with?
Yes, maybe I should make a little precision on that, on who we are. We are a national center of resource and expertise, a public one, and we have basically two types of shareholders. We have like the government has 50% of the shares, on the rest of the shares are owned by local communities, cities, and regions or departments, and that's quite an interesting sort of setup, because we have basically 1,000 cities, port and cities, region, and department who are basically deciding what we do, on how we basically combine the action of the national government on the local decision. And yes, Region PACA is one of our shareholders, if I may say that like that. And the feedback I'm happy to share with you is somehow going in your way, of course, but they have been very enthusiastic about having a concrete support in their work, and especially on three aspects, which is strengthening the governance through appropriate methodology and cross-sector coordination. I mean, you showed that together, which was a sort of condition of success, to have a relevant strategy which is shared and which is co-elaborated. That's the first feedback they gave us. The second one is also that the region has a climate plan, but they felt that the adaptation part of their climate plan was quite weak, and through the mission they could reinforce it and inject some methodology to improve the adaptation component, in fact, of the regional climate plan. And in particular, they found very interesting the engagement of citizens into that plan, and also the engagement of the decision makers, which is including, the economic actors and also the public decision maker. And finally, and that's not the least. I mean, it's also defining indicators to monitor what they are decided to do. And I think we've not maybe been discussing that so much today, but this is, I mean, from our perspective, really critical, that you have knowledge, you have risk, you have a plan, but then you measure what you have decided you're going to do, because in this context of climate change, where we need to handle uncertainty in a way, you also have to be able to monitor if you're on track or if you are losing track. And this is the third item they finally find very, very interesting. And maybe I can add something, saying that because we are working with local communities in these different phases, I mean, it's very coherent with what we feel and what we have as feedback through the French mission adaptation. I mean, it's very interesting. There's a sort of a coherent approach, and there's a sort of this mission adaptation in France, which gathers a public organization like ours. I mean, CEREMA for climate change adaptation of territories, the Agency on Biodiversity, and the other agency, which is adamant. Basically, the feedback we have is that these territories, they need assistance, and they need support, and they need tools, on whatever they are. I mean, smaller or bigger territories need some support. Not always at the same time, because the larger territories have their own engineering, so maybe they can be empowered and they have some engineering to define their need. But maybe when they are moving towards the analysis of the risk on the project, sometimes they really need some support to come back on track, or to set a series of indicators, for instance, to monitor. And for the smaller one, they need sometimes just to be pushed a little bit at the beginning, because they don't even know how to handle the thing. And I think this is very coherent, and we have, I think, very common feedback on that. And maybe the last point, because time is running, is that at least in the French mission adaptation, they quite often feel a challenge to pass from the sort of building a strategy, putting some engineering, and pushing it into finance. I mean, this has been said this morning, and we also feel that very strongly.
Thank you very much, Sébastien. We are indeed very happy and excited that in France it was decided to follow the mission approach and establish a French mission, and we're looking forward to more missions in parallel.
Yeah, maybe just saying we did that from last year, November, so we followed your track.
Thank you, great. If I may turn to a difficult question, we talked about it, Eugene, in the corridor. It is managed relocation, which is a very sensitive topic, but I know you have a long-term view on it, and I think it's worth sharing.
I mean, it's a view that comes from people who are saying this 20 years ago, 30 years ago. A good example, there's lots of locations in Ireland and in Europe and worldwide where, and I'll go at this from two angles. We heard about Fiji, Fiji relocating 6 communities, 42 are lined up and maybe 800 communities long term. But I want to talk about things like salt marshes, which are, in terms of ecosystem services, they provide flood control, erosion control, just by their existence and their functioning. And in Ireland, we've lots of, the biggest issue we're going to have in Europe is a thing called coastal squeeze. As sea level rises, nature is smart. What does nature do if it's getting pressure from sea level? It goes landward, upward and inward. And that's fine, because we've seen our coastline go back and forth kilometers over geological time. But if there's an engineered structure or a static structure, nature can't go landward and it eventually gets squeezed out. What's really important in my world right now, we're looking at it, is accommodation space. There's lots of accommodation space, which is that space landward of these ecosystems that we need to protect, and I think we should bank it. That's of course, I'm not the one with the money. I'm not the one spending the money, but long term, and this is the challenge, and I guess I came here and I wasn't quite sure what the EIB can bring to my table, and I'm clear now that there probably won't be much because the projects I deal with are very small. And the return value, the cash value is nothing to buy land that's going to get flooded anyway. So I guess it needs a mindset, a philosophy of what actually are we protecting and what are we prepared to do. And that's going to be a challenge. But I think ultimately buying the land now brings, if you look at it not in the short term, in the long term, let's push it out 100 years, or 50 years, 100 years, buying the land now, for me, makes good sense, good business model.
Yeah. So I wanted to finish with this by upping basically the financing challenge a bit more with this statement that sometimes it really makes sense to buy land, but then having a very long perspective in mind, that might make the most sense. But then, of course, the financing challenge becomes, immense. And I think this is why we need to really think of the local and regional authorities that are faced with the situation. They want to think long term, they see what needs to be done, but they really not only sometimes lack the knowledge and support, but also the financing. And I think we do have to all together put our brains together to tackle this challenge, because there is no other way. We have to get this financed. So it's just a matter of putting our brains together and getting it done. I think with that, I would like to conclude and hand back to our host.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel as well. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was really lovely way to end the day, but not quite yet. We're almost there. Thank you also to everybody who's been online and joining us for all of this time as well. We do have some wrap-up comments, and so for the wrap-up comments, I would love to invite to the stage Eline Royen, who is the Deputy Director General for EIB Operations. Welcome.
So it's time to wrap this up, and it is my pleasure, but at the same time a challenge to actually try to deliver to you some of the key messages that have come across over these 2 days when we have had extremely rich discussions on many topics. So I do apologize if I will not do justice for all the conversations that we have had. But before I try to summarize and conclude with some of those key conclusions or key takeaways, let me thank all the participants, all the panelists, all the audience, and those who have contributed. And of course, big thank you to the organizers and EDHEC, who has hosted us amazingly. So thank you, everybody, on behalf of the whole EIB team. And of course, big thank you to our dear partner, the European Commission and the mission adaptation. So with that, I have to say that I think we all agree that the platform is burning, and I'm stating sort of the something that everybody here already knows, that the cost of inaction is massively exceeding the cost of investment that is needed in adaptation and resilience. And I think that is particularly pertinent, as we have learned over these 2 days in the coastal regions, where not only the more frequent extreme weather events are causing destruction and contribute to those cost rises, but also the water, the sea levels are rising as we speak. So sort of a double challenge in these regions. So I think building on that, however, what I heard or what my feeling after these 2 days really is that I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, the challenge is significant and massive, but there are also positive news here. Investments are increasing, and also we as a community are building coalitions and for action. And I think pledges and plans are being transformed to action, and I think that is the positive message. 2 other things that I'm picking up here is that not only for the coastal regions, but as for when we talk about the business case for adaptation and resilience, resilience equals also to economic resilience and economic security, and that is kind of the business case right there. So I think we are hopefully moving away from the negative narrative of cost avoidance to the positive one, which is that more investment in adaptation and resilience is really needed to support and sustain and preserve the future prosperity and future growth, as well as the well-being of our communities. And then the second point I wanted to make is innovation. I think we have heard innovation when it comes to financing. Financing challenge is investment challenge is massive, but so is the respective financing gap. And we need innovation in finance in order to bridge this gap. Some of the panelists discussed innovative ways of combining public resources with private ones, how to mobilize private capital at scale by leveraging on public resources. We also discussed the role of insurance in mobilizing and redirecting financing to adaptation and resilience. Cat bonds were mentioned, and other innovative instruments, including investments in funds and venture capital supporting resilience. Innovation also when it comes to technologies. We must invest, but we also need to innovate and invest in innovation. We need to invest in modernization and build better at large, but in particular in the coastal regions. But at the same time, we also need to innovate when it comes to new technologies. Clean technologies that can actually help us to become more resilient, but also contribute to areas such as pollution prevention, but also in terms of how we manage risks and use data for that purpose. Innovation also when it comes to partnerships. I think as a third important point that really came across is that we can't do this. Nobody can do this alone. Sometimes we say that when you want to go really fast, and of course here speed is of an essence, you go alone. But ultimately, if you want to go far, and in terms of resilience and adaptation, I think we need to go far. You have to do that together. So building innovative partnerships between public and private, but also within communities, between civil society and the local governments is really, really important. And I think mission adaptation here is one of the really interesting platforms where we have been able to gather together local actors, policymakers, researchers, and financiers to innovate together for investment and for finance. With that, I would like to wrap up and again thank everybody who have contributed and again thank our hosts. And I hope all of you have learned something. I know it has been a very, very intense 2 days, so I think we will need few days to mull over what we have learned, but I hope, like myself, you all leave the beautiful Nice with some optimism and hopefulness, although maybe with some caution. And I hope to see you next year again in the same setting, not in Nice, but somewhere else. I really hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much indeed. And with that, I won't keep you very much longer because I know we're in Nice, but some of us have not seen Nice. So I hope you get a bit of time to spend in Nice this evening. I know some of you are traveling home tonight. Bon voyage, safe journey home to the many different places that you've come from, and it really has been from all over the world. Thank you for everybody joining us online. It's been really great to have you with us over the course of the last day and a half, really. I hope you've made new friends, new connections, and you have new ideas that you can mull over and also implement, because of course we're all relying on you to do something to help the adaptation that is necessary. So with that, from me, I just want to say again a thank you to the organizational team because they have been outstanding. So I think you should stand up. Esther. Thank you. And also, of course, I always have to say thank you to the people who make the sound work, because without this and the technology, thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.